Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing this channel, for your continued support and followership, even on our broadcast. Thank you so much. This is Open Forum, your political discussion show, which gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our latest development on our political front. And a lot has happened today, even as we start out with the DP kicking out the media before discussing UDA Kenya Kwanza matters. What is it that the DP wants to discuss in camera, away from all the media house? Is this the tendency for the old dictatorship or what? Would love to hear what you feel and think about the same. Welcome to the show. More than that, Kenya Kwanza, Deluya Fraternity gave a presser today, blaming everything on one Raila Odinga. Not news again when this kind of outcry is given out by a segment of the minority of the Luya community. But we would love to hear what you think and feels about the same. It is use and dump. Kabogo fires back at the Kenya Kwanza arrangement. Azimio is in Kajiado today, was in Kajiado today. Kenya Kwanza in NAKURU. What is the IEBC readiness for this general election? All that on one plate. We all need to dive into the same and, intimate ourselves on the reality versus the perception that we are being given by our politician. Well, it is time we have this talk already. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. George Obado, you're welcome. Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. Tatu Juma, asante sana. Mato Ndet, you're welcome. Karibu kwa show. Meryl, asante sana. You're welcome. Fred Mboki, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Mohamed Nyamawi, you're welcome. Peter Eric Maura, you're welcome. Joy Njoki, karibu kwa show. Kuna Koli Ashono, you're welcome. Kiplangat Joshua, kuna Mesha Krono, kuna kijana Zuraya, you're welcome. Kuna Sera Serange, karibu kwa show. Akengo Omwangu, you're welcome. Paul Chapia. Okay. Thank you so much. Kuna Ngui Mam, you're welcome. Kuna Lindale Fastborn Omagi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Mturi wa Mwangi, you're welcome. Nani huyu? Kuna Nectar Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Kuna Obuya Collins, you are most welcome. Kirui K. Ambrose Kipro, karibu kwa show. Say be realistic. What you wrote? Oh God. Okay, thank you very much. Patel Sabokanymanyi, you're welcome. Kuna Coleman Bazenga, you're welcome. Georges Olule. Hey, nakwambia majina yako hapa nje. Ray Matthew Odanga, karibu kwa show. Kuna David Tech Refrigeration. I tell you. Bakis Mohamed, good evening to you. Thank you. Aaron Yebe, karibu kwa show. Kuna Lesson Benson, Bantu Warriors, thank you so much. You're most welcome. Kevin Kipruto, Feva Akita, kuna Feinayas Juma, kuna Reni Edi Teacher, Kirui Aro. Hiyo nyingine imenishinda, mtanisaidia. Kuna Cliff, kuna nani huyo? Ronda Bo Kigogo. Hey, thank you so much. Dennis Arab Kemboi. Alafu kuna Mavazi in touch. Hey, Rita Benson, Ray Matthew Odanga, Moses Mwasi Wainaina, alafu Mike Chirichiri, alafu kuna Esther Kwamboka Nyaundi. Collins, thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate all of you for making time to join us for the discussion tonight. A lot is happening on our political front, and we better get talking. It is about time that we all confronted what we must confront and be able to chart the way forward for this great country. William Ruto kicks out the media today. What does that spell out for a presidential candidate and his leadership? Something that we need to weigh on is use and dump. Kabogo cries out. Azimio in Kajiado, and then Kenya Kwanza Nakuru. What is the IEBC readiness for this great election that we all must weigh on? Bantu Warrior, vipi leo?
Habari ya jioni bwana Bernard, asante sana.
Fiti, karibu.
Stephen yuko hapo na wengineo wote wako hapo Bondi na Mr. Griff pia nakusalimia, asante sana. Yangu sina mengi sana, ni kuhusiana mambo ya leo kama unavyosema used and abused. That's the word I can use. Used and abused. Na imeonekana sasa vile Kenya kwisha vile inafanya mambo yake, na kuna shida nyingi sana kwa sababu corruption imekuwa ndio kama kawaida kwetu, na sijui kama tuko namba ngapi katika Afrika ama tuko namba ngapi katika world nzima. Sasa kwa hivyo tuna nafasi hii ya kurekebisha hii mambo ili tuondoke katika hii pandemic ya corruption, kwa sababu kulikuwa na pandemic ya COVID, lakini sasa tumebakia na pandemic ya corruption, na tunataka dawa, na dawa ni mama na baba wataanza ili wanyoroshe nchi yetu tuondokane na hii ugonjwa wa pandemic. Kenya Kwanza wako frustrated sana, naweza kusema kwa upande mwingine, manake mi naona Azimio watu wana furaha, watu wanatabasamu, watu wanacheka, wanafurahi, lakini Kenya Kwanza naona negativity tu iko hapo. Watu ni wachungu, watu wana hasira, watu wanataka kufyoka, wanatoa everything, kile kinachokuja kwa mdomo, hata hakuna haja kufikiria what is coming out from the mouth, just throw it. Inaonekana iko shida, na utaona kama Mheshimiwa Kabogo na Mheshimiwa Kuria, unaona vile wanavyoongea katika mitandao na malalamishi vile wanavyoongea. Vile IEBC nataka pia ndugu Bernard iangaliwe vizuri sana, kwa sababu hii kitu hii ilikuwa zamani sana, ishakuwa old sasa. Kwa hivyo tunataka baba ikija, serikali nyingine ikija, iangalie kama itafanya renovation ama itabadilishwa ama itafanywa operation. Ifanywe operation na ifanywe matibabu, kwa sababu IEBC ni old guard sasa. Inaonekana kuna shida nyingi sana hapo. Wao wenyewe wanasema hawana vifaa vya kuchunguza ama kujua ni kitu ni sawa si sawa. Wakiletewa wanapokea na wanasongeza mbele. Kwa hivyo kwa hivi sasa sina mengi, bado ni mapema. Niko hapa, najua ndugu yangu Steven pia yeye yuko na yake mengi sana. Asante sana ndugu yangu Bernard. Steven, nakuachia uwanja za karibuni. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bantu Warrior, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi wako. Tunashukuru kwamba wakati umefika sisi kujadiliana masuala ya kina yanayohusu nchi hii, na jukumu letu kama wananchi ni kuhakikisha kwamba uongozi tunaochagua ni ule unaofaa. Wanasema si bora kiongozi, lakini tuchague kiongozi bora. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, all those that are viewing around the world. Please keep inviting guys to join in. Mtembei TV is unique in such a way that you can get it from anywhere you are on the face of the earth. If you can connect to the internet, you will get Mtembei TV. And there is a lot that is happening, so please make sure that you help everybody to get in so that they can benefit from the wisdom being shared here and from the different discourse that we are holding in our discussion. This is a lengthy show that lasts for 8 hours, so please ensure that you keep trying. If you try to get in the studio and you get a notification that the studio is full, keep trying until you triumph. Yes, keep trying until you triumph. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Bwana Graph, namna gani?
Nashukuru sana Bwana Bernard.
Yes, karibu.
Nasalimia Bantu Warrior, Honorable Bundi na Bwana Steven na our first lady mwenye amekuja hapo Seli. Kwanza kabisa asante kwa kunipatia fursa hii, na nitachangia kidogo nikianzia kwanza mahali ndugu yangu rafiki yangu mzuri sana Bwana Bantu Warrior amesema. Kuna kitu amesema kwamba watu wa Azimio wanaonekana wenye furaha sana, na upande ule mwingine wanaonekana watu wenye machungu. Kwa maneno yake, watu wenye huzuni. Nataka tu nikumkumbushe, kama anaelewa lugha ya Kiswahili, kuna msemo ya Kiswahili inasema kwa shujaa huenda kilio, kwa mwoga ni kicheko. Sasa unajua watu wa Kenya Kwanza, manake wanajua ile mambo ambao inaenda kwa kabili mbele, mambo ya kwanza tena kujenga uchumi, mambo ya kwanza kuinua hali ya watu mamilioni ambao wametupa, wamegadhafishwa, wamedhalilishwa chini. Alafu sasa wakiona watu wanachezewa kama jana pale Jakaranda, vile mambo ilitokea, Babu Wino kumbe alikuwa na nia ya kuja kujisalimisha kwa Kenya Kwanza. Kukakuwa kuna mtafaruku, ndio sababu alikuwa amepanga Kenya Kwanza anapanga mkutano yao, yeye pia akawa anataka kukuja hapo labda kujumuika na wao, manake ili apate moja mbili katika agenda. Anyway, si utani, nataka tu kuchangia kwamba mambo ambao mnaongea kuhusu Kabogo, kuhusu Moses Kuria, hakuna nyumba isiyokuwa saa zingine na mfaragano kidogo. Hata nyumba yako umezaa watoto wako mwenyewe, watoto wako ambao mama wametoka kwako na bibi yako, na saa zingine kuna kawaida mambo hiyo, ni binadamu ambao mahali hakuna mfurugano ni wale ambao wako kaburini. Lakini as long as kwamba binadamu wako hai, anafikiria, mawazo yangu haiwezi kuwa kama yako. Saa zingine tunahitilafiana katika mawazo, lakini haimaanishi kwamba ati ndio kumepasuka. Kama Kabogo huyo mwenyewe anasema kwamba news and dump, mbona hawezi kutoka? Yeye ako na chama yake, lakini aliona aingie katika Kenya Kwanza. Sababu ya nini? Sababu aliona zile agenda za Kenya Kwanza ni agenda ambazo ziko strong na zinawiana na zile agenda za Wakenya. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni mambo tu kawaida ya mvurugano ya familia. Lakini tunaona katika hiyo mvurugano, sababu wale ambao wako upande ule mwingine wanawish mambo mabaya tokezee, ndio sasa wanataka kutafuta loophole, mambo kama hiyo waitumie kama agenda. Sababu kusema kweli, hii chama ingine hii ya First World War, hii inaitwa Azimio, tunasema ni chama ya wale mapensioners wa First World War, wote wale maretirees. Tutakuwa Wakenya, tutakuwa ni watu tusiokuwa na utu ikiwa tutachagua watu wa Azimio, wazee ambao wamechoka. Mtu kama Raila tunafaa tumhurumie, kama kweli ni Wakenya ambao tunampenda Raila. Hatuwezi kubali mzee kama ule tena tumwangaishe. Kazi ya State House ni kazi kubwa, ni kazi ya kurauka saa 11 asubuhi. Ule mzee ametufanyia kazi kubwa sana hii Kenya, na tena tumwangaishe. Mnataka kuja kuona akikufia pale State House? Ni sisi vijana saizi tumwambie mzee, we pumzika nyumbani, umetuletea katiba mpya, umetuletea demokrasia, weka nyumbani tukufanyie kazi.
Graph.
Yes.
You are not listening to me.
Eh?
Which part of the constitution forbids anybody from running for president, or an old person from running for president?
Wait, okay. I'm not talking of constitution, but I'm talking of
what are you talking
in a
if you're not talking
humanitarian ground.
Look here.
In a humanitarian ground.
Goja, it's not humanitarian grounds. On what basis has he intimidated? Where was he forced to run for presidency?
Okay. You know, this old man is vulnerable.
No,
He's among the vulnerable in the society.
An old man. You look here. Raila Odinga has every right to run for presidency as long as he wants to. He's not the only old president. The president of the United States of America right now is older than Raila Odinga and is in office. That is the first world, as you know it. So if the first world can be run by a president who is older, what makes it unfit for Raila Odinga to run for office?
Thank you. Thank you.
If you cannot talk what is constitutionally viable, then you are not worth the time we are giving you. So debate based on the topic of the day and not run a propaganda from nowhere. Sawa.
Okay. Sawa.
Thank you.
Okay, let me first respond on that where you are comparing our country with the US. What happened when US was given to Biden, who is an old man? Common Taliban, a battalion of soldiers who cannot even reach 3,000 soldiers waliweza kuwatimua Amerika na kuwaibisha vibaya sana. Just because of what? Because of the regime, for a person that was not energetic, that was not vibrant. I don't think that we want our country also to go that side, because if it happened in our country, Somalia itakuja mpaka Nairobi. But anyway,
it seems you are a blogger and you are here to push an agenda that we don't know where it came from. Have a nice time. Stephen, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Bernard, and my fellow panelists in the studio. It's so shocking to hear somebody with his mental uprightness talking what the guy is talking about. But let me not dwell in his foolishness. Let me just proceed with what has brought me here. Okay, first I want to speak on Kuria and Kabogo. It seems the chickens are coming home now, but it's too late for them. They were told and they were warned by the president that let's have our party, let's build our own party, let's negotiate based on our regional party. It will give us more power, it will give us more room for negotiations. And they decided not to hear what the president was telling them. Unfortunately, it's late now for them because they're already in the mix, and getting out of that is not that easy as you may think. But at the end of the day, you have to accept your consequences, because every choice has a consequence. So if you hear what they're saying and their body language, hawa ni watu wamechezwa. Na huku Mombasa ukipita pita huwa unaona magari zimeandikwa ukichengwa utulie. So it's high time they just shut up, they stay where they are, and definitely they're going to lose the elections. Kabogo is not going to be the governor. Moses Kuria is not going to be the governor. They're not going to be anywhere near power, because that's what the deputy president wanted. He wants to vanquish them completely so that in 2027 going forward, he has no competition in the mountain. So I think Ruto has succeeded to cut their horns. You know, they thought they were bulls, but now they have been castrated. So going forward, mambo yao imeisha hao. So talking on Kajiado, I think the progress is good. We know that Baba has a big following with the Maasai people, despite all the propaganda about the Mau forest and all that. They still stand with him every election. So let's work on something like 70% that side, and I think it's achievable. Going forward, we have to get that so that we can consolidate. We make the margin bigger and wider so that we don't have room for any petition, room for any excuses. We need a clear win, and I think the Maasais can play a bigger role going forward. Yeah? Na hii mambo ya IEBC, Bernard, Chebukati is flip-flopping, and it's worrying. It's worrying how Chebukati is behaving. I heard somebody was saying that, I cannot substantiate those news, but some people somewhere was trying to say that some money exchange hands so that Sakaja can be cleared. If that's the trend going forward, then I think it's not a good trend for the IEBC. We should be careful, and I'm sure you said one day here that if they are planning something, also the government and Raila, they have countermeasures to still plan ahead. So I don't think I'm worried about any bad games from IEBC, because we have the capacity, we have the people who are there. We have Joe Musheru who is there. He has promised that no single vote of Raila Odinga is going to be lost. So it's encouraging to see that, and let Chebukati just do what he's supposed to do, because he has less than 1 year in office also. So it's good for him to stand for justice, for a free and fair election, so he can compensate for the ills he has done in the past. I think this is the best chance he has, so that let him do the right thing that is supposed to be done. Okay, hii ya kufungia media, huyu mtu mimi sijui anatafuta nini, but kile anatafuta, let him get confused, let him get lost, and let him not even rise to any other post. Hata mzee wa nyumba 10 asiwahi kuwa kwa hii nchi. If he goes this election, let him go forever, because it seems that this person has no democracy in him. He just wants to do what he can do. He likes to bulldoze things. He likes to force things on his way. So it's dangerous, it's dangerous, because media is part of the society. If it's not for you people, Bernard, we will never have met here. The exposure of media tells us the good things in the society, the bad things in the society. Many things come out through the media. So if you're blocking the media from your meetings, from attending, this is a bad thing to do. It shows that you are a dictator. It shows that there's some tendencies of autocratism in you. It's not the best thing we should encourage in this country. There are freedoms of media, even in war. We see journalists going in war zones. So why not in your meetings? It shows that there's something that they're talking that they don't want people to know, or there's some hidden agenda in what they are discussing. So I think it's a bad thing. I don't encourage that. For a country that has gone 60 years of independence, I don't think it's something we should encourage going forward. Bernard, sina mambo mengi ya kuongea kwa sasa, nitarudi tena baadaye. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Stephen, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na ningependa tu kuhimiza kila mmoja, especially in the comment section, let us keep it clean. Ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba vijana wengine katika nchi hii kuwaza kwao ni kama kumeingiliwa na mdudu fulani. Na it is regrettable that people can think and reason like Graph. It's very sad affair. It's very sad affair, because ningejua ile shule alienda ningeendea school fees, kwa sababu hakuna haja. Even if you want to be a sycophant, just play it a little bit civil, mature, and all that. We give you the opportunity to debate for us the advantages and the disadvantages of your group you are supporting. Tell us what is good for Kenya in that, not to run down somebody because of old age. Old is gold. And any nation that does not honor their elderly, it's a doomed nation from where I sit. So I don't know what is wrong with some of us, but I think we need to grow up. A lot of growing up to do. Those of you who are joining us, thank you very much. Wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana, tafadhali tuendelee karibisha mama, ndugu, kila mmoja, tukajumuike kwa pamoja katika Mtembei TV. Na kama huja subscribe, tafadhali hakikisha una subscribe. If you have not yet followed us on Facebook, Please do follow us both on the profile and on the on the page, so that you will always be notified every time we come live, and you will be able to participate in all our programs. Somebody says Raila is old. Who denies that Raila is old? And who has the antidote against getting old? Unajua vijana mnanichekesha sana kwa sababu mahali mpo Raila ashakuwa hapo, okay, na akapita, lakini nyewe hamjafikia mahali Raila yuko. So namna dawa ya kuzuia kufika huko. So how do you verify somebody because he's old? Common sense is becoming uncommon with every passing day. But ndio hivyo hivyo. Edwin, vipi? Edwin, mawili matatu tukitangulia. Nani huyu kunguni ya state what?
Yeah, status.
Kama unajificha nyuma ya kamera hawezi kaa kwa screen. Thank you. Yeah, Edwin, go ahead. You click on the mic beside your name, then your voice can be heard. Bwana Edwin.
Mmoja umeitaka tume ya IEBC kumuonya na kumzuia mwaniaji rais wa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza William Ruto dhidi ya kutumia mali ya umma katika kampeni zake. Kwenye barua iliyoandikwa na katibu mkuu wa Azimio Junet Mohamed, muungano huo umesema Ruto anatumia mali ya serikali kwa kampeni. Barua hii ikitaja matumizi ya makao rasmi ya naibu wa rais kwa mikutano ya siasa, mbali na matumizi ya magari ya serikali kwenye kampeni zake. Pia wanalalamika kuhusu wafanyakazi wa umma ambao wanasema wanafanya kazi za kampeni za Ruto licha ya kuwa waliajiriwa na serikali. Na sasa muungano huo unaitaka IEBC kumzuia Ruto kufanya mikutano ya kisiasa katika makao rasmi ya naibu rais huko Karen. Pia ukitaka IEBC kumwandikia barua msimamizi wa ikulu ya rais kutogharamia mikutano inayofanyika Karen. Azimio pia ikitaka IEBC kuzuia magari ya serikali kutumika katika kampeni za Ruto.
Okay, but ni kama Bwana Edwin amelemewa na mtandao wako unamsumbua. Ukirejea basi karibu. Bwana Ngui, vipi? Unmute. Ngui, you unmute first, then you speak. We can't hear you. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Bernard, nataka kuzuka.
Bwana Ngui, endelea tafadhali.
Okay, Bernard, nataka niwasalimie nyote na wale wote wanatusikiza jioni ya leo. Hapa tu nilikuwa naendelea tu, nimesikiza maoni ya wale wameongea mbele yangu, na mengine ni mambo ya muhimu na ni mambo mzuri. Nikingusia hiyo, nimeona Kajiado Azimio iko sawa kabisa, imeshika huko, iko sawa. Mimi bila wasiwasi naona kila pande Azimio iko juu, na niko na imani ya kwamba hata uchaguzi ikipika tutaweza kuwa watu Azimio itaweza pata ushindi. Hiyo ingine hii mambo ya UNDA za zingine, watu wako na hasira mingi sana. Hata wakipita I think hata sijui wataendesha mambo aje juu hasira yao pia itakuwa mingi sana. Kwa hivyo kile tunaweza himiza kwa kila mmoja wetu, pia imani ndio kitu ya muhimu. Kila wakati tukumbushane yule mtu na yule mwingine kwamba imani ndio tunataka kila mahali, ndio kitu ya muhimu, ndio tukaweze kuwa na uchaguzi mzuri na tukaweze kuwa na uchaguzi wa kupendeza. Mimi naona mwisho Kabogo na Kuria, naona pia huko ni mahali wako huko kujilazimisha. Huko ni mahali ambapo hata wenyewe hawafurahii na hawatoshekelei huko. Hata hao wengine, na ukijaribu kuangalia akina Mudavadi, akina Wetangula, hao watu hata mtu ukiongea unaona hata unaona hata mtu maneno yake hata hana furaha na si vile yako hapo juu ya kupenda. Ukilinganisha wakati Mudavadi walikuwa upande wa Raila, hata unaweza ona iko na tofauti sana. Furaha yake na furaha ya wakati huu iko tofauti sana, lakini wacha tu wazidi kukaa huko na bora tukaweze kufanya uchaguzi wa imani na kila upande ukaweze kukubali matokeo na tukaweze kuendelea vizuri. Kuna mtu hapa ameweza ongea maneno yake hapo kusema mambo ya anga ya usianga nini. Kuna hapa nafanya kwa kiongozi mmoja anataka kiti ya gavana wa Nyeri, na huyo mzee pia ni mzee, lakini kwa mkutano alituuliza ni wapi watu wale wazee watawekwa kwa gari wakatupo Indian Ocean kama hawana maana. Itafika siku gani hao watu wawekwe mahali pamoja wakatupwe ama wamalizwe kwa maana hawana maana? Kwa hivyo ni kutuambia kwamba hata tunafaa kufurahia huo uzee, kwa maana hao watu wamekomaa, kwa maana ni watu ambao wanaweza kuongoza na njia inayofaa, na ni watu wako na experience, na ni watu wanaweza ulizwa maneno ya mzuri na kuweza hata kusaidia kama sisi vijana. Sina mengi, naomba niwashukuru, na mimi naomba tu tukaweze hiyo siku zimebakia ziende zikimalizia na imani na tukaweze kufanya kazi mzuri hapa Mount Kenya. Hii Mount Kenya yote iko Azimio, hatutoki hapo. Asante sana.
Sawa, asante bwana Ruto, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tuendelee kuambia asante sana. Okay, thank you. Kabla tumlete MC, na endelea tu kuwahimiza tafadhali tusichoke kukaribisha mtu, and make sure you are subscribing. Don't just watch, subscribe, especially those of you following us on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe on Mtembei TV. Follow us on Facebook page as well as profile, and don't watch alone. Make sure that the whole community is here listening to what Kenyans are saying about the elections and the stand we must all take in order to help this country move forward. It is important that we analyze every leader critically, because if we don't do that, we will live to regret, or giving leadership to wrong people who will lead us in a wrong way. Thank you very much. On the comment section, please, let's keep it clean. No need of insulting anybody, and no whatever profiling any community. Everybody speaks in their individual capacity, and let's deal with them as individuals and not as communities. Thank you very much. MC, namna gani? Karibu.
Ya Mtembei, mambo baba?
Poa poa, namna gani?
Niko salama. Napenda tu nichukue fursa hii kwanza kukaribika ndani ya show. Tumeanza na mapema sana. lakini tunaendelea tu kushangaa mambo vile yanabadilika kila siku. Naangalia mimi ninashukuru Mungu kwa sababu baba anaendelea kupanga serikali na kila mmoja anaona. Nitaanza tu na mambo na Chebukati siku ya leo. Umeangalia Chebukati ametoka. Kwanza kabisa ile sajili ya kupiga kura inaendelea kutayarishwa, na napenda tu kuambia watu kwa jumla kwamba kama tumeiona uchaguzi wa huru na haki sasa ndio tutakuwa na uchaguzi wa huru na haki, kwa sababu preparation zote ziko sawa kabisa. Chebukati we are going to have a free and a credible election this year. Sijui ni nini nawasumbua ni nini nawasumbua, hawaamini, lakini umeangalia matayarisho ya Chebukati yako sawa kabisa. Ukiangalia pia kitu tu tunajaribu kuambia marafiki zetu ambao tunashindana nao, wale ambao hawana sera, ni kwamba wasikuwe wachungu sana, yani wasiumwe zaidi. Hapo ndio tulipitia hapo tu, kwanza hawajao, hatujasomba mavi kwa uwanja, so wakuwe tu wapole. Hizi hasira wako nazo wazishushe kabisa, turudi kawaida. Baba alikuwa akifanywa mambo mingi, amenyamaza tu, kumbe ni muda wake ulikuwa unafika. So unaangalia kama leo Ruto amefukuza hao waandishi wa habari, kesho utasikia tu akikulalamikia wewe Bernard, kwa nini hauweki matangazo yetu hapo? So unaona leo amefukuza waandishi wa habari, kesho atakuwa analalamika they are not being covered. Ndio siasa, lakini sasa shida yao tu ni hiyo. Najaribu kusema kwamba tafadhali washushe jazba, wateremshe jazba kabisa, rudi zero, tuanze pale. So ukiangalia pia ukisonga ni kwamba bado kuna mambo na Sakaja anaendelea kutokota bado. Nuduri Halji anaendelea kusogea au maneno akisema kwamba it's not done deal still. Hatujakubali na mambo na Sakaja, hatuwezi ongozwa na capital city na mtu ana makaratasi, na hiyo hatubembelezani. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi ongozwa na capital city na mtu ana makaratasi, that one no, na tutaendelea kufuatilia, na hata ikiwezekana tuta petition files kila siku, tutaenda kotini, lazima haki yetu itendeke. Tuongozwe na mtu mwenye anajielewa na mtu amesoma. That's why tunapeleka watoto wetu shuleni. And ukiangalia leo mikutano ya baba alikuwa pale Kajiado. In fact, sijui nitasema nini. Kama hauna macho basi si uone. Every corner baba anaenda unaangalia wafuasi ambao wanampokea pale. Na unaangalia pia hata siku hizi baba leo amesema kwamba hao majamaa wote wenye wameiba mali ya umma atawanyonga. Atawanyonga, sijui leo ni nini ilikuwa na baba, lakini amesema kwamba hao majamaa wote atawanyonga na warudisha pesa zao. So nikikuja kwa marafiki zangu Moses Kuria and Kabogo, unajua siku moja kuna Mkikuyu mmoja alisema, simkumbuki vizuri, lakini alisema you can rent a Kikuyu but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. Au majamaa wote wanarudi, I'm telling you. Bernard, be my witness. Kabogo anarudi, Moses Kuria anarudi, au watu wote wanarudi, kwa sababu unajua kama mtu Kabogo anajielewa. In fact kwa Kikuyu ambao wanajua penye serikali naenda na vile maneno yanafanywa, Kabogo is one of them. So wanarudi. Usishangae kuanzia hii wiki isipoisha hivi utaangalia majamaa wamekuja, tumerudisha. Nakumbuka serikali ya baba inachukua kila mmoja. Tutachukua hata hii kichaa yetu Moses Kuria, tutachukua, tutanyorosha tu. Hiyo ni wale vichaa tuko nao wachache wenye tutawanyorosha tu vizuri. So I think wasishangae sana kuona, kwa sababu shida ya Ruto, unajua Ruto anang'ang'ana saizi juu chini akisha kwamba amepata position kubwa ama amepata wabunge wengi, ndio frustrate baba. Na mimi ninaambianga watu hasa wa Azimio kwamba kitu baba anaona leo, I'm telling you Bernard, utakiona 10 years from now. So hii Ruto anajaribu kujipanga nayo saa hii, hiyo Raila ameshajipanga nayo. For now sitaki kukua mrefu maana bado tuko ndani. Wacha nifikie hapo, tutarudi tena.
Okay, asante sana MC kwa mchango wako, tunashukuru. Asante sana, nataka tuokoe muda ili line isiwe refu sana. Bwana Mike, vipi?
Salama Bernard, habari ya jioni.
Yuko salama, nashukuru.
Habari wenzangu. Leo nitakuwa mchache wa maneno kwa kuchangia mambo mawili tu. DP Ruto kicks out media. Kila ambacho tunaona ni ghadhabu na hasira ambazo zinapanda na haziwezi fichika. Unajua politicians like packaging themselves in public. Photo session, unajua photo session, ukisimama unaambiwa smile, unafanya meno nje hivi, alafu akimaliza kupiga unarudisha. So what Ruto has been doing has been giving us photo sessions, moods and impressions, but the real impression is now coming out, and the impression is out of bitterness and anger of the reality that is dawning on him. Ukweli wa mambo umeanza kubainika, na unaanza kubainika kwa kipole, vile jamaa mwingine alikuwa anasema. Things are unfolding in his eyes, in front of him, in ways he never thought. Bernard, spending 5 years and over 5 billion shillings, of course, of stolen money to buy people, and on the last day mambo yanasambaratika kama a house of cards. Sio jambo la kufurahisha, hata kama ni wewe ungeghadhabika. Na hiyo ghadhabu itazidi kuongezeka wakati mambo mengi yataanza kubainika. Watu ambao anawatengenezea makaratasi akipigia marafiki zake kwa nchi za jirani, watengenezee wenzake makaratasi. Watu ambao anawatuma wafanye mafurugo. Unajua Songa alituambia kile walikuwa wanafanya Jubilee, walikuwa wanachukua mashati, wanavaa shati za wapinzani wao, wanatupa mawe, wanachoma magari. So the script is so known that hakuna kipi ambacho tunaelezwa sasa, na wajinga wameanza kupungua ama wamepungua kabisa Kenya. Hatuwezi danganyika kufikia wakati huu sasa. Kila ambacho kinafanyika kwa Ruto ni kila ambacho alijitakia mwenyewe. Pride comes before a fall. Hayo matusi, hiyo kiburi na hiyo majivuno yote amekuwa nayo mama yetu Martha Kuria amesema hakuna cheo cha deputy Jesus. Yesu ni mmoja na he does not share that power and authority with anybody else. So nobody should arrogate himself a position of a superior being to others on this earth. So mimi nafurahia kila ambacho kinaendelea, na nilimwambia Kabogo na Moses Kuria, kwa Kiingereza wanaitwa Trojan horse, ambao wako kwa kazi yao, na tuache wamalize kazi yao. At the right time they will come. Don't recall them before their time. Hiyo nitaachia hapo. Na kwa Azimio mikutano yao imekuwa, whoever is planning the meetings is executing them with precision. Everything is flowing out very well. Hiyo confusion tunaona Kenya Kwanza hatuioni kwa Azimio, na nafurahia sana. It is a slow but sure trajectory ambayo inaonekana kwamba tukifika mwezi wa 7 ukiisha, mambo Kenya atakuwa amebadilika. You shall like have woken up to a new dawn. Na hiyo mimi nafurahia sana Bernard. Sitaongeza sana, nitaachia hapo kwa sasa. Lakini watu ambao wanaongea juu ya miaka na uzee Bernard, wacha nimalize na hiyo. Kila nchi inachagua mtu kulingana na yale mahitaji wanayo kwa wakati huo. Wakati kitambo sana kulikuwa na industrial revolution kwa nchi za Europe nini. Wakati mwingine kumekuwa Afrika na freedom, wale ambao wanapigania uhuru. Every leader comes at a time to serve or to resolve a certain issue. Ukiangalia Safaricom, Kenya ina watu wamesoma na maprofesa. How come Safaricom ambayo ina shareholding kubwa Kenya, walienda wakatafuta mtu ambaye hana degree anaitwa Bob Colmo, mtu ambaye kwanza si Mkenya? Do you think it was out of stupidity? Those people know what he was here to do. Na unaona Safaricom imekuwa the best company, most profitable company in East and Central Africa. It's not because they were looking for a young person or an educated person or an old person. They were looking for somebody who can deliver. So Kenya needs somebody who can deliver at this time. And what is it we are looking for? Somebody who can arrest corruption. And there's only one person who can do it, Bernard. It is not age, it is not education. Even if Raila didn't have a degree, he has the resolve to address corruption. Even if Raila was a foreigner, he has a resolve to address corruption. Amerika walienda wakachagua mtu ambaye mizizi yake ni ya nchi ya Amerika. They were not stupid to elect Obama as president, yet he has roots outside America. Of course, his ancestral home is outside America as much as was born in America. Why didn't they say sisi hatutaki mtu kutoka nje? Because he gave them hope. America at that time needed somebody who could give them hope, and he came and told them, yes, we can. There is hope. The Audacity of Hope is the book written out of what he believed in. So Kenya's moment is what moment? Is a moment where we need somebody who can bring back our values, address corruption, and that person is only one. Don't bring the stupid ideas of age, of tribe. Wengine, if they are so primitive, they start talking about circumcision. That is the height of primitivity that has been passed by this age and time. So I want to leave it at that, Bernard, so that I allow others to share. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Mike, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike. Kuna watu ambao hawana shughuli yoyote kuhusu kuboresha nchi. Chao ni wanataka kupata vyeo wavitumie kwa kujinufaisha. If somebody is not worried about the country and the state of the country, the state of the affairs that we are faced with, the population, the young population that is greatly increasing very fast, and the limited resources that we have around, how do we mitigate all this so that we reach a place where the country can sustain herself and be able to sustain her people? If that is not the focus of your leadership and your pursuit for looking for leadership, then you are misplaced. This is not about becoming president for the sake of becoming president. It's not being governor for the sake of being governor. It is the weight of the responsibility that you are willing to shoulder as a leader. So tukianza kudadisi ya maswala ni lazima tuangalie haya. Why does William Ruto wants to be president? Why does Uhuru Kenyatta or why does Raila Odinga want to be president? Between these two, or why does Wajakoya wants to be president? Who wants to shoulder the responsibility of 50 million Kenyans? Who is in this for themselves? Who is in this for Kenya? Who is in this for the future of Kenya? Who is in this for the right now of Kenya? Let's all think objectively and not get carried away by somebody's anger. And let's listen out to this praiser, and we will weigh on it even as Silas prepares to come through. Kuna watu wengine
Ruto amepuuza takwimu za kura ya maoni kwa yuko nyuma ya mpinzani wake mkuu Raila Odinga kwa umaarufu, huku mchuano wa Ikulu unapokaribia. Kulingana na Ruto, takwimu za hivi punde zinalenga kuwahada wapiga kura na kuchora taswira mbadala na kuwataka wafuasi wake kutozitilia maanani, kama anavyotuarifu Francis Kashuri.
Baada ya pilka zake kusaka kura kaunti za Wajir na Garissa, hii leo naibu rais William Ruto alitua kaunti ya Mandera kunadi sera zake, huku mchuano wa Ikulu unapojongea.
Mandera, mko tayari? Hebu nione wala anasema tuko tayari, tuko tayari, tuko tayari.
Huku takwimu za shirika la Infotrack zikibaini Ruto amebanwa katika kura ya maoni na mpinzani wake mkuu, kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga. Katika kinyang'anyiro cha kumrithi Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, naibu rais alikuwa na mtazamo tofauti.
Sasa kwa sababu wamekwama, system imekwama, deep state imekwama, manifesto yao imekwama, wameenda kumanufacture ati opinion poll, ati ya kusema ya kwamba sijui wataendelea namna gani, wameenda wakasema sijui NSIS, wameenda wakasema opinion poll. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mandera na watu wa Kenya, hawa watu tumewashinda na njia zote.
Ni wagombea 4 waliofuzu kwa kipute cha Ikulu mwezi Agosti: Ruto, Odinga, Profesa George Wajakoya wa chama cha Roots na David Moore wa Ihiga anayepeperusha bendera ya agano. Mchuano huo hata hivyo umebainika kuwa wafarasi wawili, huku Ruto akidai Odinga anapigwa jeki na taasisi za serikali.
Tumewashinda na mpango, tumewashinda na sera, hawana chochote. Tutawashinda asubuhi na mapema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8.
Mimi naomba watu wa Elwak, tafadhali msipoteze kura yenu. Kura yenu ijenge madarasa. Mchague ule kiongozi anajenga madarasa. Mimi nilikwambia viongozi wamekuacha, lakini wananchi wa Elwak na Mandera wako na wewe.
Kaunti 3 za kaskazini mashariki, Garissa, Mandera na Wajir, zina takriban wapiga kura 1617 kulingana na sajili ya tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC. Katika juhudi za kuinda kipande cha kapu la kura hizo, Ruto ameahidi kushughulikia masuala nyeti yanayoathiri eneo hili iwapo ataingia Ikulu.
Hakuna uraia mara mbili Kenya. Vile wale wa Kenya wengine wanapatiwa ID na kitambulisho pamoja na passport, lazima watu wa Mandera na wa Somali wapatiwe kitambulisho na ID kama wa Kenya wengine.
Tangu wasalamiane, census namba zetu zote zimekuja chini. Tangu wasalamiane, makamu wa rais, boda ya Somalia na sisi imefungwa, bei ya bidhaa imeenda juu. Sasa watu wetu hapa wanaumia.
Lipo pia swala la vijana wanaojipata taabani kwa kushukiwa kushiriki masuala ya ugaidi.
Kama kuna mhalifu lazima apelekwe kotini, lakini mambo ya extrajudicial killing, ati mtu anapotea, watoto wanapotea, wazee wanapotea, hiyo mambo tutakomesha.
Msafara wa Ruto ukielekea kaunti za Marsabit na Isiolo zilizo na wapiga kura 1251, huku zikisalia siku 61 mbivu na mbichi kubainika debeni. Francis Gashuri, runinga ya Citizen.
Bwana Silas, karibu.
Thank you very much, Bwana Bernard. Habari ya jioni.
Niko salama, karibu.
Okay, let me first salute all of you, those who have been participating. I watch a lot, even though I always know to come to the studio by maybe giving my views, but I want to salute everyone who is participating here. I want to say that the show consists of very mature people. I want to salute you on that. And I want to encourage you to continue that way. Some of you are mature enough even to advise some of our brothers in UDA. I think some of our brothers in UDA leave their brain just because of politics. I think even if you have, even if you are a politician, just go to just join the politics, but go with your brain. I think so. Some of us, some of these politicians, I think they drop their brain somewhere as they join politics because you think the eyes are closed. Concerning the age, I saw somebody talking about the age. There's this example of maybe somebody come and maybe if you have a company, somebody may work as these people come for attachment maybe. And we have seen somebody has worked so well, and then maybe you get an advice from someone that this person has worked so well as in attachment, so let us not disturb him, let us not tusimsumbue, amefanya kazi vizuri sana in attachment. Unajua sasa tukiamsob sasa hiyo ni kumsumbua sana. I think that is the same thing that guy was talking about, that Raila has worked so well. He was contradicting himself. Raila has worked so well, let us not disturb him. We need people who have worked so well, maybe. According to me, we just need people who have worked so well. You cannot deny somebody a chance because he has worked so well, and then you want to give somebody a chance who has not worked so well. So that person, I don't know what he was talking about. Concerning the video you have just played, I think the polls are always right when they favor our deputy president, but when they favor Raila Odinga in that way, then the state, everything is working for Raila, the state and everything in Kenya. When you have seen that always. Concerning Kabogo and Moses Kuria, today I was watching a clip from Moses Kuria was being interviewed by Citizen TV. He talked about Kenya Kwanza is Kenya Kwanza when they are campaigning for presidency, but when it comes to these other seats, then it becomes UDA. And then he talked of that is conmanship. And you have seen people from the other side calling Azimio people conmen. Yet a child inside UDA is calling the same UDA conmanship. So who are the conmen in that case? If your own child is calling you a conman and you are calling other people conmen, and so I've seen Kabogo and Moses Kuria. They have realized that the going is getting tough, and when the going gets tough, the toughs get going, and the only way to become tough in politics is to become relevant, and you become relevant when you join your people and you work together. So there is no option for Kabogo and Moses Kuria than to join their people and work the same direction. Just like a friend of ours has said there, they are soon coming back. Concerning the media, Bernard, I want to say that media is very important. Where I'm staying, I don't have TV, I don't have radio, but I always know everything going on in Kenya through social media. So if somebody blocks you today, Bernard, I can say that I'll miss a lot, because from what Mutembe TV posts, just leave alone this live show, from what you post alone, I get a lot every day. In fact, I consume a lot of bundle on social media just to know what is happening in Kenya. So media is a very important thing, including the social media. So blocking the media, that's something of the past, and that shows you the type of government we are going to have if at all we want to elect Kenya Kwanza, somebody who is blocking media. So thank you very much. Hayo ndio yangu kwa sasa, na waomba tu muendelee hivyo, tuwe watu ambao wako machua, tuachane na propaganda. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Thank you very much, Bwana Silas. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you, the people in the comment section. Please, let's keep it sane. We appreciate those of you who are inviting others to watch. Please, let's keep it up. Let's keep that number rising so that every Kenyan will get informed. Let's listen now to this presser, and then we tusikize huyo CD.
But as you know, we have quite a bit of some engagements that could not allow us to have this statement read earlier than now. We of course apologize for the lateness. Now this is a press release issued in Nairobi on Monday, June 20th, 2022. And I'm sure you can see the leadership of Mlembe Nation, led by Musalia Mudavadi, party leader of ANC, and a senior member, or rather a partner of Kenya Kwanza. On my right, you will see Senator Moses Wetangula, party leader Ford Kenya, and a senior partner in Kenya Kwanza. Members from Mlembe Nation who have together put together this statement that I'm about to read. The statement by Mlembe Nation on the diabolic conspiracies of Raila Odinga against the community. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we called you here today for you to pass the following message to Azimio presidential candidate Raila. In the message we ask, what is it that 6 million Mlembe Nation community hasn't done for Honorable Raila Odinga in particular and the Odinga family in general that he has made it an obsession to hate, demean, discriminate, isolate and frustrate leaders from the community? What form of absolution should the community offer you, Raila, in order to restrain you from roaring retribution that you continue to visit on the community leaders? This is a community and its leadership that has stood with you and your family to the last person throughout your troubled political career. Even when others have declared you a political pariah, an abomination, and a leper, the Mlembe Nation didn't desert you. They instead embraced you as one of their own, to the extent you mockingly claim to be more of a Mlembe breed than the native Mlembe woman or man. You have never been short of insults. The more the community has struggled to shield you, the more you have abused their hospitality. If they aren't chicken you ensnare with morsels of maize grains, but because they have chosen a different political path away from you, then they are abundantly primitive enough to breed like locusts. Mr. Raila, if this isn't enough, isn't ingrained sadism, then it isn't far from being the practice of modern day narcissism. And Kenyans should take note and beware. Because to you, the Mlembe Nation is cheap. You have traded with their electoral numbers to negotiate entry into government after every cycle. Once ensconced in power, you have given little regard to the community, never shared the spoils for you other than a scorn. This is what you did to achieve the infamous handshake. The dividends of the handshake have never been shared with your NASA partners. You are not embarrassed that your own county of Siaya had 3 cabinet secretaries, courtesy of the handshake, at the expense of 4 Mlembe counties which have no cabinet secretary. This is in addition to other uncountable blam appointments in all levels of government. Instead, you scheme to kill NASA to stop a son of Mlembe rising to presidency. To you, as long as Mlembe leaders aren't supporting you, they are criminals ab initio, but are weupe kama pamba if they are your lapdogs. We have not forgotten how you demeaned our late hero, His Excellency Michael Kijana Wamalwa, by unleashing extreme violence at the Fort Kenya Party meeting in Thika in 1995 with a view of snatching the party from him. You exported your signature of violence to a Kenya Kwanza meeting held at Jacaranda grounds, Nairobi on Sunday, yesterday, with a view of zoning some regions in the country. Because the Murembe nation has charted a different political path in this year's general elections, your insults have become personal. When Honorable Musalia Mudavadi makes a passionate case against runaway economic hardships suffered by majority Kenyans, then he is a howling dog to you. He isn't the only one who continues to be ridiculed by you. Others have fared extremely badly in your deceit. Honorable Moses Wetangula received a nasty thank you when you dethroned him as minority leader in Senate. This is despite the NASA agreement apportioning the position to the Fort Kenya partner. Then followed a season of agency and a trophy against Murembe leaders. You removed Chris Wamalwa as a National Assembly Deputy Minority Leader. Attrition befell Cleophas Malala as Senate Deputy Minority Leader. And I, Benjamin Wachali, thrown out as the National Assembly Majority Chief Whip at your instigation. Maybe to an extent I will just want to explain that there is someone who replaced me, and that person or that honorable is now a member of ODM, and that tells you easily who was interested in my position. This was at the instigation, your instigation, behest, and
Okay, for the record, those are not leaders for the Luo community. They purport to be, and in my opinion, they don't speak on my behalf. I'm a lawyer, and I don't see how grown-ups can go call a press conference to discuss an individual about their inability to perform as leaders. It is the worst of them all, and wish them well in their cry. But if you are incompetent, you are incompetent. It doesn't matter how much you call press conference and cry with the name of one person, and with claims that are neither here or there. Wachali was a chief whip for Jubilee, not ODM. Also, how did Raila get involved in him being the whipped? I don't know, but I think we need to, we deserve better than that as a community. And so such people, they just need to go where they are, in the dustbin where they are running fast to get to, in my humble opinion. Aina. CDE, Aina, how are you?
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
How are you today?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm okay. You're hiding your face.
Oh, that's great. Asante sana. Actually, this is my first time for participating in this debate. Yeah, I happen to have been invited by one of the participants, who is actually my uncle, and I appreciate. So I want to begin by saying that I want to actually comment on a number of events or happenstances that actually took place. To begin, are you getting me?
Yes, although there's some delay from your end.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Hello?
Carry on quickly, please. Speak up.
Yeah, sasa like I want to say that whatever happened today shows that in Kenya Kwanza coalition there is no transparency and there is no transparency in short because how can somebody who is seeking uh, a public office hold a private meeting which excludes the media? So it shows us that there is some private agenda or there is some kind of machinations that they are trying to do what to further. Sasa hiyo inatuambia kwamba like hawana transparency compared to the Azimio coalition, unaona. Then on the issue of Kabogo and Moses Kuria, actually I really and I've always admired the intelligence of Moses Kuria because he's kind of that leader mwenye akiona kama mambo yanaenda vibaya he'll actually stand out and say that this and this is not actually good, and that's who he is. He stands his ground. He stands his ground. Sasa like hiyo inatuambia kwamba the Kenya Kwanza coalition hawana transparency, and the reason as to why Moses Kuria and Kabogo in the recent past have not been attending Kenya Kwanza rallies is because as in what they were promised, there's no guarantee in what they were promised. If you look at the Kenya Kwanza coalition kind of agreement, you'll find that in most of their posters or banners, it's only UDA. There's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is just being used as a scapegoat or maybe as an excuse, but in real sense, they are furthering the UDA agenda, of which suppose Ruto assumes the office as the next president of the republic, then there's a guarantee that ataruka kina Mudavadi, kina Wetangula, and other coalition partners. He'll tell them that, look, guys, I vied on a UDA ticket and not a Kenya Kwanza ticket. Unaona? So there's a possibility of him kuruka kina Wetangula and Mudavadi and the rest. So I agree with Honorable Moses Kuria and Kabogo for not attending or for boycotting the UD rallies because there's no transparency. And if it was I in the same position with Honorable Moses Kuria and Kabogo, I'd have done the same thing they're doing. Yeah, and I believe they are coming home soon. They are coming to Azimio and they'll be in Azimio soon. That is a guarantee based on whatever is happening. Then I also want to comment on the issue of IEBC and the degree debate that is going on. Actually, the Sakaja, you know, in the past 1 week or few days, there is a debate that has been going on about Sakaja not having a degree and all that. So I want to say that if Sakaja had a degree and had graduated as he purports to have graduated or maybe possess a degree, why is it hard or why is it becoming difficult for him to actually prove to the Commission of University Education and even the authorities or institutions concerned with verifying the papers? Why is it so hard for him to prove it to the public? Huh? Why is he going around the bush like this and that? Suppose he got real papers. Huh? Yeah, so this tells us that Sakaja does not have real and genuine papers, and instead, those are just trumped up papers and manufactured papers. Yeah, that's what I can say based on that issue of verification of degree and IBC. Then on the same note, on whatever the IBC said yesterday, they don't actually have the mandate to prove or to actually verify or the degree or even the papers. the institutions or the bodies that are supposed to verify the papers, we have the DCI and the DPP and Commission of University Education. They are the authorities or bodies or institutions who are tasked with the authority of actually verifying the papers. So IEBC hawana power hapo, and it was good for them to actually distance themselves from that issue. Then on the pressure that you've just displayed, I've actually gone through that press, and I want to say that Mudavadi and co are just a disgrace to Mulembe Nation and this country at large, because how could they, or how can they lecture Honorable Raila? How can they lecture Baba like that? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. So for someone like Mudavadi, I mean, it just doesn't add up. Yeah, because Raila has been for the good of this nation. He has been good for the Western people, and I don't see where he has gone wrong, or maybe where he has done them wrong. So there's no need of them to lecture Raila as far as Western is concerned. And I believe as we speak now, as things stand, Raila is still going to score high in Western. And the other, I think it was early this month or late May, where Raila was in Western, and you saw it. It was in the media. You saw it. He commands a lot of people. He commands a lot of numbers from Western, and majority of Westerners actually are backing his bid for the presidency, and I believe he's going to go high from the Western region. Asante, I know we'll still continue deliberating as time goes by. Those are actually my views and opinions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana. We appreciate that. It's good. Please mute your mic. Okay, thank you. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike na aelewe kinachoendelea. Ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba watu wanaojiita viongozi they are behaving like Wetangula and Mudavadi, Washiali, and that group of people who purport to be the leaders for the Mulembe Nation. The Mulembe Nation leadership was declared at Buhungu 2. And if you missed Buhungu 2, you are not in the current state of who are the leaders for the Mulembe Nation. Mudavadi and Weta were taxed by the Kenya Kwanza fraternity to deliver 70% of the vote. That's what they need to concentrate on, not to try and malign one Raila Odinga. If there is anybody who has been generous to the Mulembe whatever nation in terms of providing leadership and issuing slots to the Mulembe Nation, is Raila Odinga, who made Mudavadi deputy prime minister. But Raila Odinga, the fallout between William Ruto and Raila Odinga was because of Musalia Mudavadi being made deputy prime minister. Ruto wanted to be given that slot. And then you turn around and begin to cry to the Mulembe Nation. I think as Luya people, we need to call these people for what they are. They are the conmen they are complaining about, and they want to whip emotions to try and see whether they can add up to their 2% to make it 5%. There is no way they are going to get the 70%. They should prepare for that. When they explain to their master, if they need to return the money they were given, warudishe tu mapema. Hakuna mtu anaenda kufuata. We don't follow cowards, and we don't follow confused people. And I speak that in my own capacity as Bernard. Na kama kuna shida ukuje kuniona. Na I'm sure Atwoli is going to give Atwoli, who is our leader, is going to give a statement tomorrow in response to that madness. Felix Ochieng, habari ya leo?
Yeah. Hope kila mtu ananipata sasa.
That's better. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening everyone. Kwanza wacha nianze na hiyo video nimeweka ya the Mulembe Nation, the address. It's so unfortunate that the big leaders, national leaders like Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula wanaweza kuwa kwa that kind of group. So unfortunate. Then what I noticed with the address is like was it like a threat? It was a threat against one person, then incitement kind of, yeah, because Luos and Luyas, they've been living as brothers and sisters for a long time. In fact, even the intermarriages, we just intermarry very freely. But the kind of the statement is like you incite Luyas against Luos, because it was not advised actually. So unfortunate. Then, as people always say, it's very hard to be Raila Odinga. You do this, you're being blamed. You do good, you're being blamed. You do this, you're being blamed. But for that case, let's just leave for, let God will be the judge. Let's not talk about it that much. I may relate it on today's meeting. I saw a meeting where Kina Clevers, Malala and Sakaja hold hapa Nairobi. But I will just point out the statement Sakaja alisema. It's so much unfortunate, because alikuwa anasema siji Babu Wino, siji Embakasi East. There are so many lawyers in Embakasi East, but they decided they decided to support Luo, siji somebody alitumia very bad term. And again, instead of Malala kusema vote a lawyer in Embakasi East, is saying to vote Mureithi. So I'm failing to understand, is a Mureithi a lawyer? Atasaidia mlawyer aje akivotia Mureithi, Francis Mureithi? You know, there are some comments which does not make sense at all. In fact, if you are idealist, it's better make your point and just move on, because the much you talk, the more unaharibu. Yeah, back to today's motions. Let me start with the Kabogo. I think Kabogo ni mtu anakuanga very independent minded. There are some very few people. I wondered how they joined William Ruto. I think regional. I don't understand, because if you've been following Kabogo closely, ni mtu anakuanga at least very independent minded, and hata statements zake zinakuanga na a lot of wisdom. So the moment alikuwa embarrassed by that rally, I think Kabogo will make some steps backward. I think he wants to retreat. With the time, Kabogo will make the step fully. In fact, after that, the following day, Kabogo had a certain rally, I think in Thika, of which he said he has come to Thika to address his supporters. That is yet to make another move. He has come to consult with them and tell them that he is already making another move. Let's wait for the move. We are not sure if he could join Azimio or something else. Then, from the body language, just some few minutes ago, Kabogo was at NTV being interviewed. Kabogo said very well that there's a game being played by the UDA. Actually, that's mwenye ajai kwa keen na siasa ya Ruto should just see that one publicly, because Ruto akienda mahali like Western is giving some room to the NC leaders, but in Mount Kenya ameweka hivi, yani you cannot huwezi ongea anything about your party, just specifically for those who have their political parties within Mount Kenya. So I think to some extent Ruto amewaingiza box, anataka wote wakuwe kama huko UDA hauko na yeye. So I think by including the TSP and chama cha Jibebe is like was just a way to make sure all the Kikuyus, all the people from the central vote in one block. Because about the issue of being dictatorial, is not Kabogo the first person complaining about it. Moses Kura is complaining about it. Kiunjuri also complained about it before. So it's something known, and somebody with the righteous senses lazima one who the UDA and their party, the official are. Ruto kicks media house in his political forum. This is so unfortunate for a national leader who wants to be a president. It's the same Ruto who was complaining about the media biasness, the same Ruto mistreating them. So I'm asking myself, unataka kuwa the media houses to be fair for what reason, and you are mistreating them? You know, media houses are what? They are private business. They can decide to give you coverage or not. But when they decide to give you the coverage and you mistreat them, they can decide to do whatever they want with their coverage. Two, when Ruto kicked up the media, the first question you ask yourself, ni nini alikuwa anataka kusema yenye hataki kuwa covered? You know, if you are a Kenyan citizen, you must get what your leaders talk about. Ask yourself, ni nini alikuwa anataka kusema without the coverage? It means there's some things Ruto was planning to say, to tell his supporters and the affiliates, yenye haikuwa anataka ikuwe covered. Yani, I think ingeleta a lot of issues with the Kenyans. Then about Azimio in Kajiado, it was a good reception. I think Baba is just having support everywhere right now as we speak. He's getting support everywhere, but especially Kajiado has been voting for Baba ever since. I think we never expected opposite. It was excellent. I was happy seeing all the Azimio leaders, top leadership in that political rally. It was a good one. Then last one, IEBC readiness. I think personally, I feel the IEBC are ready. They are planning to do their responsibility as required by the law. So let us just give them time, and let's support them where necessary. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Felix. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Njiru alafu turudi kwa mkururo wetu. Asante sana. Bwana Njiru, are you ready? You seem to be on a call.
Niko sawa Bernard. Bernard, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, let me begin by addressing, kuna kijana amekuja hapa, alikuwa anaitwa Graft, ama ni Graft. Na nimwambie Graft ya kwamba one of the qualification ya kukua kiongozi ni lower age limit, sio upper age limit. For you to become a president in Kenya, unafaa kukua na miaka 35 and above. Lakini upper limit, hiyo inakuanga defined na your mental capacity, your ability and other things. So upper limit, we cannot define it. As long as you are healthy and you are stable, you can think, so we cannot talk much about that. Na ndio unaona, even in many countries, by the way, for your information, unajua, when we are talking of age, age comes with wisdom na vitu zingine. So huyo kijana vile amekuja ameongea hivyo, I think he is lacking information. Raila can work on himself. Anafanya even, he can even do 3 rallies in a day. Hata I even wonder even some young people here have the energy which that guy has. So saa zingine evaluate the energy and what somebody is doing. Ni watu wangapi hapa anaweza enda kwa mkutano kama hiyo iko Kajiado na asiende kulala na kesho wako. You know, ukiangalia itinerary ya Raila Odinga, huyo mzee hajawahi pumzika from I think 2013. Anakuanga tu akitembea from point to point. So hata watu wengine wanataka kukuja hapa kuanzia ati kumu-demean and they have done nothing in this society. Unajua saa zingine unajua pia ukikuja kudemean mtu, I would like you also to tell us what you have done in your life. Ili sasa tuanzie sasa kucollect, lakini usikuje tu kutuambia ati huyu mtu atumutaki sababu ya hii. Let's talk of policy na vitu vingine. So nilikuwa nataka kujibu huyo graft. You are not supposed to come and tell organized people that way. Wale watu wako hapa hatutaki kukuja kuambia story ya miaka na nini. Age is just a number, as people say in different perspective. Hiyo vitu vingine it depends with the convincing capacity. Niongee story ya Waluya. So kuna kitu inaendelea hapa, and I want Kenyans to understand. Ruto atacheza sympathy politics mpaka date 9. Na hiyo story imeanza jana wakajipiga ili walete propaganda sijui ya mawe, then hapo wakainitiate huyu Pastor Mwai ati alete hiyo prophecy yake fake. And for your information, and I'm very categoric here in a national TV, Pastor Mwai, whoever anaenda kwa hiyo kanisa amekosea watu sana. Hiyo kanisa, hiyo population yote, sio kila mtu anasupport Ruto. I want to tell you, in all that church, niliona watu karibu 1,000. So there is no, hiyo ni kukosea waumini. Na ndio mimi nasema hata kama as a pastor, even if uko affiliated, usilete story kama hizo and unacheza clip ya mtu pale mbele. That one was very wrong. Hiyo, it is becoming partisan in a pulpit. And I want to tell people, kama kuna mtu anaenda Jesus winner, you people mwanzie kufikiria vile mutatoa huyo pastor. Otherwise hiyo kanisa inaenda kuisha. I'm not a pastor, but I can say hiyo kanisa, it is on a downhill. You cannot do that. Uwezi anzia kucheza clip. Zile screen ambazo tunaweka Biblia, zile screen ambazo tunaweka hymn, hizo screen ni za kuweka mahymn na kuweka matangazo. Unaanzia kuweka matapeli mbele hapo tuwaone. You know, there is something I want Kenyans to visualize. Let me tell you, mimi hata ningekuwa mhubiri saa hii, siwezi cheza Raila pale mbele. Raila nitamumake huko nje kwingine, lakini sitaenda kumweka pale mbele ya madhabahu nikisema tunachagua huyu. Hata zile kanisa ambazo zina support Raila, I know they will not do that. It is very wrong, by the way. Uwezi anzia kucheza pastor nini, kiongozi wa kisiasa pale mbele. No, that one was wrong. So history ingine ya Waluya sasa, nataka Waluya kwanza muelewe hiyo story Wachari anaongea hapo ni uongo. Number 1, amesema ati Siaya kuna 3 cabinet secretaries. Ni wagani yao? No, amesema kwa hiyo clip nani Bernard amecheza hapa, amesema ati Siaya wako na 3 cabinet secretaries. Nataka mtu aniambie hapa cabinet secretaries 3 saa hii wako kwa serikali na wako na wanatoka Siaya. Ili sasa sababu nataka sasa hapa Waluya sasa hata ili wakati sasa mnasikiliza hawa watu, because kuna narrative wana create. Hao watu kiwaangalia ile kitu wanafanya, wana try sasa ku create enmity ya Waluya wale wanapigia Raila So they want to create now that block. So ni ile 70% wameitishwa, wanajaribu ku galvanize. So what they are doing, utaongea Felix, ngojea kidogo. So na umesikia,
just clarification too. Will you allow me please? On the cabinet secretaries, just clarification tafadhali. Just okay. 1 minute for clarification on the same points.
Okay, Sema. Okay, Sema.
Okay. About cabinet secretaries, I think our anaongelea about 3 cabinet secretaries. That is George Magoha. We have Rachel Omamo and Raphael Tuju. So my clarification is these cabinet secretaries were not appointed by Raila Odinga. These cabinet secretaries were appointed by the Jubilee government even before the handshake. So there's no one who should be having the right to open the mouth and talk about this one, because Raila Odinga has no any appointive right as we speak. So all these things are just politics to make clear that Raila is against lawyers and likes the law. You see that? Okay, that is the clarification I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Lakini ukisikiliza hiyo clip wamesema 3 cabinet secretaries from Siaya. Go to it again. Unataka uone the packaging of the lies. Then kutoka hapo wakasema ati wakaanzia kuleta history ya from 1995. Wanasema story ya chama. Huyu Washiari doesn't know the chaos which happened in Ford Kenya. He doesn't know the theory about that. The chaos which happened, it was because of multipartism, which people were fighting. Now, I don't want to talk about this, I don't want to educate people who don't want to know about history. Na walisema wataki historia history. The reason why Ford Kenya, kulikuwa na watu walikuwa nataka kununuliwa pande ya Moi, and it is known. So some of those wrangles, it was because of there was some intra-party issues which were happening. So Washiari should bring all the things which were happening. And now the ruling party KANU that time was sponsoring chaos on this other direction. So those are the things that they need to tell people. Kuliko sasa kukuja kuanzia kusema, actually Raila Odinga that time he was fighting for his life. That was the time when he had just came from Aseram in Europe. Na alikuwa amekuja Kenya and in this issue. So you lawyers and we are my friends, you have to look through this rise. Whatever akina Musalia Mudavadi wanafanya saa hii, they want to reduce the votes ya baba huko by creating propaganda and wanting to create a workable propaganda for them. So and we need to call them because of the lies which they are saying. Sababu hata ukiangalia hii uongo ni mingi sana. They stood on the camera and tried, na then wanasema hata story ya vile hata ati pesa ya chama ilikataliwa nayo. And I think pesa ya chama, there are issues, there are committees which sit and talk about those issues. And coming to hit the issues and saying that they have been doing a lot of royalty with Raila Odinga, na ni kama ati Raila ati anawatesa. Wao ndio wanajitesa because they have gone into the wrong direction. Sasa wanasikia baridi. Sasa wewe uko nje kwa winter, alafu sasa wewe unakataa kuingia kwa nyumba, alafu unasema unaangukiwa na snow kwa kichwa na kichwa inauma, alafu sasa unaanzia kusema mtu amekutoa nje. What we see here, these guys, it is the heat they are feeling. Na sasa hii heat wana feel, they are in a crossroad. They don't know what to do. Their party has been swallowed by UDA, and na wawezi rudi hii pande ingine ya Azimio, and they don't have anything. So they want just to be in that state of limbo, and uchaguzi iishe, at least waone what they can harvest. So they are just guys in denial. They cannot galvanize lawyers because I know they will not manage. And UDA on the other side, imewa sideline, and they know they cannot achieve 70%. So ni majamaa wako uchi. Huyo tu ni mtu tu wako uchi, and he cannot do anything. And I think pressure, it should now make lawyers to vote Raila Odinga 95%. Sasa hii story sasa tunasikia ati hata huko akina Kakamega, people like hawa akina Chris Wamarwa, they should be voted zero, wafai kupata chochote. Hata vile ati nimesikia ati they even ati wanasema ati walitolewa kwa viti ati na Raila Odinga. Chris Wamarwa should get zero. Huyu nani this Wetangura should get zero. Wetangura should not be even elected as a senator, because those are the people who are misleading lawyers. For your information, mtu anaenda analipwa peke yake, then after umenunuliwa, you post as a community spokesman. That is what these guys are doing. Huyu mtu alikula, he was paid alone, lakini sasa anakuja kujifanya ati anatetea waluya. So you want now to take lawyers for free. You take lawyers for free and you mortgage them. You get money, you eat alone. And then even hata in case hata waende watengeneze serikali kule watakula peke yao. So we are now seeing an exact case of mortgaging of a community by people with self-interest. Na waluya itabidi waone hii kitu ni kitu extremely dangerous. A whole community is being mortgaged by one person or by a group of two guys who have no character. Na ukiangalia watu wote, they have scandals by the way. Musalia Mudavadi hatujasahau alikula kaburi. Huyo besti mwingine Sosa hatujasahau alikula embassy. We have not forgotten. So huyu Washiari hata yeye najua kuna scandal. So hii Kenya kuisha, all these things which are happening, they are people who have no character and the people who we need to reject in totality. They are in denial. And let me tell you, lawyers, you have an opportunity to send Musalia Mudavadi to political oblivion. Musalia Mudavadi should retire forever. We should not see him in the Kenyan politics in near future. Na naomba hata Raila Odinga akipata hii serikali, hata kutokezea hadi kama kitu yoyote, Musalia Mudavadi should not be given any post in the government. Wacha huyo jamaa aende akasiage miwa kama akafanya kitu kingine. He is the source of the problems we are having now. He has gone to give mtu ambaye alipinga bottom up economy. Sasa sasa ndiye ameenda kupea sijui ati bottom up hewa na kusema ati Ruto ni mtu mzuri. The same alafu sasa lastly hii story, hii barua imeandikwa ya deputy president kutumia vitu ya serikali. We are aware deputy hii barua ya kina Junet Mohamed, it is quite in order. They are using government property and the government things to campaign, and you are not allowed to do that. So for us to have an equal ground, wacha Ruto atumie pesa yake, Ruto atumie chopa zake na atumie gari zake. Au akina Didmus Kamara tuliona hata waliblank gari za CDF. So we are aware that watu wengi sana wa KKA wanatumia magari ya serikali, even the governors wanatumia vitu ya serikali. People have to stop doing that. We have to be in a level ground and we cannot allow it. So hiyo barua ya Junet Mohamed, we want to see the action. Story IEBC, 22 million people, we are very aware that those votes zitakuwa collected mzuri, hiyo register itaoshwa kabisa, and then we hope that the IEBC is going to give us a credible election, because mimi mwenyewe I'm not sure IEBC will be able to give us a credible election. Mimi, all what I'm calling for is tutokeze tuchague Raila Odinga na over 70%, ili hata wakiamua kuiba ishindikane. Lakini hii story ya 52 na 53, it is dangerous. Let's give Raila 70%. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bonanjir. We appreciate it. And just for the record, before we bring in Mora, it is in 2002. Word has it that Kibaki offered Raila Odinga vice presidency, and he refused. He couldn't betray Omolo Kijana to be vice president. ODM as a party, the Secretary General is a lawyer. The chairman of ODM in Nairobi is a lawyer. We seem to be the people running the party. Paranya is the deputy party leader of ODM, the party that is led by Raila Odinga. So I don't see why our Shiali and team are crying for. they should tell us who is the chairman of Ford Kenya, who is the chairman of ANC, who is the Secretary General. Where is the face of Kenya in Ford Kenya? Where is the face of Kenya in ANC? They should tell us about that. Secondly, they are crying for being removed from minority leader. How do you want to be a minority leader when you are the only senator of your party, and you are in the Senate? You're given a privilege to be a minority leader, and then you will demean the senators. The senators remove you, then you blame Raila Odinga. Is Raila Odinga in the Senate? Does he have a vote in the Senate to determine who becomes what? Kenyans needs to accept people for what they are. Deni lile walichukua Sugoi walipe wenyewe. Sisi hatuwatuma huko kama Waluya walichukua miguu yao miwili wenyewe wakatembea Sugoi wakakula nyama ya wenyewe. Wenye nyama ndio wanadai 70%. Deliver 70% or return the money. History ya kwanza kulialia hapa, oh, Raila this, Raila that, Raila this, Raila that. Raila did not send you to Sugoi. Raila did not ask you to accept the money from Sugoi. Return the money or give them the 70% of the votes, of which even in your nightmare, it cannot happen. So wake up and realize that mulicheza mbaya, mtafundishwa. The Luo community is not going to be mortgaged by people who are short-sighted, tumbograts who wants to go and feed themselves, mortgaging the destiny of the Luo community. We stand more to gain with the Raila Odinga leadership than the Sugoi man's leadership. What has the Sugoi man brought for the Luo community since he's been deputy president for 10 years? Look at the cabinet secretary gave you. A standard 6 dropout, a chaser. Makes him the minister for what? I mean, of all insults, what an insult. The Luo community leads in matters education. Look at the education institutes in Kenya. Most of the heads are lawyers. Then you go and get us as a illiterate person, make him minister. That's mocking the community. And then you go and dance there as mature as you are, Mudavadi and Weta, to go and claim that you have your interest is more catered for at Sugoi than with Raila Odinga. I think you people you are insulting your age. You need respect yourself. If you don't want to be insulted, respect yourselves. It is demeaning for elderly people to call a press conference to discuss one man for no apparent reason. Deliver the 70% you promised. If you can't deliver, murudishe pesa ile mulipewa. Hii election ishamalizwa. And you will not deliver that. Even if they give you 100 years, you will not deliver the 70%. So rudisheni pesa ya wenyewe, mkarudi nyumbani, mkapande sukuma wiki na onions. Baba amesema ataleta value addition production. So pandeni vitunguu, pandeni miwa, miasi itaanza kufanya kazi, nzoa itaanza kufanya kazi, mkue wakulima. Lakini pesa ya wenyewe mrudishe. Waluya waendi na nyinyi kokote kule. Mora uko gizani. It seems Mora is not there. Aya, Wahana?
Yeah, hello. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, I would like to deal with the press statement which has been issued by the Mr. Washiadi. And first of all, I think they brought in somebody who was very much incoherent in his reading. They should have brought somebody who is able to read, because the way you are reading your statement, you should be coherent enough so that your intended audience can be able to understand what we are saying, because I was unable to follow him for most of the times. And I think that statement is out of desperation, because I think they have found the chicken has come home to roost. All of those who are in Kwanzaa, and they are trying to create some reasons as to why they were unsuccessful in their bid with their cheerleader, Mr. Ruto, to get the presidency. So they are trying to come up with some reasons as to why they could not make it. And on the other side, they are trying to create, to show Laida as a very, very bad person, so that they can see whether they can shift some of the votes, the Ruya Nation vote towards them, because there is a demand by one Ruto of 70%, which they have to deliver, which is practically impossible. And that's why they came with that precious statement. Now, if I go to Ruto this earlier today, I think we can always we can all show how the bitterness of Ruto is now showing out clearly, and he's unable to hide it, because he can see where the writing is on the wall that he's not going to make it. This is the person who was recently complaining that he's not given coverage, but when the fourth estate goes to cover him, he's the person who is kicking them out, saying that this is in mambo ya nyumbani, you are not needed. So, and I think that when they went out to discuss something, and I think that they went in to console themselves, because they aren't going nowhere. Because you see, Kenya Kwanza, UDA, before they became Kenya Kwanza, they have been competing against themselves. And obviously, when you compete against yourself, you always be the winner. And that's what has been happening with UDA in the mountain. So Ruto has seen that he's going nowhere. And even after 2022, the chances of him 2027 is not there. So that's why he's doing everything to see whether he can get something. Now, to come to Kuria, Kabogo, and Kijori, I think I'll refer to these guys as the three bride mice. Why I refer to them is that they have been forcing their way to Ruto all along. But Ruto has been playing them and using them, because he did not want them anywhere near to be influential, because they were to take some votes from UDA. And UDA, Ruto want all yellow jackets everywhere. So that's why their crowd now full. But they got themselves to blame, because they should have seen on in the first place. Yeah, these people were better. In fact, they were better with Azimio than trying to get to Ruto. The other thing is about. I was very happy with Laira and Karoa in Kajiado. Very happy today, and I think everything is clear where we are heading in on the 9th of August, and it is clear we should be up by probably 60-70%, and that's what I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Anna. We appreciate it. Let's get this video before Wangira comes in.
Commission has formally concluded the audit of the voters register and now reveals that there are just over 22 million registered voters for the 2022 election. So the report by the KPMG audit firm has also indicated that there were uncommon illegal transfers in at least 12 counties, affecting scores of voters. The more than 100,000 transfers affected, among other counties, we have Nairobi, Wajir, Mandera, and Nyeri. 3 IEBC officials are said to be charged in court of offences relating to the illegal transfers of voters. The IEBC has reassured stakeholders, though, that the digital register is now in good shape and is safe.
Just 49 days to the general election, the IEBC has released its final voter numbers. Out of 27.85 million eligible voters, 22.12 million have successfully registered to vote in the elections. These voters will cast their votes in 46,232 polling stations spread across the country, an increase from the 40,233 stations last elections. The number of registered voters in the diaspora has more than doubled from 4,223 in 2017 to 10,444 this year. The same is reflected in the number of voters in prison, rising from 5,182 in 2017 to 7,483 in 2022. The figures also represent a disparity in the number of men and women registered to vote, with men representing the bulk of the voters at 50.88% and women with 49.12%. The audit of the register undertaken by KPMG also revealed a number of anomalies, including the listing of 246,465 dead voters who have since been struck off the register. 12 counties, including Wajir, Nairobi, Nakuru, Murang'a, Nyandarua, Kakamega, Laikipia, Nandi, Mandera, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu and Kiambu were flagged for having abnormal voter transfers of over 103,000 voters, an exercise that the IEBC says could have been done in collusion with 3 staff members.
Such as one, Nairobi, there was also Wajir, there was also Mandera, there was also Garissa. And also there is this area of Nyeri. So those are actually areas that were actually affected. And actually I think you might have witnessed that some of them were actually complaining, even in the media, especially that time when you gave them opportunity to go and verify themselves. Now, right away, even as we speak, inspection of the register of voter is still continuous. Means that you can be able to check through SMS platform as well as a web portal to check your state.
Our suspects, about 3 officers, we are actually finalizing investigations, and they'll be apprehended to face the law, especially in those areas the CEO has mentioned. So that
the IEBC was taken to task over its decision to not avail physical copies of the voter register. The IEBC has indicated that it will use a digital register in this general election. Stakeholders, however, question the legality of this decision, accusing the IEBC of making this crucial decision without consulting stakeholders.
Sadly, I am concerned what would happen on voting day if there was a failure of technology, as has happened before, and you have voting going on in some parts of the country and voting not taking off in other parts of the country, and you do not have physical registers, so it is impossible to start any voting in any area, and the catastrophic effects that would have. Has the Commission thought of those possibilities and how catastrophic that would be?
The IEBC says the digital register is informed by weaknesses in the physical one that are prone to abuse.
In the electronic KIMS kit, when a voter comes and has been identified, that record is archived. You cannot come again and use identified to come and vote again. But in digital, in physical register, it's even possible because it depends on the collusion. The people who are actually there, you can even strike again the same voter who has actually been who has already voted, and therefore this one gives you assurance that once you have already voted, your record is archived. You cannot come again. If you come again, the KIMS kit is actually going to alarm and make noise, and people are going to confirm what is this all about.
IEBC says it will hold further stakeholder consultations, especially over the system of the identification of voters. This, as the Commission says, it is now set to gazette the voters register by Wednesday this week. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Wangira, karibu. Is it good news from Chebukati or what?
I will discuss Chebukati in a short while. Bernard, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
How is everybody? Bernard, yesterday I missed you because I had a question for you. And now because you are here before I embark on my deliberations, Bernard, I want to ask you, because you are minister of the word, and you know, we always you are either talking about God's prophecy or the will of God. Yesterday I heard a church minister in the name of Pastor Mwai saying on the pulpit kwamba mimi sibahatishangi. The word is mimi sibahatishangi, in reference to the win of William Samoei Ruto come the 9th of August 2022. Then I just want to know, biblically, where does this word mimi sibahatishangi fall? That's your homework as I move on my deliberation for the day. Bernard, we are 48 days to the next general election, and I'll term this particular period as disparate times, and disparate times. And because I'm terming it as disparate times, I just want to move a motion here that you allow me to discuss this statement by Wakina Washali as a matter of Luya interest. And because it's a matter of Luya interest, that means that you'll add me 2 extra minutes so that I can interrogate my argument, Bernard. I hope that we are in agreement on that. Okay.
Go ahead. Sir.
Okay, Bernard. You know, I've delayed to come here because I was interrogating that statement word by word. That statement by Wakina Washali. You know, I didn't want to rely on your clip, so I went reading it word by word. And there are issues that are picked from that statement that really concerns me as a Luya who was born in Busia nearly 50 years ago. Bernard, to start with, they are asking if there's anything that the 6 million Luyas have not done for Raila Odinga. That is the question they're asking at their preamble. Then I'm asking, what is this that Raila Odinga has not done for Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula, and Ababu Namwamba, who are among the 4 signatories of that letter? Then I move on, Bernard, to the second area. And in their second area, they go on to accuse Raila Odinga of hate. The word they use is hate. Then they say demeaning. Then they talk of discriminating. Then they talk of isolating. Then they talk of frustrating Luya leaders. Then I'll just be concerned because I know where Raila Odinga picked Musalia Mudavadi from after the 2002 general election. I know how Raila Odinga has managed to make Wetangula the only senator of his own political, the only senator of his political party as the leader of the minority in the Senate. We know how Raila Odinga picked Ababu Namwamba from the political mud and he made him who he is today. So I would be interested to know how Raila Odinga has applied hate, or where he has demeaned the 3 people I've talked about, or where he has discriminated against them, or where he has isolated them or frustrated them as loyal leaders. You know, that will be my concern, because I don't see where Raila has ever hated Musalia Mudavadi, or where he has demeaned Musalia Mudavadi, or where he has discriminated against Musalia Mudavadi, or where he has isolated Musalia Mudavadi, or where he has even frustrated him. And that should apply to even Moses Wetangula and Ababu Wanamwamba. I don't want to talk much about Washali because you know Washali has never been part and parcel to the Raila inner circle. Then they go on to accuse Raila of sadism. And as if that is not enough, they go on to call they go on to accuse Raila of what they call modern day Nazism. you know what Nazism is. You know, Nazism is what was applied by Hitler, and what was part of the cause of the Second World War. So if you're accusing Raila of modern Nazism, then what is this that they mean about Nazism that is in Raila Odinga? Eh? Because my understanding of small history tells me that Nazism was the political principles of what was then the National Socialist Germany Workers' Party under the late Hitler. What is the similarity between this party and perhaps ODM? Or what principles are there that you could compare with what Raila Odinga is doing today to accuse him of, or practicing modern day Nazism? you know you know this thing, really shows you how disparate these guys have become. They are very, very disparate. They know that in the next 48 days their political careers are going to be buried, and buried completely. And this is for sure. Perhaps apart from a guy like Moses Wetangula, whom Moses Wetangula, who is running for Bungoma Senator and who has a 50-50 chance of being elected, the career of Moses Mudavadi, Nini Musalia Mudavadi, the career of Washali, and the career of Ababu Namwamba is being buried on the 9th of August and being buried permanently. And that's why you are seeing them behave in the manner that they are behaving. And Bernard raised a very crucial point that they are purporting to talk on behalf of lawyers who appointed them to be the spokespeople of the lawyer people. Because we know if I had an opportunity to interrogate them, and I would have told them one thing, that because now you are purporting to be speaking on behalf of me and the rest of the 6 million lawyers, then perhaps you could have gone for what we call public participation, seek for the views of the lawyer people before you went ahead to draft such a statement. Secondly, because not many people read statements and not many people take interest in statements, or because of the way they are read and the way they are long, I would advise them to come up with a short version in a booklet form and perhaps in clear language, so that they can distribute that booklet perhaps to our people in the villages, so that perhaps our people in the villages can come to terms with what they were trying to advocate for in their statement, Bernard. And to prove to you that it is disparate time and disparate time, look at the way even William Samoei Ruto is now behaving. The work of the media is to educate, inform, and entertain, just the way this media platform is today informing people and is also educating people. Secondly, the freedom of the press is a protected freedom. And it's not only a freedom under our Bill of Rights. The freedom of press is a right. So that being a right, that right is not granted to the media people by Samoei Ruto. This is it's not William Samoei Ruto giving them that particular right, because this is a right that they enjoy naturally according to our Bill of Rights. So if you hear a guy like William Samoei Ruto asking his security people to chase away the member of the press, then you just see the desperation that is in this man, and even the tune, and even the language that he used, anauliza nani amewaleta hapa, asking the media people nani amewaleta hapa. William Ruto, the media people have been part and parcel to William Ruto entourage for a very, very long time. Is it the first time that he's discovering that the media are being part and parcel to him? You just see a very, 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 very disparate person, and because these are disparate days, and in the next 48 days, they know that we are burying their political careers, and these careers are being buried permanently and permanently. Finally, Bernard, on the issue of, I think I'm now on minute 2, on the issue of the voter register. The issue of the voter register, I've listened to Chebukati. He claims that there could have been a conspiracy between whoever was moving people and members of his staff, and he has said that at least 3 of them are likely to be charged. Now we are being told that the register reads 22 million people. He has not told us whether the dead, the double registered, the duplication, and what have you has been removed. Because if the register was reading 22 million people even before then, and today you are telling us that it's still reading 22 million people, then does it mean that you maintained it intact? Does it mean that now the dead, those people who registered double, those who were registered with documentation that are not there, are still on that register? Those are the questions that perhaps Chebukati needs to answer, so that some of us can be clear on what type of register we are talking about. Then he has also said that this particular register will be electronic. We are not going to have the manual one. And he has given a valid reason. I agree with him that when we vote electronically, then when we use the electronic register, immediately you are identified, then your identification is archived, and that means that you cannot come for the second round. Unlike when we have the manual register, where there could be a collusion between parties at the polling station to allow somebody to vote twice. But again, that does not mean that the collusion will cease. If we want to collude, even if we have archived that you have voted electronically, we could still allow you to vote. So all these issues depend on the good faith of the people who will be running the electoral process that will go to the 9th of August 2022. Because niko na mengi na sijamaliza, wacha nimalizie tu hapo. I'll come second round. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. Appreciate that. Maybe in response to your question, there is a book we did in school called The Concubine. That we had a prophet or a dibia called Akoturumbe. Those of you can remember. And it was that when he was approached, he said he's the final of all prophets. He's able to cure the problem that has defeated everybody. But after his performance, still the victim of everybody who came near Ihoma died as usual. So when you see somebody claiming that Mimi is Batishangi, Mimi is Fanyangi guesswork, that is politics. It's not prophecy. It's not Bible. It's not spirituality. He is trying to brand himself as the in thing and the person to be depended upon. That's not even a Christian attitude. Every person who has been successful in serving God in the history and in the Bible, they always look for an opportunity of making God to be the doer of everything. I will cite something about Daniel. When Nebuchadnezzar was angry that the magicians and all the soothsayers were not able to interpret his dream, Daniel came and said, why is the king in a hurry? Please don't kill anybody. Give us time. We'll give you the answer. Okay. Then when Daniel brought the answer, the king was shocked. Okay, and he tried to make Daniel the doer, or the Hebrew boys the doer of what has happened. They will always say no. They said no. It is with God who has given us the wisdom and the knowledge to interpret hard sentences. So when you see somebody referring to himself, projecting themselves, and marketing themselves, they have stopped being servants of God. They have stopped serving God interest. They are serving their personal interest, and that makes them a wrong number as far as Christian service is concerned. Including Jesus, When people came, there is a young ruler who came and said, "Good master, what do I have?" Jesus said, "Why are you calling me good? It's only God who is good." So one of the true tests of a proper biblical spiritual prophet is that he will always acknowledge God and he will always direct the attention to God, not to himself. Now, when you see somebody referring to themselves, marketing themselves, recommending themselves, Jesus said no. He said, if I bear witness of myself, then my witness is not true. He said, but there is another that bears witness of me. So any prophet anywhere, any preacher anywhere who recommends themselves, advocates for themselves, and markets themselves, they are not servants of God. They are not serving God. They are serving their masters, who are their political godfathers, who they tremble when they see, so they cannot even do what God has asked them to do. So whatever that man was doing yesterday, his master had come to the service. He had to worship the person and make the person feel that he will do anything to make him president. Unfortunately, he's not the one making anybody become president of this country. And so William Ruto and his team of so-called preachers who surround him and deceive him, he should take a lesson from Ahab. Ahab, if you remember the story of Ahab and Jehoshaphat, I don't want to begin to preach, okay? But there was this time when Ahab was to go for war, and then Jehoshaphat came to join him. And then he said, before we go, have you consulted what are the prophets saying? And every prophet said, go, 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 we see victory, we see victory, we see victory. Jehoshaphat looked at that and said, there is something wrong with this kind of prophecy. He said, do you have any other prophet? He said, yes, I have one, but I don't like him because he never says anything that I like. Okay, say, I want us to hear him first before we go. So they brought Prophet Micaiah from prison, and he was warned by the person who came to pick him. Don't say anything contrary to what other prophets have said. Every other prophet has said they see victory, they see the king come back with success. Go and say the same thing. So when Micaiah came and he was confronted by Ahab, say, what do you see about this war? Am I coming back safe and secure? And he said exactly like he was told to say. And he said, how many times am I going to warn you to tell me the truth? Nothing but the truth. And he said, I see Israel scattered like a sheep without a shepherd, all of them scampering and scattered. And he turned to Jehoshaphat and said, did I not tell you? This man never says anything good about me. He's always negative. And what happened? When they went for war, that was the last day. So you should be careful when every prophet is telling you, you are the one, you are the one, you are the one. You need to find that different prophet who will tell you the truth. I want to end it there. So, Mr. Wangida, forget about the man, forget about his mission. He's serving his political godfathers, and he's trying to use the name of God to get something for themselves. These are hungry people who are looking for something to eat. Just forget it. You don't use the pulpit to do your own thing. You don't use the pulpit to feed yourself. The pulpit is meant to warn people about the forthcoming of the wrath of God if they don't make their ways right with God. Simple and pure. If you want something to eat, you go and work. Okay? You work and organize your life. But looking for cheap political support so that you are given something to eat, even that money you're given, it will just finish you and your family. You don't take bad money and succeed. You can ask Gehazi, the assistant to Elijah. He followed this man, Naaman, collected the money, and he said, okay, let the leprosy of Naaman follow you and your children forever. So it's terrible that people in the church using the name of God to do their own thing. That's bad. I don't advocate for it at all. So forget about the man. Let him prophesy whatever he prophesies. And it's nothing new, Wangira. If you've been here, 2002, we had prophets who came up and said, Kibaki cannot be president. Kibaki is Saul. Uhuru Kenyatta is the David that God had chosen. Any person voting for Kibaki is voting for Saul. We must all go for David. They did all that. They did all that campaign in the church, outside the church, and all that. But did Kibaki become president? He became. Did Kibaki perform as a president? Better than many other presidents. So hawa watu wa church wasitulete, na mimi mmoja wao. Kama utaki kuhubiri Biblia, achana naye. Kama utaki kuhubiri ukweli, achana na kuhubiri. Enda tu ufungue station ya kudanganya watu, tujue wewe ni mkora. Tujue wewe ni mkora, unatafuta chakula, na wale watu wanapeana misaada watakupatia, lakini sio kutumia jina la Mungu kusema so and so must become president. In fact, God doesn't need to have a born again president to work in Kenya. He's been working here all along. He worked here pre-colonial, post-colonial, neo-colonial. Every time God uses anything, he can use to do whatever he wants to do. So Sugoi man becoming president will not help God with one thing. No, any other person being president will not affect God one bit. God is able to work anywhere, anytime, using anything. Not church people. Thank you. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day, every day. Are you there?
Yeah. Hi.
Karibu, vipi?
But I'm not driving a bus now. I'm just in the political forum. You know, I'm a politician. And politics, we have this is inaitangwa musimu ya siasa 101.
Asante, karibu.
Asante. I want to greet the panelists and say habari zenyu. Sasa mi nitaanza pahali umeachia. You know, I'm also anointed, so I have the authority to speak about the church. And when you're anointed, you can also talk about the church. You see, in every 2 kilometers in this square 2 kilometers in this country, there is a church. In fact, Kenya has over 1 million churches, 1 million, and 1 million pastors. But Kenya is also the third most corrupt country in the world. In other words, these churches unahubiriwa hapa, unaambiwa usiibe hapa, inatokea hii side. Number 2, hawa wachungaji tuko nao almost 50% and even above. These are false prophets. This is a business. This is a betting company where you are paying for miracles. And one of the churches that I can say without any fear of contradiction, it is by a large cult, is that one of Pastor Moi. The things they do there. Yeah, women taking their underpants. Yeah, people told to pay this, I gave you a miracle. Where does the Bible talk about it? And therefore, we know that they are using these churches to even do wash. We know that. Kanisa hizi zingine zimetengenezwa madhabahu ya milioni 20. How? Because kimorel money is flowing in these churches. Corruption is flowing in these churches. And this time we have to speak as it is. Let us not fear the enemy. Let us not fear evil. Let us call it out. You don't put a video of a human being in front of a church. That is idolatry. It is also, the Bible talks of don't raise any idol or image than God. That was idolatry. And we know Ruto is using these pastors that are corrupt to influence and con, and particularly our women from Mount Kenya, so that they can think that this person is of God. We saw Moi, he was very godly, not moving. He was not missing any church service. In fact, each and every day he was in a church, and every day the news would start with him in what church he was. Anabeba Bible pande hii na pande hii alikuwa anabeba rungu. But after church tunasikia shamba imepotea. After church tunasikia mtu amewawa. After church tunasikia vitu zimepotea. Hii ni kanisa gani mnaabudu? The Bible talks of being hot and cold. You have to decide what you are. Eh? Na Biblia inasema kile unafanya na mkono hii, wacha hii mkono ingine isione. Those are the Bible, unless we read the different Bibles. And therefore, these churches in Kenya, majority of them are being used for wash. And there is now fear to say this. There's a lot of money of corruption going there, and that is why they are praising human beings. And that is what we should condemn, and we should talk it out so that we become a better country. If we have 1 million churches, we should be one of the most integral country in the world. But now it is not, because even the pastors themselves are corrupt. And to find a good church in Kenya today, lazima uongozwe na Roho Mtakatifu. Kanisa kama za Bernard ni kidogo sana ambazo zina teach the word of God as it is, with or without money. Yeah? Lakini kanisa zingine za hizi zimejaa ni Biblia ni pesa. Nitakuombea ukinilipa pesa. And that is very, very sad. Having said that, let me get to the politics of the day. IEBC is planning to fail. And I'll give you examples. You cannot, I usually ask myself, we have 9 commissioners and a bunch of secretariat, the CEOs. This is an organization that has over 200 employees. Their greatest performance or their greatest work happens after 5 years. Wachana na by-election. What do they do from January to December for 5 years? And then they come here with press conferences of things that are not clear. You cannot tell me that you're going to use, as the lawyer of Raila said, that you're going to use technology. You're going to use the voter, the software voter register. What if it fails? And there is a lineage of people, of 1,000 people who are impatient. And you know Kenyans, they want a seamless system. Wataanza kusema zimeibiwa kura. So we are living in a very, very dangerous time. And it seems we do not learn from what we have gone through before. The reason why 2017 was nullified is because of one word, simple term, process. Now they are telling us the process will be in the system. Sasa ikiwa system na tuko Lang'ata, Kibera, watu 100 wako nyuma ya system na system imeenda blank. What happens? These are things that are not clear. We are like doing another experiment. It's like every election after every 5 years is another experiment. We are not learning. And therefore, I am not having any confidence with IEBC. Hiyo kazi ya kusimama mbele na kuongea kuita press conference na wengine wanasimama nyuma na unatumia kizungu kubwa is not clear. We need to see what we call sequence of events, step by step procedures. What if you itafanya hivi ndio itafanya na tena nauliza swali sasa, kwa sababu hakuna pahali ya kusign umevote, how do we know the system will acknowledge your vote? What if the system does not acknowledge your vote? These are things that we need to be told. Tusitaki kucheza na hii uchaguzi. Tunataka baba aende hapo because there is no competition. The Sugoi man cannot win this election. He is conning his way. That is why he is sending lawyers, some of the lawyer leaders, with a script to propagate hate. At the same time, they think that will work because they are unable to convince the whole Luya nation. Because what they are trying to do is that ati Raila sasa ametesa Waluya, Ruto ndio atawasaidia. Ruto alikuwa wapi wakati alikuwa ana mention cabinet yake? Hatukuona Waluya. Alikuwa wapi wakati alikuwa anatengeneza serikali? Hakuna. Kwa hivyo hatuna evidence ya kwamba atasaidia Waluya. In any case, saidi hata hao wana complain wakina Wetangula. Sahi they are relegated. They are not important in Kenya kwanza. They are not the deputy president. They are not even having the governor of Nairobi. They are not even having they are nowhere. Because the governor of Nairobi is from Sabaot. He's not a Luya. And therefore, the thing is, they are complaining on what they are going through now. They are being used. That is what they are complaining. So at the end of the day, those tips tunajua, corruption is not just stealing money. Corruption is breaking of an inner principle. And when you are corrupt to the core, like once you go man, you have to win this election by manipulation, by using other people, and by intimidation, and even by that violence. But yeah, that's why I will not be worried if Ruto organized his own stone drawing yesterday, so that he has a script, he has sympathy, because he is so determined to lead us as Kenyans, and we cannot allow it. We cannot allow it because he's corrupt, and he cannot be a person to be trusted with vifaru na ndege za fighter jets. He cannot be trusted with those things, because today is speaking one thing and tomorrow is speaking another thing. And therefore, in a conclusion, I want to say this is a man who is very dangerous, because as you said there, on one hand, or there's someone who said, on one hand, he says the media does not, I think it's Wahana. On one hand, the media does not cover him. It's covering Azimio. And then on the other hand, he is chasing them away. He doesn't want them to know what he's talking about, because it is too much manipulation and conmanship, and we cannot be led by such a person. In fact, if I wake up on 10th and find Ruto is the president, I think I will just walk to Uganda and ask for a serum, because what kind of a president is that? What kind of a president is that? That Wakina Wadangula are telling me they are helping Luyas. If he stole a land of a Luya man, 100 acres, and the Luya died, what help is he helping Luyas with? Muteshi was a Luya. He was internally displaced. Musando was a Luya. These are people who have suffered in his hands. So why do you want to incite Luyas to hate Raila and love Ruto? For what? What has he shown in there before? Kwa hivyo tusikuwe na ujinga, sasa tuongee ukweli. The truth shall set us free. And the freedom we need is to tell people the truth. If you are corrupt, you can even corrupt your way to the presidency by manipulating churches, by organizing violence so that you get sympathy votes, and by doing all those things. And therefore, personally, where I sit, I don't see he has any chance. And there was also a video of Motembei I saw you later, because I follow other programs of Motembei. Somebody was saying they are using the high cost of living to incite Kenyans to vote for them, as if they have a solution for the things that are skyrocketing. But somebody asked, you're in government, you're the deputy president. Show us a proposal you have given Uhuru Kenyatta or the Bunke on how to reduce the cost of living. If there's no proposal or anything that you have done, then get out of the government. Say, I tried and I was unable. Because you cannot be in the same government that you are supposed to be serving and reducing things, and then you're telling us when I become the president, that is when I'm going to reduce. Show us now. And if that is not possible, resign. Get out of Karen. Wait for your time to come and reduce things. Kwa hivyo tumefika mahali ni kuambiana ukweli bila uoga, wafanye kile watafanya. Na hizo makanisa tunasema ziko huko Mount Kenya particularly, ni kanisa zingine zinatumika wash ili watu wa mama wetu ambao wanaamini kila mtu anakuja na jina la Yesu na kusema Bwana asifiwe mingi, yeye ni deputy Jesus na ni yeye atatuongoza katika njia ya maana. Huwezi kuwa mwokovu na matendo yako yote inaonekana imejaa maovu. Hakuna jambo ambalo linaonekana katika history imesaidia mtu yoyote. Kwa hayo machache, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Mr. Kamau, we appreciate that, and I agree with you 100%. It's about time we told ourselves the truth, and church leaders, we are the custodian of the truth. The Bible says the church is the pillar of truth. The pillar of truth. Kama ushikili ukweli basi, wewe hauna huduma, hauna wezi, hata preaching itakushinda. Because you must have where you have pegged your truth and be able to propagate the same. So if you can't stand by what is true, you can't help but you know, contribute to the decadence of our society. We will not entertain that. So let everybody do due diligence. This is a historical elections. We must do everything in our power to see to it that everything falls in place. Whatever Chebukati is up to with his technology, what I know is that the trap, it will catch him, okay? Because if he goes back to the Supreme Court with a story, he is the one going to be held liable for everything. Remember what Mother said. This time we are not going to. We are going to discuss IEBC. We're going to discuss individuals. Any person who has any part in what is happening is going to answer for it in his individual capacity or in her individual capacity. It will not be IEBC or corporate, so that there is an amorphous entity there that you cannot sentence. We must get individuals who wants to mess up these elections. Now, Kamatwe, they should answer for their mess up. But we pray for the best. And for all of you who are looking for spiritual guidance, it's important that you check everything. The Bible gives you authority to check every spirit. Kusikuwe na mhubiri anayekuja kwaka kuambie yeye akaguliwangi, yeye ni tosha, yeye ni final. Akishaanza kuongea hivyo, unajua ni mkora, anataka kukuibia. Toroka mapema kama huwezi kumconfront, and go for your life. Everyone must be tested, including me. You test my spirit. What is my motive? What are my intentions? What is it that I'm pursuing? The bad preaching we have today, it's the former president of South Africa gave a very sad observation to pastors. He said when he was growing up as a young boy, there were few churches, okay? And there were few pastors. And say there was also few sinners. He said today we have many churches, we have many pastors, and we have many sinners. So he said, what is it that the old pastors used to do to make the community have few sinners when there were few pastors? That's something for us we need to think and hold to account. Are we still preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ, or we began to preach our own things? And there are so many people preaching their own things, especially in this city, preaching things instead of preaching what should be preached, which is the word of God. They are preaching things, they are preaching water, preaching handkerchief, preaching niletee tai ya mzee wako, atarudi kwako. Hata hiyo ni uchawi, hiyo ni uchawi. Yule mtu anatumia nguo ya mme wako ili afunge mme wako kwa nyumba, huyo ni mchawi, huyo sio mhubiri wa Injili. Yesu hakutumia nguo za watu kufanya chochote. Those are witch doctors in suits. So I know they are listening to me. Na wataanza kunitafuta. Niko hapa. Usichezeni, ni play with anything else, but something that has been given to salvage humanity, you can't be playing with it. There is no difference between a preacher who preaches false things, like a man who takes poison and goes to poison the river, the source of the river that feeds an entire village, or the well where water is taken and everybody in the village drinks. Any person who preaches the wrong thing is not different from the man who takes poison to go and poison the well that feeds an entire village. That is how I see you, and that's how you should be treated. You can't destroy what should save and expect to be helping the cause of saving mankind. You are not. So feed yourself, but there are consequences thereafter. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumlete nani Stanley. Thank you for being patient. Please go ahead, make your submission as we move forward.
Hi guys, I appreciate this time, and I've been listening yesterday and most of the days I do reason, but when I see somebody has said what I wanted to say, I just keep watching, or sometimes I listen when I'm just out there. But today, there's something, I don't know whether it is a bad spirit which has entered the politicians and some Christians. Like as you say, I was watching this thing live from the church. Sometimes I go online, my phone, I've set it in a way, something which has come on YouTube, it pops up my phone. And I heard him say clearly, Ruto is good because he steals and brings to the church. That's what he said. He steals and brings where? To the church. And I was like, and people were just shouting, cheering that he was saying a good thing. I don't think whether after there, he went and observed and listened and saw what he was doing. And I'm requesting, if sometimes he go to online or somebody can reach him, to tell him to go back and listen to what he was saying to their followers and the way they were cheering. It was shocking, as some of us are saying, or whoever who saw it, and whoever is going to look at it or listen to what he was saying, that's terrible. That's terrible, and the people of God are being misled because of money. Money is the root of everything. So if a pastor, a whole pastor, can say such things in front of the followers, then we are done. Bernard, I say, just every day, go down, pray to such pastors. I don't want to say that like I'm judging them, but I'm saying according to what this one said, and other more who says such things, and maybe we don't reach to hear them. Let me get out of that point. We don't want leaders. A leader is who can take anything, whether you are cast, whether you are thrown stones, whether you are done, whatever you are done, that you are a leader. You are praised, you are a leader. Just take it. But you can't, something cannot happen, then it becomes a song. And I hate when instead of talking the problems which are facing Kenya, Kenya is not Raila. Raila is going. How many presidents? Moi was there, Kibaki was there, Kenyatta was there, and they're gone. We are not supposed to talk about them. We are not supposed to talk those leaders who are there right now. But this UDM, I don't know, members, they're just talking about Raila. Raila, see, Bernard, why this your guys? You know they have some cases in court. Do you want to educate? I mean, to graduate from courts? You are supposed to go to school. Why? Like now, I can tell you, even the classes, the people I was with, where I repeated what I did when I went to go to college. Just say that. Why go to? You see, I saw they posted something here that Jebkat has been given 5 million. And I think that's why they retreated and said, all we can do is to just approve him to go and fight because he brought the certificate, which is okay. But the thing is, you see, we can see, Bernard, your people, they don't go to school, they buy certificates. Baraza is in the same scenario. Sakaja, what is this? And now wanaenda court. Sasa kama umeenda shule, get out your certificate, and like where I am, you bring Kenyan certificate, they just put it in the system, they give you points. They give you points. And which it is even in the system, they don't even have to go there because nowadays everything is digitized. So you don't have to like, oh, you go there. Like where I am now, I say I was in Kenya and I was in this school, I graduated this year, it just pops up. Then you are going over the corridors, oh, we're gonna make it. And Please, our government, go down to these politicians and let them be served according to their merits, what is they achieved during their learning time. Because that's why we have so many problems. People are not after their knowledge is down. They can't listen to the capability of what is needed by the government. They don't. Because kula umefika, accept it. Sio mama maneno ya pesa, sisi tuko na pesa. See, even I doubt most of these members of UDA. Let me be on no doubt, most of them, maybe they have bought those certificates. And it's because they don't require them. These small seats, that's why they cannot be reached. They say somebody like Oscar Sudi, the principal of his high school said, I've never seen this guy, and still is there. Our government, please, if things have to change, we start from there. And I can say, people are saying, because we are having a government which is almost bankrupt with a lot of debts. Right now, they are doing a good thing. Those things, they have increased maybe the diesel, the petrol and other things, because they said, Azimio said clearly that after the 9th, they are going to employ these teachers, all teachers who are out there. So we are contributing. Kenyans, msione mbaya, huyo ni mchango. Serikali yetu ikianza na pesa, alafu then it has to balance. So mimi sioni, okay, they can feel that pinch now, but later wataenda kufurahia, they cannot even remember kwamba pesa zilikuwa zimeongezwa juu ya mafuta na vyakula. But I heard, I always hear this UDA member saying, vitu imeenda juu serikali hiyo. Hata deputy mwenyewe anasema serikali imeongeza. When he's still there, sasa serikali gani inaongeza? And nilishangaa sana akiwa huko Masaini akisema, you know what, last 5 years nimejenga barabara, ukisikia hiyo grip, the last 5 years nimejenga barabara. Sasa nikashindwa. Kwa hivyo yeye hako na serikali yake na Uhuru hako na serikali yake. Let us not play with the lives of Kenyans. So sometimes I don't feel like contributing when somebody comes to the forum and say, you know, UDA, we are doing this. You know, UDA, we are doing this. You have not been in the government. Ruto akiuliza before you came into government, ulifanya nini? Hakuna. Lakini Raila akiulizwa, well, before you come to government, amepigania chungwa, hakukuwa kwa serikali, and that thing ikafaulu. But wewe unatuambia track record. Si useme. Martha Karua alisema muulize kijiji kimoja, just a village where he has done something. Hakuna. All has been done ni pesa ya serikali na ingine inachukulia through those projects. Hizi pesa wanapatiwa sasa, they want through those, they claim the projects which he did. So that's where the money now is creating came from there. The dollar is going up. It's like $120 moja, shilingi 120 ya Kenya. That's why everything is going up. Money is circulating like rain pouring down. So tusianze kuchezea. Okay, kama ni shida, wale ambao wana support hata kiingia, we are there. Kama ni whatever progress, uzuri, okay, whatever they can do to improve the economy, wote tutakuwa hapo ndani. So we have to wait. Tusianze kusema sisi hapa tutatoboa. Na those 3 guys wenye walitamba na register ya voting. Anyway, I'm requesting government ianze kazi. What they make sure they have produced those people who told them to shift those names to other counties. Why they did it? Minus the knowledge or the instruction from the chairman. Chebukati should be answered. Otherwise, it is Chebukati who should be taken to court, and he produced them to tell us why he did that. And those are the ways we want to do away with. We don't want to see those stupid and corrupt ways. I'm sorry to say, use the word stupid. I don't want to be abusive. But the thing is, that's it. Sasa wachinga wale hawajaisha Kenya ni ndio hao. Unapatia watu pesa alafu unawapatia nguo, hawana nguo. This we don't want that's a waste of money. That money should have been used to buy the medicine in the hospitals. Bengine mabarabara ili imeharibika. Mtu unaanza kupiga makelele hapa na wenye umetoka where you are an MP uchafanya chochote. But sasa unaambia watu wewe you have not uchapanga familia yako, unaenda kupanga familia zingine. Saa hii I wish they have a forum like the one we had last time. Ukisema ulijenga shule, once tunaanzia MP kwao nyumbani, and this thing was banned because they were ashamed. Sasa saa hii David anakimbia huko, anakimbia hapa, naenda huko, but you have not hujafanya kitu nyumbani. Sema nimefanya hii, nilifanya hii kwetu, nikafanya hii kwetu, nikafanya hii. Watoto wanaenda shule, wale mayatima, nimejengea watu nyumba huko nyumbani, hata kwa watu tu picha peke yake. Sasa unasema Central umeenda umejenga barabara huko, nimejenga nimeleta college hapa. College kwenu watoto hawasomi, wewe ulisomea wapi? So let us not cheat ourselves. Na mimi napenda Wakikuyu wanasema vizuri sana, you can rent. Sai wanaanza kumuonyesha wao, they were rented to do what they were doing. Now they are pulling off. But which is the truth? Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Usianze ukiona nikienda kwa hii jamii nitapata kura. So go everywhere. Say and I like the way Martha Karua is doing it. Not that because I'm in Azimio, but if these two people, like the debut from UDA and the debut from Azimio, when selling their policies, look who has points. That's why I said the other time, and as people say, wacha Gachagua apatiwe microphone. Now wherever he goes, let me be given a microphone. So if you are the first president, you are serving Kenyan citizens. Unasema, kura za Wakamba ni kidogo sana tutaki, kwa hivyo utaki Wakamba. So who are you going to be the deputy president for? Is it only for Rift Valley and the Central? Because that's where you are, unaenda kuuza sera zako huko Central na Rift Valley. So let us say the truth. Wacha tuseme ukweli, mwenye atakupali akupali, mwenye atakataa akatae, but wacha tuambie watu wetu ukweli. Na one more thing nirudie. Ningependa Bernard ucheze ile clip ya huyo pastor. Hiyo kitu it needs even to be going viral. Watu waanze kushare hiyo kitu. It is supposed to be shared. That's my opinion. It's supposed to be shared for what he did. If you can, please, you can play. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Henry, for your submission. We'll look at its viability. We don't want to give bad things publicity, but we'll look at its viability and see whether that's possible. Desk ikipitisha sawa tutacheza, ikikataa ndio hivyo hivyo. But all in all, it's about time that we all embraced what is viable for this country and the crop of leaders that we are intending to give power for 5 years. Let's be choosy about it, ensure that everybody is put in the scale. Na akianguka mtihani ameanguka, akipita amepita. Tusisettle kwa mtu tu kwa sababu yuko, lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tunatafuta viongozi bora. Viongozi bora, sio bora kiongozi. Viongozi bora, watu ambao wanaaminika, watu ambao wanasimamia ukweli. Lakini wale wanataka kutumia uongo, hao ni adui wa nchi hii, msikubali kuwapatia nafasi. Naomba tumsikize Jakindu Bey kwanza ndio tuanze hiyo mkururo mwingine. Jakindu Bey, vipi leo?
Salama sana Bernard, ujambo? Jana ulikimbia kabla wakati nikiingia.
Karibu
Asante, asante. Nawasalimia wote, nawasalimia wote. Wangila yuko ama ameenda?
Anarudi.
Wangila amesema jambo ambalo limenisikitisha sana, na mimi nataka vitu kama jambo kama hilo ambao kina Mudavadi wamekuja naye, inafaa wale vile alikuwa anasema kama Waluya watitokeze waambie hawa watu ni wapuzi. Na mimi kila siku niliwaambia hawa sio viongozi. Jamani, kazi ya uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja, si kugawa watu. Hiyo kitu lazima utujue. Kazi ya uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja. Kama uongozi, kama baba ni kiongozi au mama ni kiongozi wa familia yake, mama agawi watoto wake au baba agawi familia yake, na hivyo ndivyo ilivyo uongozi. Kazi ya uongozi ni kuunganisha watu, si kugawa watu, kusema yule sijui na tena jambo lingine nawaambia jamani, mambo ya kutafuta uongozi muache tusitumie hii neno siasa. Tusitumie hiyo. Tuacheni kutumia neno siasa, kwa sababu tukitumia neno siasa inakuwa ni mchezo. Na mimi nashangaa mchezo, tunaweka kitu ambacho inatengeneza sheria, tunaweka mchezo kwa kitu ambayo inatengeneza sheria, kwa kitu ambacho inatutengenezea code, shule, hospitali, inatengenezwa kwa hizo vitu zote hufanywa kwa bunge, na watu ambao wanaenda kwa bunge ni watu wa kucheza. Mtu sasa tunamruhusu kusimama na kusema uongo tu mbele yetu, ati tunasema, alafu sisi tunatosheka kwamba hiyo ni siasa. Jamani, amkeni Wakenya, tuamkeni, tusichukulie mambo ya kusema siasa mtu ni mchezo. Hivyo ndivyo naona sisi Wakenya tunaangalia siasa ni mchezo. Kwa hiyo mtu anaweza kusema chochote, uongo tu, hata kama alafu inasemekana hiyo ni siasa. Jamani, ndio maana tuko na tabu. Kwa sababu tunatilia maisha yetu tunacheza nayo. Kwa sababu kitu nimeona hapa ni kwamba tayari tuko na Donald Trump. Ruto anafukuza waandishi. Tayari anasema kwamba hawa waandishi ni watu wa porojo, ni waongo. Unajua, ukishasema namna hiyo, huyo ni mtu hatari. Mtu ambaye anafukuza waandishi wa habari, hiyo ni hatari kubwa. Hatari hiyo peke yake, kufukuza waandishi wa habari. Jamani wa Kenya, hiyo ni hali hatari. That is a serious thing, ambapo kama ingekuwa ni nchi za Ulaya, hiyo angekipata cha mtema kuni. Lakini sisi unaona wanafukuzwa, wanakunja mikia zao basi. Lakini mtu anafukuza waandishi ni macho yetu, macho ya Wakenya, macho ya kila mtu, waandishi. Sasa kama anafukuza waandishi, huyo tena ndio mtu tunataka kuchagua. Jamani wa Kenya, jamani, honestly Kenya, mimi sijui, siwaelewi wa Kenya. Kweli wa Kenya honestly, mtu ameshindwa hata kufanya kazi sahihi, huyo mtu ndio tunakimbilia. Ni kama kusema tupatie Barnabas, huyo Jesus huwa. Jamani, nasikitika sana na hasa watu kama tuseme watu kama kina Mudavadi au wanasema juu ya Raila. Saa zingine kuwa Raila, saa zingine ni ngumu sana. Kuwa Raila ni kitu ngumu, kuwa Raila ni very difficult. Lakini mimi nina jambo moja ambalo najua ni ukweli. Kama mtu mtu anaumwa na macho, hawezi kuona, na wewe umekuja kumgangua, umekuja kumpatia dawa ya macho, mtu wa kwanza kuona ni wewe. Huyo mtu wa kwanza kuona ni wewe. Na hii kitu kila mtu anaweza mmeona. Saa zingine mtu ambaye umemsaidia ndio anakuwa adui wako. Wengi sana mtu ukimsaidia huyo mtu umemsaidia ndiye anakuwa adui yako kwa mara nyingi. Kwa sababu nasema hivyo kwa sababu nikiangalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, huyu mwingine Ababu na Mwamba, nikiwaangalia vile Raila amewashughulikia inanishinda saa nyingine hata kusema ni kitu gani. Mimi naweza kusema labda wamechanganyikiwa na kitu fulani labda, lakini mimi nataka kuambia kwamba hivyo ndivyo Wakenya wanavyofikiria. Wakenya wanafikiria hivyo. Hata kama unawaonyesha tokeni kwa matope, watarudi hapo hapo kwa matope, kwa sababu tunataka kuchagua mtu ambaye anafukuza waandishi wa magazeti. Waandishi unawafukuza waandishi. Hey, jamani, mnajua huyo mtu ambaye anafukuza waandishi ni mtu dikteta, na anaweza kuwaua tu. Hakuna mwandishi ataandika. Waandishi ndio macho ya raia popote katika ulimwengu wote. Waandishi ndio hutoa madhambi zile, hata zile zimefichwa. Waandishi. Na kama kiongozi anawafukuza, na huyo ndio kiongozi mnataka kuchagua, jamani, mimi najua tuko katika hali ya hatari. Mimi nawasihi kabisa tuachane na hiyo. Ruto hafai kuwa kiongozi. Hata hiyo kikundi chake hakifai. Can you imagine kama Gachagua ndio president wa Kenya? Jamani, mimi sijui. It's very difficult for me kutafakari hayo kwamba anaweza kuwa president wetu. Hiyo itakuwa ni jambo la kusikitisha sana, na itafanya Kenya ididimie kabisa na ipotee. IEBC, mimi kwa maoni yangu nitaenda tu na vile Wakenya wamefanya, lakini mimi Chebukati ni mtu hata akizungumza anazungumza ni kama muoga, ni kama labda anatishwa na mtu. Yani mtu, mimi huyo jamaa hata mtu alimpatia kazi, mimi sijui, I don't know, lakini ni mtu kwa maoni yangu ni mtu hana confidence, anakizungumza ni kama timid, ni kama muoga, ni mtu anatishika na vitu ovyo bure kabisa. Mimi maoni yangu ni sawa tu, wameshachaguliwa, no problem, wako hapo, lakini kwa maoni yangu mimi, kama ningekuwa na uwezo, Chebukati si mtu, kwa sababu nimemwona. Na tena jambo lingine, koti zetu, Maraga alisema kura yani uchaguzi haikufanyika vizuri, lakini alikuwa weakest link. Kama uchaguzi haikufanyika vizuri, kuna wale walifanya makosa hawakuadhibiwa. Kwa hiyo hakuna, wanaweza kufanya makosa tu kwa sababu hakuna adhabu. Sasa hii nimesikia Chebukati akisema ati ataadhibu sijui watu watatu ambao wametampa na majina za watu. Wao wametuambia wakati ule zile vitu ambavyo zilifanya nani. Hakuna, hajatuambia wamerekebisha namna gani. Hakuna mpaka sasa. Hajasema. Hiyo koti ndio ilifanya makosa, kwa sababu koti huwa inaachia watu wanaenda free, watu wao wenye makosa wanaachwa wanaenda free. Wakati wa ile uchaguzi waliacha Chebukati wakaenda free, kwa sababu Chebukati angefukuzwa pamoja na watu wote wale walikuwa pale, wangekuwa watu wapya, kwa sababu walishindwa kufanya uchaguzi ulio na huru. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako, mchango wako. Hii nchi itapona tukikubali kuwajibika, kuirekebisha, if we weed out the weeds and be able to ensure that leadership is given to responsible people. One of the greatest mark of leadership is ability to take responsibility. So a person who is committed to blame everybody else except themselves is unfit to be a leader in any school of leadership, iwe ya church, iwe ya community, iwe ya politics. Kama wewe kazi yako ni kulaumu wengine na ku-explain matatizo yote kwa sababu ya fulani na fulani na fulani na fulani, hiyo ni kukwepa majukumu. Na ukianza kukwepa majukumu, hapo basi umekwepa uongozi. The true mark of leadership is the ability to take responsibility. Leadership itself is taking responsibility. Kama madeni unalaumu hawa. Kukitokea rapsha kwa rali yako unalaumu huyu. Mke wako akikataa kupatia chakula unalaumu Raila. Ukienda kufanya mkutano Kisero mtu asitoke kwa nyumba unalaumu Raila. Hiyo yote inaonyesha kwamba hawa watu sio viongozi kama vile Jakindu Bey amesema, na Wakenya wanapaswa kuwaona hivyo. Let us see them for who they are, not to allow them to deceive us that given the position they will change. The truth is nobody's going to change for anything. Office does not change people. It's people who change offices. So get only viable leaders into leadership. Ukichagua MCM mbaya, uchague MP mbaya, uchague women rep mbaya, uchague president mbaya, uchague governor mbaya, maisha yako yatakuwa mbaya. Hata ukuwe na nabii anayekuombea kwa rumu yako, maisha yako yatakuwa mbaya. Kwa nini? Ulichagua viongozi wabaya. So the only cure to this is be strict. Be a strict voter. A strict voter ni yule anakagua kila kitu kwa mizani na anataka kufanya uamuzi ambao ni bora. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu nchi inahitaji uongozi bora. We are where we are because of the leadership we have had. If we are going to improve or from where we are to where we ought to be, we need to improve on the quality of the people we are giving the mandate of leadership. That is how to go about this. Tusahau story ya mara bottom up, mara hapo katikati, mara wheelbarrow, mara watu wa chini, wale walienda shule bila viatu, wale ambao wanajua kulala njaa, wale ambao waliamka. Forget about those emotional things. Let us critically look at these people for who they are. And if you have not been able to deliver in 10 years, I don't think given 5 years you'll make a difference. So let's not get carried away by empty promises of 100 billion here, 100 billion there, 100 billion there. Kenya doesn't have money problem. Kenyans need proper leadership. We have enough resources to feed every Kenyan, take every Kenyan to school, take care of every healthy situation of every Kenyan. There is enough in this country to take care of all that. The problem is we have not been able to manage our resources rightly. Who is able to help us manage those resources? That is what is on the ballot. Who is able to harness the potential that this country has, put it on the market so that Kenyans can benefit from being Kenyans? Tumevumilia kuwa Wakenya vya kutosha. Tumefika mahali ambapo tunataka nini? Kujivunia kuwa Wakenya. Na tutajivunia kuwa Wakenya kwa nini? Wanyama wetu wanatuletea rasilimali. Mashamba yetu yanatuletea nini? Faida. Masomo yetu yanatuletea faida. watoto wetu wanatuletea faida. That's what kujivunia kuwa Mkenya. Sijivunii tu kuwa Mkenya kwa sababu ya bendera na nyimbo ya wimbo ya taifa. There must be resources that you're benefiting from, that going to school pays, educating children pays, and planting maize in your farm pays, planting sugarcane in your farm pays. That's what will make you proud for your country. But if you vote in crooks, vote in wash people, they will wash away everything, including your farm. Beware. Be warned. Yes, Bwana Njiru, kabla tulete mhubiri mwingine hapa. Leo ni siku ya wahubiri.
Okay, sawa Bwana Bernard. I wanted to briefly add something to Henry. Nimesikia Henry akiongea and he has talked briefly about lifestyle na uchumi. Nilikuwa nikitaka kuambia Wakenya kidogo ya kwamba maybe just as one comment, tusiingie kwa history ya life ambayo wanasema ati life imepanda na nini. Unajua in life kuna kitu tunaitanga global economic shifting, and what happens is that wale watu wameweza kuangalia how the economies change. There was a very big outcry in 1929, 1982, and now in 2022. What happens is that there is a shift of global economies. So it will take time for our economies to adjust to the upcoming needs of what is happening in the economy globally. So history ya sasa unakuta sasa, yes, maisha imepanda, lakini the economies will have to respond. That is within some time, like let's say within a span of 2 to 3 years, mishahara itakuja ya watu wengine ipande, mabiashara zikuje zipanuke, but there is that response or there is that issue of economies because of a global shift which is happening in the current economies. Na hiyo kitu iwezi badilika saa hii. Hii kitu ilianzia briefly wakati COVID ilikuja, then after COVID ikakuja, then we came and got now this other spike ya the Russian war. Now sasa kutoka hapo sasa kwa Russian war, and then sasa all these other things which are the global issues which are happening now. So what it means is that Kenya does not live in isolation. So yes, it is true maisha imepanda, but it is not something which has been made by somebody. Ni vitu ambazo they cannot be avoided, and we need to tell Kenyans that way. Whatever is happening, maisha imepanda. In Canada, it will happen the same way. In the US, it will happen the same way. In the UK, it will happen the same way. In Guatemala, it will happen the same way. So hii sio shida ya Kenya. In fact, hata the unasikia kama Kenya tuko na fuel subsidy na vitu zingine, that's a big boost. Pia sisi tunasaidiwa. Kuna countries zingine hata wapewi hizo subsidies. So hii uongo tu. Yes, it is true, maisha imepanda, but the government is not wholesomely to blame. Kuna natural factors which are influencing that thing. So we are just in that time when the global economics are changing, and we have to accept it, but our economies will respond after some time, and that is what we have to tell Kenyans. So hii story ya kila saa munaambiwa ati lifestyle imepanda because of a person is not good. Yes, in Kenya pia tuko na that element ya life kupanda sababu ya vitu, sababu ya watu wengine wameiba, and we know the people who have been stealing. So we also need to isolate that, but in a large scale, there is that global economic shifting which can't be avoided, and we need to underline that. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Njiru, for that perspective. And kukuwa na shida sio problem. Problem ni kutatua hiyo shida. Unatatua vipi? Kwa sababu saa ingine nikisikia watu wa UDA ni kama ile tuseme ulikuwa unataka kuoa msichana fulani na akakuacha akaenda kuoa jirani yako. Alafu wewe unategeanga kwamba wataachana akuje kukuoa. So wakati unasikia tu watu walilala njaa ama walikosa sukari, uenda kumwambia, si nilikwambia huyu mtu hafai, huyu mtu anini afai ili you incite her to abandon her husband and come and marry you. That's the kind of game we are being treated to by the UDA guys, because there is no way. In fact, story cost of living, okay? The cost of living, there is no way it can be brought about by handshake, not in anybody's dreams. But somebody is bold enough kupanda juu ya gari na kuambia watu it is handshake that brought the height of cost of living. Wakati tulikuwa tunapambana kwa barabara, story ya VAT na kuongeza hiyo, kutoa hiyo nini, hiyo story ili isiongezwe ndio wananchi wasiongezewe mzigo. That thing was passed by hook or crook. So the same people who pushed it, who approved it and caused it to happen, are the ones standing around and saying the reason that has happened is because of handshake. William Ruto na timu yake waache kulaumu wengine, watuambie suluhisho walilo nalo kwa matatizo ya Wakenya. Kulaumiana sio kupeana suluhisho. Suluhisho ni peana mwelekeo. What is the way out of where we are? Who is going to help us get out of there? Who is willing to pay the price? The greatness of a man is determined by the cause he lives for and his willingness to pay the price to get there. Sio kutuambia pointing problem. Are you willing to pay the price to get us from there? What will you sacrifice? Utatupatia 100 billion, yes. From where? Who is going to foot that bill? Where will that 100 billion be removed from? Because where it is removed is the person footing the bill. Ukikuja kwa nyumba yangu niko na wageni 100 na soda zimeisha, okay? Alafu uende kwa account yangu utoe hela uende kununua crate ya soda unilete. So have you helped me ease the burden, or you have dug deep into my account to remove the money to help the situation? Let's think. Let's reason. Nani katikati ya Morias na Mundu wa nyumba, nani alikuja wa kwanza? Bwana Njiru, huwezi kunisaidia hapo, pia wewe ulikuwa absent. Morias, go ahead. Inaonekana Mundu wa nyumba is
Moriasi.
Yes, wewe sasa wewe ukijipaka mafuta itakuwa namna gani? Unajua, ukiona vitu inawezekana, uliza nani alikupaka mafuta? Nani? Sasa wewe
siku hizi tunatembea nayo kwa chupa.
Sasa wewe ukijipaka mafuta
kunipaka najimiminia mwenyewe, najitangaza mimi nabii. Wewe huwezi kunichelewesha.
Sasa unajua kwa nini unajipaka mafuta? Kwa sababu wewe ndio kila kitu, wewe ndio chairman, wewe ndio kila kitu. Sasa ukikuuliza hii matumizi yalifanyaje, unafunja kamiti, unawafukuza. Hiyo maneno. Sasa ndio nikasema pale, my friend, ilikuwa hall ya mpira ya kuangalia 2022 World Cup. Sasa walikuwa wameweka ile skrini kubwa. Sasa vile mkubwa atakuja huko watakuwa naonyesha ile ilikuwa riaso. Ilikuwa sio. Nikasema hiyo watu wanasema nini? Nikamwambia hapana my friend. Wale walikuwa members wa kampuni fulani. Sasa walikuwa huko wakiburudika. Uzuri walikuwa naimba. Kuimba sio shida. Anyone can sing. So hakuna shida hapo. Kwa hiyo waachane na hao. Ile kitu tu watu wetu muwe waangalifu. Ukiona mtu anakuwekea mkono, anakuweka nini? Jiulize. Ni nini hii anakuwekea? Hiyo sasa amekuweka ndio unafaa kujiuliza. Wacha niwaachie hapo. Sasa mimi nilisema jana hapa, nikasema statement moja tu. Ukisema tumesema hivi. We are law binding citizen. Na leo ukose kuenda. Sasa how do you nini? Sasa ukiona ukiulizwa umekaliswa chini masaa 5, mnaongea, tujue kuna jambo. Niliona leo Martha Karua pale wa journalists walikuwa wanamuoji asubuhi. Kwa hivyo ile swali la Guru alikuwa anasema jana alikuwa answered journalist, na kuna kitu moja nilisoma pale ya kwamba UDA ilikuwa imeingiza misisi pale, hata wale majournalists question zote walikuwa nauliza zinatokana na ini moja. Ukisikia maswali wanauliza hawakuwa naamini yale mambo wanaona, they couldn't believe. Sasa wanashangaa tumewachwa wapi kama mambo imefika hapa. That is it. Sasa kwa sababu waliuliza maswali, the questions were very directly from one source, na ile alisema ndio unasikia yani how the essence was, but the message reached, na station zote karibu 13 zilikuwa hapo, which means the message imefika kwa ground. So Guru, your question mahali unaiko unanisikiza is been answered, siwe na wasiwasi. Na kabla nisahau, kule Kisii na mtu mmoja akiuliza hapo kwa aambiwe mambo ya Kisii na Nyamira. Ukiona Alex anaongea kuna jambo. Saa zingine sikiza. Wacha leo ni mwakilisha hapo. Ongwaya leo ndiye MC wa Majogu homecoming. Usikie bila amerorombi huko. Uwezi jua ni kama yeye alikuwa na rorombi kule Kisii town. Wakati wa baba na mama. Na yeye ameleta hiyo narrative huko baba na mama. Sasa ana confuse watu ni which one, ni Azimio ni. So pale anakuja vibaya kwa sababu naona kuna giza huko mingi. Fadhali pande zingine mwangaze imekuja. So tuombe sana mwangaze ikuje watu waone, ndio sasa hiyo giza imesidi. Naona kama giza iko. Jamaa anateremka vibaya, na unajua watu wengi sasa pale hawaoni hii picture tunasema. So kwa hivyo tunasidi kutangazia watu wetu wajue hiyo masiku imebaki inaweza kuwa ya muhimu sana. So more awareness na kufikia marafiki kuambia kwamba njia ni hii. Njia fomu ni mama na baba. So kule niliangalia kwa leo IEBC najua kile kinaendelea. Chebukati hata mambo ya makaratasi. Chebukati unajua wenye wanaleta makaratasi ya stakeholders. Stakeholders tunakaa chini kwa mesa. Tunaangalia mambo, unamwambia hapa huwezi pita. Sasa tutafanyaje? Unaona? So na kama umesoya lunch lazima utapata. Lakini kile kitu iko wanamwambia hapo huwezi toboa. Sasa unaona sasa vile mambo imeenda. Sasa saa hii imeenda another route. So na wakisikia hizo ni kubwa sikiongea, Minister wa Education aliongea, jue hiyo kuongea si mchezo. Hao ndio wenye wanajua mambo vile naenda. So ukiona mkubwa anaongea sijue hapo iko na jambo. Na ukiona umeketi chini 5 hours hapo hakuna mchezo. So hapo mimi nasema Chebukati tunakuangalia. Yeye maswali aliulizwa ajibu, na tumempatia time yeye atengeze mambo yake. Tunataka election nzuri, tunataka mambo mengi, tunataka amani. Serikali inaonekana mahali inakwenda, alafu baadaye after that yatarekebishwa. Na Kajiado nimeona hapo mkutano iko huko, na hii mambo ya media ndio naona sasa. Unaona, unajua saa zingine hata ukiambiwa mambo iko hivi, saa zingine mambo mengine kuchionea. Sasa kama unaambia media asikuje, na huyo media ndio unategemea, sasa asipokava wewe ukiwa unaongea atakukava lini? So what unaelewa ni nini? Now what ni nini? Swali ni nini? That is the question. What is happening? So you see, sasa hawa ndio viongozi tunalilia, na tutalia bado kama tukiendelea na hiyo mambo. Lakini tayari hapo percentage fulani yameenda chini. Sasa hiyo ni mzuri, ni advantage kwetu. Tunaona ni nani tunaelekea wapi. Freedom speech na media inafanya kazi mzuri na iendelee kufanya kazi because it's a law. Sasa kama ukifunja na unataka kutengeneza, so hiyo ni nini? So hapo naye itakuwa ni ngumu. Kabogo yeye hata yeye naona amemulika IEBC kisema ya kwamba kuna vitu hapo hajaelewa, anataka kujua au kama sasa naona naye anasema ana wafuasi kambi hizo tatu, kambi ya Chakoyo, kambi ya UD na ako na watu kwa Azimio. Sasa yeye anajua lazima afaidike na hizo. So anajua akisema bandia anaona anaruhusu. But kila mtu unajua anategemea anapigania kwa nyumba yake. So hapo mambo ni ngumu. Lakini tuko tayari tuendelee hivyo tu, yani ile kitu iko ni watu wengi walikuwa wameshaamua ya kwamba UDA itatengeneza serikali. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa makosa, na ilikuwa imeingia misisi, by the way, si ati uongo. Sasa zingine nasema ukweli, walikuwa wameshaingia, lakini sasa kule machungu ni kule kungoa. Unajua ukishangoa kitu kuna maumivu injuries. Sasa hizo ndio unaona maumivu ndio hayo sasa wanasikia uchungu. Na wale walikuwa tayari wamesha prepared, wengine wamesha promisiwa. Unaona hata ndio unaona sasa, angalia kwa nini media unajua naye ilikuwa walikuwa wameona hapana, mambo hii si mzuri. Sasa unaona if they want, na ukisema ukweli hawezi kukubali. Sasa ni lazima utolewe kwa hiyo right. So kwa hayo machache nasidi kuombea na Bernard, tafadhali watu wetu. Watu wanasema kanisa si mchengo. Mimi nikasema unajua mwili wa Yesu, if you are the body of Christ, huwezi enda pale. So kwa sababu Kristo yuko, so where there is Christ, there is where the body of Christ is. So sasa pale walikuwa tu ni wafuasi. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Walikuwa member wa society wamekutana for AGM. Okay, let's get this video before Mundua Nyumba comes in. I think we'll play 2 videos. We start here.
Mnaosimamia sekta, waambieni wananchi ukweli. Vita ya Russia na Ukraine imepandisha sana bei ya mafuta, na mafuta yanapopanda ndio kila kitu kinapanda. Nauli zitapanda, usafirishaji wa bidhaa zitapanda. Sasa hivi kutoa container kutoka China ya bidhaa kuleta Tanzania, wafanya biashara kwa nalipa kwa container ya futi 40 nadhani dola 1500. Sasa hivi ni dola 8,000 mpaka 9,000. Hii inakwenda kuingia kwenye bidhaa nazozileta. Kwa hiyo waambieni wananchi ukweli. Wasikae tu kulaumu serikali asemi kitu. Bei zinapanda za mafuta ya kula yamepanda.
In 1993, then President Frederick Chiluba of Zambia led the nation in prayer during a requiem mass for Zambian players killed in a plane crash.
O God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, God of those that fear you.
The moving prayer earned Chiluba glory beyond the borders. He was seen as a godly leader who would lead Zambia to prosperity by inculcating integrity in leadership. Little did Zambians know that Chiluba was a hypocrite and a corrupt thug who hid behind religion and spirituality to smartly execute plunder of national resources. Upon exiting office in 2002, He was in 2003 charged alongside senior officials in his government, with 168 counts with the theft of over $40 million. In May 2007, he was found guilty of stealing $46 million by a UK court. In May 2008, the Zambian government announced that it had recovered nearly $60 million in money and assets allegedly stolen during Chiluba's presidency. Chiluba's wife Regina was arrested in 2006 for allegedly receiving stolen money and property from Chiluba during his reign. Zambians were shocked to the core upon realizing that the so-called godly man could perpetrate the massive theft. A similar situation is unfolding in Kenya. One of the front-runners in 2022 presidential election is Mr. William Ruto, who, for lack of a better term, is a reincarnate of Zambia's Chiluba. Mr. Ruto is always seen in churches giving donations, and is fond of quoting Bible verses to tell off his opponents and seek sympathy among voters.
Let's bow our heads and pray.
Behind Mr. Ruto's veil of religiosity, however, is a man with an insatiable appetite for looting public coffers, which has earned him the label of the high priest of corruption. Some of the scandals he is linked to are the Maze scandal, Westin Hotel land theft, and RR and Kimwara Dam scandal. He is also accused of perpetrating violence against the Kikuyus in 2007, which saw women and children burned alive inside a church in Eldoret. Like Chiluba, Mr. Ruto is preying in the public to conceal his stealing. One can only hope that Kenyans can see through this hypocrisy before it's too late.
Wewe huwezi ukamheshimu mwenzako, hutaweza kumheshimu Mkenya, utakanyanga hati. Heshimu rais aliyoko, mkosoe kabisa, lakini kwa msingi wa sababu za kutosha na kwa njia ya heshima. Kama unataka ungavana, usitusi gavana amekalia. Mkosoe kwa msingi wa sababu za kutosha na heshima. Vile vile kwa MCA na kwa MP. Kama umeonyesha madharau kwa bosi yako, Wakenya ndio bosi yako, utawadharau kabisa. Sisi kule kwetu, sijui hapa mnasemaje, nitasema na Kikuyu, ndogeiteo kionoria. Usitupe ukijaribu kubadilisha, si ndio? Kama ni maji si unatoa kwa ndoo unaweka kwa sufuria, si inaweza mwagika yote ukibadilisha. Usimwage yote ukibadilisha wewe. Kama ni gari yako umenunua au umekondesha, unataka driver yule atakufikisha. Hata kama ni bodaboda, ukiona driver huwezi ukapanda hiyo bodaboda yake. Ukiona ana uzingizi au mambo ingine. Sasa kasi ya umma ndio unataka kuajili mtu hawezi endesha hii gari inaitwa Kenya. Mimi nawaomba sana, tusimame na ukweli, wacha ndoto za kufikiria wengine. Farasi ni moja na ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Sisi tutawafanyia kazi. Sisi tunaomba kura kwa kunyenyekea, sio kwa kiburi. Kura ni yako na iko mfukoni mwako. Tunakuelezea ndivyo uone sababu za kutupigia kura. Na hatutakuja hapa kutusi mtu. Tunakuja kukueleza yetu. Tumesikizana? Na hii nyumba ya Azimio ni vyama nyingi.
Mundu wa nyumba karibu.
Asanti Bwana Bernard, na ninakusalimia Bwana Bernard kwanza. Salamu zako peke yako kwanza. Njiro salimika, Sir Henry Morton Stanley salimika, Bwana Mariasi, Henry salimika. Kaa nazo nakataa. Mariasi ni sawa salimika, Felix salimika pia. Santini sana. Sasa ni kifupi tu, naona wangi wako background. Asante Henry, ningechukua disciplinary action lakini ni withdrawn that. DP Ruto kicks out the media. I don't know how many of you have observed the press ya our Deputy President, Mother Karua, and how nice it was, affluent. Actually, it was beautiful, a long one, almost 4 hours. And all the press from different media, they were there, all of them, asking very high quality questions, answered in a very high quality style by our Deputy President, Mother Karua. Ndio imeuma nani Ruto, ni wivu. Sasa unaona wivu vile inafanya mambo inakuwa mbaya, na inasemekanaga first, kama Mungu wakati wako umefika, you become mad first, alafu unaenda sijui ni wapi. Sasa hii si nini, ni hiyo wivu. That I saw it was very nice. I enjoyed that presser ya Mother Karua. So hiyo sitaongea sana. Why doesn't he arrange a similar? There are so many, all the press zote zilikuwa hapo, all the houses. Ni wivu, nimemaliza hiyo. Azimio in Kajiado, it was beautiful. They are doing very well. And this momentum, I pray to God we maintain it. Na tupatie hiyo nguvu, tuendelee, tusilegee chochote. And as I've always said, we shall, when I say we, when Raila wins, it's we, isn't it, Bwana Moriasi? Yeah, so we shall be 60% plus, okay? Na wengine watakuwa 30% plus kitu kidogo hapo. Haya, tuende KK Nakuru, sitaki kuongea hiyo, naruka hiyo. IEBC, readiness, they are, let's not blast IEBC, they are doing their best. And we're human beings, and even in an exam, it's not that you must get 100% for you to pass. In fact, that's why there is an A, a B, a C, a D, and a E. Why are you trying to give the IEBC E even before the exam is done? No, let's actually assist them in the shortcoming, whichever we find, and they can score an A minus, which is okay. Why should you insist they should just get an A? I'm not saying we go substandard, but an A or an A minus, even a B plus, it's okay. Let's not go to C anyway. So let's assist them to achieve. Nimesema sitaki kuongea mengi. Sometimes I like hearing other people, and there's a lot of wisdom coming. I liked Sir Henry. I read history. I don't know what he did. Sir Henry Morton Stanley. I remember that one when I was in Form 2 or something like that. Many years ago. Many. I liked your presentation. Very nice. Moriazi, you have done very well. This forum is no joke, actually. It's high caliber. Bernard, who initiated this thing, actually? Ni nzuri, mtembei, yeah. And we belong. Me even, I don't mind mixing with young people and also learning from them as much as they learn from me. Life is a matter of learning. Every other day when you wake up by evening, you should have learned something new. As long as your brain is working, and I have really learned a lot of things from this forum. Similarly, even the other one, Wananjiro, we are enjoying ourselves and learning a lot of things, and also passing the knowledge. Now, nikimaliza, sorry, Bernard, unajua mimi nimekuwa mrefu, naenda nalala 3 hours, naamuka, so I'm fresh. Na naona wewe sijui kama nani atakupata hapa leo. Sijui, I'm not sure kama Themba atakupata huko macho, lakini tutaomba tu Mungu aendelee kupatia nguvu. Na naona unakunywa kahawa. Naona uko sawa, but I'm fresh. Sasa ya mwisho, Bernard. Ni swali nauliza. Naona uko in 3-piece suit leo. Naona mimi niko na kakofia na kajacket. Was there pronounced attire for this function? Lazima tunajua in advance. Siku kuja kuget crash na tu t-shirt hapa. Mwe na wakati mwema, nimemalizia hapo. Yeah.
Thank you Mundua Nyumba. We are practicing to be presidential. we must ensure that, and then Themba atakuja baadaye, that tutakuwa na bridge in between. So unakumbuka bridging classes?
Kumbuka bwana.
So there will be bridging classes in between. So if I don't make it to Themba's section, there will be a bridge in between that will take us there. The show will continue, and we will be here. We'll be here hata tarehe 10, baada ya tarehe 11, hiyo mambo yote.
Tukisherehekea, tutasherehekea.
Yeah. And then tukimaliza hiyo kusherehekea, sasa we will turn the war against the new government. Watu waambie kile siku 100 zimepita, nafanya tick. Unga imeshuka ama imepanda, tick. So we'll be here, and we are believing God that we'll get the capacity to. We are still working out to be hosted by the terrestrial TV station, especially this show only, so that tukiongea hapa we can be carried by a local TV station ndio tufike kwa vijiji, but that's still work in progress. Unajua watu wengine wana ya kwao, but when it works out, it's just a link. You're in a shida. It doesn't need more machinery than what we already have. So you help us into that prayer, and
the prayer will be answered. Thank you.
Amen. So Bwana Njiru, wewe ndo unakuanga the bridge in between. Nimeingiza huyu Penny namna gani? Penny ni nini unasherekea Father's Day?
Ilikuwa jana. Father's Day jana, nilikuwa out yesterday.
So you took yourself out or you are taken out?
No, my son took me out. And he saw Robert. Anasema Robert anaonekana kama ndugu yake kabisa. Yeah. Sasa yangu ni kusema tu hii show yako ni mzuri bana, na tunashukuru sana. Ingawaje wengi wenu mko Azimio, yangu ni kuambia tu sisi hapana wazimu, sisi hapana choma nyumba ama hang ourselves. No, it's only a political competition, and I've heard you say. And after August 9th, kuna wengine hapo wamenipet na kuendelea na maisha. All my friends are in ODM. Hata my sister hapa iko ODM. Wa nyumbani wote wako ODM. Lakini yangu ni UDA. That's my choice, because we are in a free country. So hiyo hata jana ndio walifanya mbaya kutupa mawe, lakini everywhere Raila akienda huko kwetu KC, mtu asimguze. Save your ideas, and on August 9th the Kenyan people will make their mind, their idea, their minds, and that will be it. So now it's like the last mile. Wale watu wanakimbia marathon, because that's come on 1 mile left. Either you win or we win. I'm not going to say anything to disturb your ideas. I mean, as much as you say bad things about Oda, yeah, I come here. Because as I've told some gentlemen there, I have watched the elections forever. And I can say very clearly that we helped Obama win the election here twice. So it was tension as hell. But that's election. So yangu ndio tu, na nikuwa salimu mtu ya nyumba. Nataka simu yake kwa sababu nitatuma huyu Robert, kwa sababu niko na mashamba hapo NAKURU, na wakati wa kuchenga ni sasa, na nimepata mtu wa nyumba hapo. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Sadaka, you know, nitakutumia sadaka.
Asante sana Bwana Penny, tunashukuru. Namba ya mjua ndio utapata.
Yeah.
Mimi nadai urithi wa shamba.
Nitakuuzia. Mimi ni mzee sasa, nitakuuzia. Lakini sasa nataka nisumbue.
Urithi unapeana.
Si nilinunua.
Lakini nashukuru usakubali kwamba wengi ni watu wa Azimio. Kwa hivyo tukipita hii kitu msitusumbue. The majority are in Azimio, the minority are in UDA. So let's keep it that way. Well, let's get this before we move on. The one video iko hapa. Tuanzie hapa kwa unga kwanza.
Ruto, yeye ndio makamu wa rais, ako na haki ya kupunguza unga. Kweli. Sio haki ya kutembea akisema ati nikiingia, kwani anatoka Tanzania na amekuwa hapa na amekuwa ndani na ako ndani miaka 10. Kwani Ruto anatoka Tanzania ama Uganda ama Ethiopia? Si hapa Kenya? Kwani Ruto ni mgeni hapa Kenya? Anasema ati nimetoka sasa nimelandi Kenya, nitafanya hii nifanye hii. Bafu ya mtu. Huyu mtu ni
million votes. Correct. And this is allocating this particular vote as they have been allocated historically for the last 6 elections.
Absolutely.
And Arab Ruto will be, his starting point is 3.8 million votes only.
Yes.
If Kalonzo had stayed where he was, alone, his starting point would have been 1.5 million votes.
Yes.
Okay? Yes. Now, if you take Kalonzo, because now he has become Azimio, if you take Kalonzo's 1.5 million votes, and you add this to Raila's 5.3 million votes, it gives you how much?
6.8.
6.8 million votes. Yeah. Are you with me?
Absolutely.
Till that particular point.
Yes.
6.8. 6.8. And Ruto is where?
Is at 3.8.
3.8. Which means there is a difference of about 3 million votes.
Yes.
And numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
Now, if the voter turnout, historically, if you have to put it all together, and you do an average, and you take the voter register, my projection is that we will have a voter turnout of 15.2 million.
Yes.
And on that one, I'm 83% sure, based on my reading of the voter register.
Absolutely.
15.2 million, 50% plus 1 of that is 7.62 million.
That's right.
All right?
Yes.
Get to the pool slowly with me.
Yes. Yeah.
Arab Ruto is at 3.8.
3.8.
And Babaman is
at
6.8.
6.8.
His home base, which is always ahead, which is 5.3 million votes, and Kalonzo's votes added 1.4 gives you 6.8. If the 50% plus one threshold is 7.62 million, you deduct 7.62 million minus 6.8 million. What does it give you?
820,000.
820,000. So what we are saying here is that that's all he needs from Ghana.
That's all he needs.
Okay, Bwana Njiru, you can respond to that. Njiru, did you get me? Okay, twende kwa Stanley. Naonekana Njiru is engaged elsewhere. Felix? Hawa watu mbona wananecha kwa mataa?
Bernard.
Yes.
Hawa watu wetu wanaonekana lakini sauti inakataa kutoka. Okay, sasa on the same, Professor Mutai Ngunyi, let me just give a brief submission on that data, the data we just seen right now. This is the truth that the other wing doesn't want to hear. If you tell them, if ukiwapea statistic kama hizo, these people, they can easily get mad of you. Because Kenyan election is about statistic, figures, not sio zile kelele tunasikianga kwa mkutano sijio na matusi. Those are just nonsense. Kuja kwa ballot, hapo ndio utajua kumbe you are doing something very much important on the ground. Kusema ukweli, the impact of Kalonzo Musyoka just for Azimio is atakuja na a lot of impact. Then as we know, Raila himself, he has been maintaining his vote base for just around 3 consecutive electioneering period, which that is very visible. No one can doubt that, right? So the impact of Kalonzo and the impact of, you know, what is happening, the Tangatanga wing does not know the actual number of votes Uhuru Kenyatta is bringing on the table. Na hapo, that is where the 60%, if wakiambiwa the percentage of 60%, they really get mad. Now I feel very insulted. But for the facts, these people, they should get worried so much because no one knows the amount of votes Uhuru is bringing. Remember, they won with around 8 million. Somebody is trying to cheat Ruto somewhere that Ruto is going to gain the total of 88 million votes. Remember, the 8 million votes did not come from only Mount Kenya. They are even the coastal regions where Uhuru had some influence. Remember, there are some diehards for Uhuru, who will follow him wherever he goes. Everywhere. That is the entire Kenya. We are not talking about one region or the other region. I think I'm done with that. Let me just make a brief comments on the motions you gave today. I had a feeling about the what? The church where Ruto went just the other day. I don't know if we are going in a safer side. If a spiritual man in a house of God can say such a things and display the slide of a certain politician, that's another, is just the unpronounced way of idolatry. We cannot do that, even if you are a partisan. Okay, we know there's no one who is not partisan, but the way you practice it portrays a different message. You are a pastor. You are preaching to men and women of the nation. You are telling them to change their ways of doing things, at least to be in the right way. But let me say I was around, then it happened that I went to the church just for some spiritual nourishment. Then I get such a thing happening. What will I conclude? Is very weird character actually. Then lastly, I had made a comment earlier before our fellow panelists, but let me just make an addition on the motion, on the press. I just saw the press released by Mulembe. I think I had talked about it, but there's something I forgot about. You know, this issue of Mulembeism, ama the Kikuyism, this thing is going to interfere with our relationship in every aspect, because there are some people who feel their entitlement. Somebody feels that Bernard is not a lawyer, Wachel is more a lawyer than Bernard. That's very wrong. We cannot drive our country like that, because each and every person needs each and everyone. We should not isolate ourselves, say sisi kama wa lawyer, sisi kama wa Kikuyu. No, that's very wrong. we should just try to create that environment for each and everyone, because you never know hapo mbeleni what will you need. What will you need? Like today, the likes of the group of Mudavadi is calling a press to talk about what Raila is doing to lawyers, or all those things they were mentioning, but he doesn't know that mbeleni he will need to be a president after Raila Odinga. Atakuja kuomba kura aje, because like whatever he's doing is like, I said, it's like inciting lawyers against Raila Odinga. But as we speak, Raila is a de facto leader for the Luo. Let me just say like that. But later, we may say Mudavadi is still a young person. Tunamwombea akuwe na maisha mazuri marefu, but political life yake akona which ambition, because you may feel that there's something you are doing today, but you never know what will happen tomorrow. That's why nowadays I like politics. Yeah, Baba is making a very mature politics. Is not, even if he's trying to figure the competitor, it doesn't do it. It does it in a very respectable way. You don't just insult, like that's a form of insulting somebody directly. Just do your politics in a very respectable manner. I know people may differ in ideologies, but let's have respect. Then I had Benjamin Washiali mentioning about being removed from the seat of, was it my majority whip? Bernard, let me use you as a good example. How did you benefit personally or the region during the tenure of Benjamin Washiali as a majority whip? Because it's like, it's now personalizing, is now making this thing look like it's a Mulembe nation, but ideally it's him who benefited. How did other lawyers benefit from the seat? Those are the politics we don't want. We just want to make clean politics, and just make sure you go and ask for your votes. Don't go and just try to spoil somebody's name in the name of looking for your space, a political space. Then once watu watafute kura, wakipewa the higher percentage, like let them look for the best ways to make sure they get that percentage. But just meandering around Raila will never make them to prosper. In fact, it's going to be worse, because personally, I was looking through the comment section of the NC party, the Mudamba Man party. The comment section, if you just take a statistic of the people who are commenting, I was trying to look to check, literally just check, sample the number of people who are making the comments. Most lawyers, for that case, these people, they cannot be lied to, and you cannot use them their tribal outfit to make sure to try to incite them towards a specific person and hate a specific person for political reasons. It's like the guy just decided to use Mulembe nation to bargain. Instead, just trying to cheat himself. That is the de facto leader for the Mulembe nation, that whoever wants the Mulembe nation votes must pass through him. But ideally, the guy does not have the ground. So that's why you see a leader of a caliber of Mudavadi going for a press to give that, how can I describe it, the nonsense press briefing. Surely. Bernard, asante sana.
Okay, asante sana kwa mchango wako. I want to play these videos and then I'll let Njiru take us through the remaining part. Let's listen to this.
Nimesikia wale majamaa wa kuzimia wale watu wa tikiti ya madharau ati wanajaribu kutusomea ati tumuheshimu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi nataka niulize Bwana Kitendawili na Martha Karua, nyinyi mulikuwa wapi wakati sisi tulimpigia kura Uhuru Kenyatta? Mulikuwa wapi? Wacha utapeli. Munajifanya saa hizi ati mnapenda Uhuru Kenyatta. Siku ile Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anahitaji watu wa kusimama na yeye na kumpigia kura, nyinyi mulimpinga, nyinyi mulimuanzishia kesi, mulikuwa mnamtaka kumpeleka Hague. Saa hii mnajifanya ati nyinyi ni marafiki wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Shame on you. Bure kabisa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Hawa ni matapeli wa mwisho. Bure kabisa. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Ati mnajaribu kutufundisha. Mnatufundisha nini nyinyi watu matapeli? Kama mlikuwa mnapenda Uhuru Kenyatta, mbona hamjampigia kura hata siku moja? Saa hizi kwa sababu mnataka kumridhi mnajifanya ati mnampenda. Sisi tumeonyesha Uhuru Kenyatta tunampenda kwa vitendo. Nyinyi mnampenda kwa mdomo. Tofauti ni kama usiku na mchana. Ni kweli ama si kweli?
Okay, one more.
Kuchaguliwa Martha Karua kama mgombea mwenza wa Raila, ni kweli?
Kiasi fulani, si kusema ati percentage kubwa. Kwa kisia kwangu ni kama 3-4%. Lakini pia kuchaguliwa kwa Gachagua kama naibu wa William Ruto kumleta shida kiasi fulani. Na ni kitu usiposema wewe utakuwa useme ukweli. Lakini watu wengi sisi hutaka kunyamaza kwa sababu hutaki iwe ni wewe ulitoka na maneno. But it is there, out there. Ukisoma katika mitandao utaona.
Kuna wale wanasema kwamba bifu yako na Gachagua ni kwa sababu wewe pia ulikuwa unataka kuwa mgombea mwenza na
nimekwambia Salim, uvumi, mambo ya kusikiza uvumi wa kisiasa huwa mimi sina haja nayo. Nilikuwa sina haja, si kusema nagombea. Ukiona siku Mheshimiwa William Ruto alitaja Gachagua, mimi sikuwa mmoja wa wale waligombea na wala hakuniuliza. Siku tumezungumza naye maneno ya deputy ambia you would make a good one. Mimi nikamwambia sure yes, lakini sikufuatizia. Mimi ni mtu naelewa siasa zangu, naelewa wapi nataka kwenda, lakini kusema ukweli.
Okay, my personal resolution, when I run for president, I will not want one William Ruto to vote for me. Kwa sababu atanidai mpaka kabrini. Mimi sitaki kudaiwa. Kwa hivyo mimi nishainua mkono, sitaki kupigiwa kura na William Ruto. Ajipigie ili ajidai. Kwa sababu William Ruto akikupigia kura mara moja hivi atakudai maisha yake yote katika platform zote. Na mimi sioni hiyo kama ni uzalendo. Bwana Njiru, wacha tukuachie matatizo wewe, endelea.
Okay, sawa Bernard, nimeshukuru. So sasa unajua hii ndio shida.
Ngoja tumalizie historia ya Washiali.
Okay.
Ili tusiachie jiani.
That recently you staged a spectacle where you denied Honorable Tim Wanyonyi a ticket to contest for Governor of Nairobi. Neither have we forgotten how you unleashed the notorious Men in Black against Honorable Abab Namwamba and subsequently hounded him out of office as the Secretary General of OM. Your schemes then took you in a futile attempt to prevent Sakaja too from vying for the same seat. At this stage, we pose a rhetorical question. Are leaders from Mlembe community, lesser Kenyans, to be told in any way you want? You may plot even more, but this is to assure you, Raila, that the Mlembe nation is decided on its political pathway, and no amount of deception and theatrics will change their choice. Soon, we assure you, you will be a living memory of the adage that you can cheat some people sometime, but never will you cheat the Mlembe nation all the time. Mjinga akierevuka, mwerevu yu mashakani. You are warned, Raila Odinga. That is good enough. Thank you.
People are biting more than they can chew. Who is Washali to warn Raila Odinga? From where? He's not even vying for the seat because the heat on the ground is too much. Hawa watu wawekwe kwa kikapu moja, wakuwe donated kama sadaka huko Sogoi. Wanahitaji watu wa kuokota mayai, wasaidie hiyo kazi. Mimi nimetoka hapo, tuonane baadaye. Njiru continue.
Okay, sawa. Okay, maybe unaweza ni brief nani hajaongea kabla, maybe I give one comment alafu sasa niendelee ama ni kuzunguka sasa.
Zunguka alafu share the link. Washirika wa usiku sasa wanaanza kuingia.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Ladies
Bernard, no, we didn't comment on the numbers.
The numbers, hizo numbers zinasumbua watu wa UDA, lakini tushasema, I've said here over and over again, if Raila Odinga gets 60, the highest William Ruto can get is 20. That is how that ticket looks. You don't compare elephants with goats and gazelles. They don't match. Ukiweka ndovu huku kwa scale, alafu weke gazelle huku, hakuna vile gazelle itainua ndovu, haiwezekani. So hii story ya watu kufikiria kwamba William Ruto anaweza kuinua Raila Odinga, haiwezekani. That's an impossible mission, and it is that way. The earlier UDA people accept it, the better. All this pressure is not going to add any difference. Hakuna vile mtu ako 90%, wewe uko 30%. And then you want to prove that 30% can displace 90%. It's impossible. So even if Raila does not campaign, kuanzia leo, wakienda kwa ballot, every time Raila gets 90%, the highest William Ruto will get is 30. That's the reality on the ground. Why is William Ruto still buying crowds right now? Ferrying crowds right now? He should have just done that in the first week, in the first month, in the first year. Lakini you've been buying crowds, ferrying them every day for your life. You don't build political capacity that way. So aliruka class, wakati watu wanafanya lecture, ameruka. He does not attend lectures. Then anataka kuja siku ya exam, andike paper, na apite. Doesn't work. So those numbers, they are painting the correct picture. It is impossible for William Ruto to win against Raila Odinga in a Kenyan free, fair elections. Without monkey business, William Ruto will get 20-25% of the cast vote. Raila will get the lion's share. And now that there is the new kid on the block, Wajakoya, who has now eaten even in the 25. So it could be 15. Ndio nakwambia chungeni tafadhali. there is a probability William Ruto will be number 3 in this election. I'm not a prophet, not a son of a prophet, but that probability lies there. If the young people who have run away with Wajakoya go with Wajakoya all the way, then William Ruto loses the mountain, like he's bound to lose the mountain. I tell you the truth, I lie not. Mambo itakuwa kali. Chairman wa kukata miti akifika, mwambie waendelee na hiyo project, lakini wakikata moja panda mbili. Philosophy ya mzee Moi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Bernard. I also want to add something brief on that, ili sasa nipe mtu mwingine aongee. Unajua, we need to look at history ya Ruto kidogo. For you to galvanize Kenya, you need both rural and town politics experience. And Ruto misses that. So, in Kenya, you cannot become a president if you don't know how to mix the urban and the rural together. Na saa zingine mnasikianga Raila akisema jogoo wa jijini hawezi wika mjini, na watu wanafikiria ni kama Raila analeta madaa. Hapana, it is the concept. Because you know, ile shida Ruto ako nayo, uko mashinani, he has been very good. Uko mashinani amekuwa akienda kwa makanisa maharambee. Umewahi muona harambee pari kama Baptist Center, these big churches like in Nairobi? You have not seen it. So what I'm trying to say is that Ruto has not been able to galvanize big cities in Kenya. And that is where the population is. And that is where the ideas and the concepts are. That is why even after campaigning for 4 years, he is getting a lot of weight still to fight with the people who have just launched their campaign right now. So, mimi kitu naweza jaribu kusema, Ruto will only now play a sympathy politics so that at least he can a little bit galvanize a few people in his winning campaign. So, ukiangalia concept ya Ruto ya campaign, it is not an organized one. And that is what happens. And sometimes we have also to be careful what was Azimio when you are campaigning with somebody who is not conventional. You don't expect that Ruto will even bring a workable formula na nini to the Kenyans. He will concentrate on selling lies. He will concentrate on propaganda. He will concentrate on those unconventional methods. And that is what we need to expose more and show Kenyans that there is no, at a level, he will completely isolate himself from the government. And at the same time, he will, kama hii mwezi sasa in June, Ruto will receive a salary as a deputy president. And at the same time, he still portrays to be outside the government. And still Kenyans are buying those lies. It's unfortunate. Kama mimi hata ile pali mimi nafanya kazi, there's no in which naweza sema siko kazi and at the same time I will receive a salary. It is like I'm not sincere with myself. And I am still surprised that Kenyans are buying into those lies. Ya mtu anasema yeye yuko kwa serikali, anakunywa maji ya serikali, niseme vile mwenzake alisema, gari anatumia ni ya serikali, kule analala ni kwa serikali, kule anafanyia mikutano ni kwa serikali, and you still want to tell Kenyans that you don't have a portion of solving their problems. Na ikifika ile wakati unataka kujihusisha na serikali, it is on successful issues. Stadium ikiisha pahali unasema tumefanya. Sijui kitu kama kuna barabara imejengwa pahali tumefanya. Lakini ikifika kwa story ya cost of living wamefanya. So we need to start looking at this guy categorically. And because I know Kenya wajinga wameisha, as we always say, let's make sure that we do not accept the lies of one man who want to get leadership to take us into serious turmoil, economically and mentally. You can see huyu ni mtu ambaye he is disregarding even our senior citizen, our organized people. Huyu ni mtu ambaye hata wale watu wako na mabiashara anawaita sijui nini. So we have a danger here which is at the doorstep. And Kenyans have to get organized and make sure that this guy doesn't get elected. Otherwise, we will have another 20 years of fighting for our freedom. So we have a civic duty as Kenyans to make sure that we are electing just people. People will not organize gangs to make sure that their agenda is moved. And our civic duty now is to make sure that we are propagating the truth and we are doing it in the right manner. I've watched so many videos, and it is devastating to still see that we still have some millions of Kenyans supporting this guy, and it is a pity. So let's have another guy so we can go to Moriasi, Nyomba, Felix, and we keep on rotating. So let's have Moriasi contributing to the same, please. Moriasi, get on board. Moriasi? Moriasi, I want you to contribute.
So hizo numbers we say Karonzo to come to Azimio was a plus, and that's why there was a lot of force from the other side, because they knew that was the hustle. Isafunguliwe hiyo basi, unaona vitu imeenda mbaya, na tunashukuru sana. But our deputy Martha Wangari Karua, he knows the secret. He knows. That is how, talk to people. Tell them, this is the thing. Because kura iko kwa mfuko yao. You don't force them. You don't want to lie to them. Tell them, we need, because you see, this thing, no one can do alone. The people, the voters themselves, they know the problem. They even know the solution, but they need support. So you will support them. You will work for them so that they can achieve what they want. Some already have started, but they are unable to move. They want you as a leader to open the way you are. How will they get the money? Today, I listened to those questions in the panel, in the media today. It was wonderful. And actually, imagine 1.5 hours without a glass of water. She's just answering questions. I was shocked how she could be able to connect all those very hard questions. You did not know whether you're going to be asked those questions. So you tell me you don't have it was amazing. And you can, because these things are in you, you know them, you know these things, you know what you are going to do to people. She was answering. I watched it and said, yeah, that is what the people are. The people wanted to know. They asked the good valid questions because already the message they had prior was, this is how things are going. And now they have seen, really, this is where the government is going. Because they are asking, they have challenges in the ground everywhere. Even us, we have challenges. The judges are there, but they will want to know how. And they are also telling people, some people, they don't know that there is an help somewhere to want somebody to link them. For example, the youth who are just seated there, they don't know what to do. They need someone to guide them, come together, form a group. This is where we can access money. This is where you can go and borrow money. You have already started some work, but you cannot do. You have started to say, maybe bringing up, rearing even chicken. But you don't have money to buy the feeds. But if you approach this bank, under this way, you can access money, and this is the program. But you want as an individual, you may not be given. But if you are in a group, they will sign against. They will say, yeah, it's one of us. We comment, then you get, and you continue, and then you own that. That's how people. No one can work alone. So it was very wonderful, and that is the strategy. That is the way. That is the government we want. They're asking about what would happen about some laws that will be put in place. And they told them very well, like in the governor position and the government, the county government and the national government.
because the money is sent to the government, the county, but who is following? Which law? See, they will put a law that will make sure about track, and then they will see that this man has reached the right person. And that's what we want. Because the money does not reach the people. And here the people is counting, saying, I will do this, I have done this and that. When you ask them, a good simple question, even a dispensary in a village, nothing. So it is there, but it doesn't have drugs. And here you are saying 50 billion, 50 this. No, it is good, but is it practical? Don't tell us too much. Give us more. Give us 10 million. Give us 5. Why are you telling us that much? People want to grow because if you give them too much, also they cannot control. Give it much more. They grow up. And Kabogo, you see, he already is. And from day one, Kabogo has been in the middle of trying to see how things are going. And we will get something out of that because even he's also looking for the coming government. Who will want to stay outside? He's very smart. He will get something and he will do it. And the media is the media. You will depend on the same media during the time you need them. Now, what will happen when you need them? If you chase them away, and you are the one pioneer for freedom to liberate Mama Mboga. So how will Mama Mboga know what is down there if there was no media? That is an irony. That's very, very hard, really. And I see Azimio, they are doing well. Kajiado is very good. And for me, I can say this thing is over. Let us wait now, get ready to vote. At least 15 million. 15 million, then they can now subtract, because at least from 22, 15 can turn up. If I thought everything will be fine, then we see the next government is coming. And then after that, then we will also try to look at the government now, follow them up, what they told us. We want to see those things happening. And I saw because of what Shari talk about, the people who are kicked out and whatever. But you see, the one match is given, more is expected. During Kibaki time, Raila gave many ministers a post to Western people. And this time around, now they feel that now there's nothing. Yeah, if you don't support, then what do you expect? That is it. So go to the other side, be in the opposition, well and good. And on the theory on this certificate thing, you know, it's not good to lie to the media. If you tell us you have already given, then you say you are a law-binding citizen. You don't show up to the meeting. You go to a different one. You skip the other one. So which means, but anyway, it's good, because if you don't have anything to take there, why should you go there? So get ready, still give what they require, then they clear you off, so that we don't want people to say I was blocked out from going because of Azimio, or because of these people, because of deep state. No. Deep state is not there with your education. Deep state, they do their job. So for him, let him fight it out, and then he get the ballot. Sonko, he said that he was asked, he has a degree, and he was, and he ended up, they said that now he was locked out. But for him, he went to a wrong place. He could have stayed in Nairobi. And for the IEBC, let them do their job. We are looking it. We give you some support. Let them put their things in order. And that's the Kenya we want. And we wish them the best. For me, that's what I can say for today. I'm ready to listen from other panelists who have gathered information. And as we said, Ongwae is now campaigning very to Machogu. He was there homecoming.
and was MC, and he's telling them about the mama and baba huko, but I know it is already, he's trying to sift already. He has already sifted actually. So we know what is going on, but we wish them the best. This government, you know, they are also fearing because the coming government, they have to follow them. The law is already there. Whoever has gone, you have to tell how you spend time in your third office. So that's why they don't want, they want to cover up for that. Thank you so much, Njiru, and be blessed.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Muriasi. I understand. Yeah, you know, 2022 campaign is very confusing. Unakuta mtu wako UDA lakini pia anajaribu kujishikilia pande ya Azimio kidogo. I heard that mtu kama Boni Karware nilisikia kuna ati ana kampenia mtu ya Azimio. There are some places nimesikia there is that mix which people want to be relevant na wanataka kushika kura. I wish lawyers can understand, like, I don't know why they want to vote for Karware simply because he seems to be aligned to a candidate in Azimio. So to me, I'm not understanding it. Even if it is a democratic right, the fact that Karware has been unable to choose a correct coalition, I don't support him in that. And I know maybe nimeangalia opinion polls mingi sana na nasikia watu wakisema ni kama ati Karware ati anaongoza sana, but that thing might also cost us in one way or two. It is my own personal opinion. I wish the people in Kakamega can just vote Karware out, because he is the reason why hata even the UDA is getting inroads in Kakamega. So I wish people in Kakamega can get organized and they don't reason with the Karware. So the other thing I also wanted to comment a little bit, umesema ya Mother Karua. Mother Karua was having a very impressive interview today in all the local stations in Mount Kenya. I would like to see Rigathi Gachagua doing the same for like 1 hour. I want us to give Rigathi Gachagua a microphone for 1 hour in such a forum. Alafu sasa tusikie. I want to see a contrast, but I know they are going to avoid it. They want to be speaking in the roads and on top of the vehicles. I know they will not want to put Rigathi Gachagua in an organized event like that one, because wanajua it will be chaotic, it will be catastrophic. But I wish I can be given Rigathi for 1 hour, at least nimujue. Okay, let's get the next person. Felix, you can talk, then we get Penny, then Kamau in that line. Go ahead, Felix.
Okay, thank you again. A very impressive message from our brother from Kisii. We have heard that Mashogu is joining us soon. That's so great. We welcome him because I think he knows where he's coming from, is so much enrooted with Azimio. So lazima pia apige hesabu zake vizuri. Ukiona mtu ameanza kuleta mguu, ujue ground is not working well with him or her. And that's what you might see with just a good number of even the UDA candidates. Like you've just talked about Boni Alwale. Boni Alwale is really playing safe. If you don't know the kind of a politician Boni Alwale is, na mwelewi vizuri, Boni Alwale is really playing safe. Playing safe, Boni Alwale knows that there is a new team wako na numbers. It's like he's trying to bring, anajaribu kuleta mguu moja to the Azimio so that anaweza pata at least a chunk of Azimio voters who in one way or the other does not support the Azimio candidate for senator. Actually, I've heard that the Cleophas Malala is also doing the same thing. That's why these people, they differ publicly in their joint political rally. The other time you saw the Bunia Lwale alitolewa mbio wakiwa kwa rally because the players walikuwa Matungu. Matungu is entirely Azimio background. And that's place where Fernandez Barasa, the ODM candidate, gubernatorial candidate, is having a very strong ground. So, Halwale is like trying to persuade the supporters for Fernandez Barasa to vote him as a senator, and is like he's campaigning for Fernandez Barasa so that he can get something in turn. Now that is the game he's playing. I've just seen there was a video played before about Ruto lamenting how he has voted for Uhuru several times, that Raila and Martha Karua are trying to show some hypocrisy ya kupenda sijui Uhuru. You know, there's no one who doesn't know that how dynamic Kenyan politics do change. Today, you might be allied to somebody. Tomorrow, the politics changes, and you get new friends. Especially, you might end up getting a strong opponent as a new friend, right? Because even previously, before the Mudavadi joined Ruto, Mudavadi was a critic for Ruto. In fact, he used even a water bottle to explain the bottom-up economic model. But within few days, find that the guy is the one singing Ruto most. So Ruto must understand that political dynamics of Kenyan political dynamics, these things they do change on every electioneering period. The opponents will be your friends. Your friends will turn to be your opponent. It has been going on that way for a good number of electioneering periods. So, wacha jamaa tulize bola, acha kulialia. You know, he's not the first person to be betrayed. He's not the first person to vote for somebody and mtu amruke. Because even Baba himself, in fact, Baba did even more than what he has done. Getting Mwai Kibaki to a presidential seat, it was not easy, because by then we had a very strong Moi regime. At the same time, Kibaki was, let me say, he was older, and again, the guy got an accident on the way at a very critical time. Baba did more than even what Ruto could have done. But then there's some notions that Ruto has been creating in different political rallies. In fact, whenever he goes to Mount Kenya, that's when that guy sings the songs on a daily basis. At he made Uhuru the president. But again, if you look the statistics of the voting pattern from both the Ruto side and Uhuru side, Uhuru came with more votes compared to Ruto. So you ask yourself, who helped who? That's the question you should ask yourself. Who made who to be a president? So the notion is just outgone. Is a notion that it was created. It can only incite or excite the first, let me say, the youth, the first voters, those who doesn't know the political dynamic, how it runs. But any other thing it's gone. You must just accept that this one is gone. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing at all he can do about it. Then another thing, if he's boasting that he's the one who made Uhuru the president, mbona ajieke kuwa president mwenye? Mbona everywhere he goes he keeps on crying, oh, you are doing for me this, you are doing this, you are doing this, you are doing that. If you are sure of yourself, unajiamini, why are you crying? You should not cry on a daily basis, because that's Ruto akienda any political rally, that is the only thing he must. In fact, if you take a false cap and write the words that Ruto always speak. In fact, they always the similar. Oh, mara deep state. Oh, mara siji wale watu. Oh, mara siji. The same things. People are getting tired of the same things. Right now, people are selling ideas. Baba is, in fact, nowadays, this election, Baba has really changed a lot. If you look on how he addresses his people, Baba is addressing on issue-based. In a very minor scenario, you'll get Raila Odinga mentioning names. Very minor scenario. Is selling his ideas direct to the people. Is selling the manifestos. That's the ones he just launched the other day. Direct to the people. In very minor situations, you'll hear Baba is criticizing. If maybe in one just in one scenario too, he may do that. But in most scenarios, he's selling the ideas. Now, Kabogo said just in the previous interview that when Ruto appointed Rigathi Gachagua as a running mate, Ruto has lost a certain percentage. He quoted as around 3 to 4%. Actually, that is him. He said 3 to 4%. But the moment he says that Ruto has lost certain ground, that one is not something to assume. Maybe it's a good one. You know, we don't know the actual value, right? But when an opponent loses a value, then you add. You see that? Because even if it's 5%, an opponent loses 5 and you add 5. It means the gap has been reduced by 10%. It means Baba has added the gap by 10%. Let's say Ruto had 40. Baba had, let me just, I don't want to be biased, let me give Ruto the highest value. Ruto had 40, Baba had 35. Ruto has lost 5, getting 35, Baba has gained, it means Baba will replace the 5 plus the second 5. So that is how it goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We can have Mr. Kamau. Mr. Kamau. Okay, Rhoda, you can make your contribution.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me or?
Yes, I hear you. Rhoda, you are mute. Rhoda, can I hear you? You are mute. Rhoda, you are mute, please.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Do you hear me now? Okay, I was saying like this, what happened yesterday, I was very, very, very surprised. Ruto know very well it will be violence yesterday. He knew that. Which kind of political game he is playing? That's not good. When you're politicians, you need to be the man of integrity. You need to be honest yourself, you know, because we see him, you know, like me, I see him, what is he like problem? You know, like Baba Omoro Tinga, he like peace. he is thankful, he is humble. But this Ruto, he doesn't see goodness. He is not thankful what he have. You know, he always love problem. Why he can say, I have been, you know, he have to show us he have been working like deputy president. What he learned to be the deputy president? What did he learn? He learned to bring the violence. You know, when you work like a political, you have to be very, very smart, and you have to be very honest to yourself, because people, as we see him, how he behave, we see his I can see the body language, how he behave. You know, he think that he play a very good game, but he is fooling himself. You know, like Baba Moro Dinga is doing a very good. He have never he like all the time he talk about peace. He think about peace, development. How can we make our country development? How can we make our country the food prices? What can we make our country to be like a China? What can we make a country like Europe? But Ruto have never ever talk about, can we make our country like, can you imagine even Baba Omoro Dinga have a hope? He give us hope that that our country can be, you know, he's so lovely. He's so kind. He show us, he so whole world that he is wishing his best for his country. He love his nation. But Ruto always negative. He have never thankful. And Ruto, he have a lot of money. He have been stealing a lot of money, corruption, much money, and he have never. He's all the time. Even when the Kibaki was a president, I don't know was the vice president. I think it's Karonzo. He didn't steal any money. Even the other man was he was a Luo community. He died. He didn't steal the money, but he had been deputy president. He had been stealing the money. He didn't respect Uhuru Kenyatta. Can you imagine? Why he was? I used to say like America. Let's go back in the US. Like President. You know me, I'm a politician. I'm worldwide politicians. Even I can tell what is going on in Middle East, whole world. I used to see like a President Biden and Barack Obama. When Barack Obama he worked those 8 years like a president. Can you imagine? They were very good friends with Biden, and they didn't do anything. Can you imagine? And when the Biden want to land the president, the Obama, he was helping him to do campaign. Can you imagine? Even they were wearing the same tie. You see, and even now, Obama was invited in White House when the baby to resign to because he's the one who started the Obamacare. You know, he was invited. Why Ruto he didn't show us? You know how he was. Even the President Bush, who was his vice president, we know everywhere. When you have a vice president, you have to respect the president. Don't steal the money. Don't do stupid things. You know, be the man of integrity, and your name will be good. So everybody we see, we're not stupid Kenya people. We see he have destroyed his name. You know, how he behaved. He bring the problem, try to manipulation us with other tribe. You know, we don't, like us Kikuyu, we don't hate tribe. We love all tribe. I like Luo tribe. I like Luya tribe. I don't have problem with the tribalism, but
Rhoda, 1 minute.
He's a tribalism person.
Rhoda, 1 minute. There are some people who are saying they cannot hear you. Is it possible for you to get a little bit organized? Please, just speak slowly and just get a little bit organized. People are saying they cannot hear you. Kuna vile unaongea kwa mbio sana. Please just get organized and relay your information kindly. You are mute.
Sisi watu wa Mlima tunapenda peace. Sisi watu wa Mlima tunapenda amani sana, kwa sababu amani inaleta development. Amani, you'll be healthy. You know, when you bring problem, people they can get sick. People they're the one who bring problem. I'm already telling people, you are the one who bring problem. If we give other people peace, there could be not any cancer, could be not disease, could not have a problem. But we are the one bring the problem. So Ruto is bring the problem in our country. I hate problem. Me, I like to see our country development. I want to see my country like China. You know, I used to see like India. India is biggest democracy country whole world. I used to follow their politicians. All the time they talk about, discuss, debate about their country every time. And I'm telling you, the way India is going will be like a China. You know, because they have a president, Prime Minister Modi. He doesn't like, you know, it's a democracy, freedom expression, freedom to say how you. And India, they have a lot of tribe. Yes, they have a tribe, but it's very democratic. Whole world, Modi, the prime minister of India, he make the history. When it came the war in Ukraine and Russia, he was bringing the message of peace. He started with Russia because they buy oil in Russia, but he was standing with Ukraine both. He doesn't want, and he can imagine he bring together European Union, even some country like Japan, they bring him, and I know even he will win. Something like Martin Luther King, he win when you bring you show the whole world, you bring peace. He will win like something like Nobel Peace. Why in Kenya we can have such kind of politician show whole world? My country, I love my country. My country, when there's election, I will accept it. There will be no corruption. There will be no stealing the vote. No. Why can we have such kind of leaders in our country? It's so shameful. Yeah, I finished my message.
Okay, fine, no problem. I just saw King Agoro, if you are hearing me, please just dress up properly for the video, please. I will be unable to get you on that way, kindly.
To do what? To make the video? You don't see me?
No, I'm saying not you. I'm telling King Agoro. King Agoro was
okay.
he was coming, and I couldn't be able to get him on. Okay.
But
okay.
Did you get my message? Did you get my message?
Yeah, Rhonda, I've gotten your message, and you have talked rightly about. You have gotten rightly about the democracy in India and how India is trying to shape the world in a new sphere, especially where they are not becoming partisan, whereby they can be able to stand on their own interest and the interest of their people, and at the same time standing on what is right and justifiable. And that is what we are telling Kenyans here. Okay, a minute, please. You can mute a little bit. I will get you again. Just mute. I will get you. Yeah. Okay. So.
You mean I leave the place? I leave the place, or?
No, you mute. I'm just saying you mute. Just you mute. I will get you on board, because when we talk and we like that. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Bwana Agoro, for adhering to our rules. Sorry for returning you. It's only that it was not good, but I hope you understand. Yeah, so what I was saying is that democracy is very important. And sometimes we always talk of democracy and the people don't understand of what we mean by democracy. Democracy is being able to hear out your views and in a civilized manner without causing tension. So, but any speech which you give and you are kind of causing tension, you are causing division, that one we cannot call it democracy. And I can tell you that in our case, in Kenya, our system is like mixed. We cannot say that we are entirely, because we are people with the same tribe, but we are also trying to learn democracy. We are trying to bring inclusivity of one another. You can see that our democracy has been divided, whereby we have been highly ethnicized. So the fact that we have not been able to shift the power from tribes to tribes, I cannot still define our case as a democracy, because we are like fixed in one corner. So until we can be able to bring an inclusive society, whereby somebody in Turkana, somebody in Masairan, somebody in or we remove the barriers, the ones we call the barriers, whereby right now we have a woman who is a deputy president, and we are placing barriers to them. We are starting now to say other issues other than qualification. So you hear people want to demean this woman, not in terms of character and what she can do for the country, but people want to demean this person because of how God created her. It is wrong, and those are some of the things which we have to increase our democratic space. The day when somebody will come here and we are not judging them because of their gender, their issues, how they think and where they come from. That's the time when we will now start saying that our democratic space is increasing and expanding. But the fact that we are still oriented in some specific direction, we still have a long way to go. And that is the reason why now we need Baba to give us that first principles concept of breaking that stereotypes which are there. Like now, these stereotypes which Moses Kuya was trying to bring to us. People come here and tell us that people in a certain community cannot rule Kenya, whereas those people in that community, they pay taxes, they are influential, they have people who have brains. There is always one thing which I say: any community which has over 100 people in the society, it has intellectual people who can read that country. I want to tell you, even the Maasai people, they can be able to produce a president in Kenya. Even the Turkana people, in their numbers, they have somebody who can lead Kenya. But these ideologies which we are saying that, so we cannot neglect communities. We cannot sideline communities. Those communities can be able to produce a leader if we want. So, and that is one thing which I want us to be very serious, even as we talk here. We have to break that. And I love very much what Simba Arati said some time back. Simba Arati said, we cannot look signed again. And you know, kuna historia watu wanasema hapa ati tusiongea ati historia ati communities, tuongee story ya viongozi. Yes, we are going to talk about viongozi and the communities together, because every community has its elite and the people who can produce a leader. But we cannot sit together here as a person, and this one is my personal opinion. It is wrong for Kenya to have another Kalenjin leader. If I was asked, we have to bring inclusivity. We have 42 tribes, and that thing has to go to Kenyans. The only way in which a Turkana will rule this Kenya, the only way in which a Minjikenda will rule this Kenya, we have to break that stereotype, and it has to break through Baba. That's why we are calling it a Madera moment. Rhonda, you can say in one statement, then we bring King Tagoro. Go ahead. Rhonda, you can unmute and say what you wanted to say in a slow manner. Eh? Don't be too charged. Go ahead. You can unmute and say. Rhonda, you can unmute and say. Can you get me?
Can I talk now? It's okay? Yes. Can I talk? Or somebody else? King Agore.
No, Rhonda,
Is it your time to talk?
No, I wanted you to comment, then we bring King Tagoro, because you wanted to say something.
Okay. Yeah, I think in our country, if we stop this kind of manner of manipulation, our country can be a great. Our country have a future. We see very well President Uhuru, he did amazing. Can you imagine? He is a president. Do you know many countries? I used to meet people from West Africa. They just, wow, what a blessing. You have a nice president. When I meet people from East Africa, they tell me, oh, I wish Uhuru Kenyatta can be my president. He's so kind. Everybody love him, even West Africa. Even not West Africa, whole world. When I meet people from Brazil, even Argentina, they tell me, because he's very famous whole world. People, they can see your behavior and your personality matter, your personality, how you behave. So it's people, you are the one you will want the whole world to love you. You have to love yourself. Love yourself first, and people, they'll see. Accept yourself who you are, you know? And our country can be a great. Our country can be like a China. Our country can be like a US. If we make it, if we see this man of corruption, you know, and this kind of intimidation and play the game, political game, like manipulation, like the way Ruto have been play that game from all those campaign have done. You know, there's verse of the Bible say, come reason together. You know, they can reason together because nobody perfect. Of course, nobody perfect. And they understand, what can we make our school to be great? What can we make our hospital? We can make, you know, those men, they do corruption, they can do something, you know, because Everybody, this money can go your county. You can make your county better. I think that's the President Uhuru he did for those eight years. He didn't choose any tribe, but he was loving everybody. Because if you see his government, he have like an Ababu Namwaba. He was getting a lot of money. He was working very good, but now he doesn't see. He doesn't see because the problem with the Kenya people. We are blind. We don't. We want more. We are not satisfied what we have. Can you imagine? You have been working all those years. You get a lot of money. You buy house like a current, and you still demand. So that's the problem we have in Africa. I used to see in Europe, they don't do that. If you come you work like a party, okay, when you come there, you don't have nice clothes, but some months you start to see look good, you buy nice car because they get a good salary, but they don't do corruption. They don't take for granted. Even to work like a minister, don't take for granted. The problem with Kenya, we take things for granted. I wish God can open our eyes outside and inside. Then we understand what God has been blessing us, what God have done for us. You know, some country is a communist, like North Korea is a communist. Those like communist countries, they are not right to go out. They are not right to drive the car. They are not right to be Christian faith. Can you imagine? And enemy want to destroy that democracy and freedom. Country like Afghanistan, when the Taliban they take over, is a dictatorship. Women are not right to drive the car. They are not right to go to. They are crying. Oh, we want to go to school. They don't have chance. We want to be ourselves. We want, because the dictatorship. The work of the dictatorship is to put people down. So I hope our country will never be like that. That is my prayer every day.
Okay. Okay.
Can I twin?
We can't hear Njeri. Njeru, we can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, so I'm saying I wanted to discuss something here on this idea of people hating presidents when they are losing or when they are retiring. That thing is not happening to Kenyatta alone. That thing happened to Kibaki. People and some tendency of thinking that when Kibaki was just retiring, people had a lot of wrath on him. Only that after some time, history came to prove him, but actually he performed even more better than the way people expected. So I also understand that because I know whatever the blame people are giving Uhuru now, I know history is going to validate him. In the next 10 or 20 years, people will be very sorry and maybe they will be saying that we unfairly treated this man. And more so, Uhuru, I don't want to look at infrastructure and the other things. Kuna mtu nilisikia amesema hapa. Unajua hivi vitu tunasema infrastructure and thing. These things after some time they have design like a design period. Hata tukijenga barabara sahi, in the next 40 or 50 years we need to redo new ones. But kuna kitu, there is one big legacy Uhuru ameacha. And I don't know if there is any leader in Kenya, unless he is a very exceptional one, he will be able to carve on that. The issue of looking for an opposition leader, looking for peace with him, agreeing with him, and crafting a methodology of uniting a country. I can tell you that is many countries which have problems. If you go in Colombia, if you go in many countries, Many leaders have avoided to do that, or they have been unable to do that. And us as Kenyans, we got somebody who was able to craft such a deal. I can tell you that thing to happen, it has costed many people's life elsewhere for just people to come together and agree on something. People have died in thousands for something like that to happen. And that such a thing happened through handshake. So when you hear people coming, or you hear people in the national TVs trying to criticize the handshake, they are not, personally, I take them to be people who are lacking knowledge and information, because we were able to get handshake at a very low cost, at a very low cost. For such a thing to happen in another country, it could have required thousands of people to die. But we got two people with goodwill. They put their self-interest together, or they put their self-interest away, and crafted something. So when somebody comes here and tells you that handshake, the only thing handshake has brought is raising your lifestyle, that person is not thinking beyond his nose. If I tell you the benefits of handshake in Kenya, you will cry. Number one, you know, handshake has given us at least, if even the way you see a little bit, the way we are almost having almost a smooth electioneering season, it is because of the goodwill which we have in a handshake. I hope you people, you remember the tensions we have been having during elections period, 2007, 2013 and 2017. Kuna wakati hata uchaguzi ikifika, watu wanaanzia kuingia maji na baridi. But courtesy of handshake, at least people can politic, people can go home. We don't have these tensions which used to have in the country. We have that country which is almost coming together. A country which is almost coming together, courtesy of handshake. So when somebody comes here and tells you that handshake is the sources of our problem, those people don't know what they are saying. They need to design another propaganda. Actually, handshake was a blessing to Kenya. In terms of inclusivity, in terms of goodwill to business, there is so much handshake has brought to us. And we got it at a very low cost that Kenyans don't want to embrace it. But again, I will say, history will prove it right. In the next 10 or 20 years, people will come and see the importance of this thing, which we got at zero cost. Ogwaro, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Njiru. Hi to everybody. Wenye wajalala. Na naona nyinyi ni mashujaa. Mnataka nchi ibadilike. Anyway, Njiru, I agree with you. We got that handshake at a low cost. And also, Rhoda, you said tunataka prayers. Hiyo nchi tushapata prayers, but pesa yachi kutembea. Ifanye what people believe in, waanze ku pray for things that are not there. Okay, Mimi as Mkenya, going to these kind of places I am in now, I really admire their system. But your system yetu, it doesn't come just in a day or 2 days, you see. But it's a process. It takes time. Leo nilikuwa nasikiza jamaa mwingine. He's also a presidential candidate in Nigeria. It's called Peter Obi. He's quite famous. And he said one thing, you know, in as much as you see countries like Nigeria admiring places like India, unasema, what did they do? And then unapata, I know most of you here are real, like, you know, you are knowledgeable about the Yahoo boys. So Peter was talking about, you know, youth in Kenya. We are so, like, you find a good number of youths wako kwa hiyo academic industry. I mean, the writing online thing, hizo ma-M-Pesa. So with him, he was reasoning like this, like India was in such state. And then vile alipata leader mwenye aliwa facilitate how you could get the taxes from these people, how you could manage the Yahoo boys. Si atuna mtu yoyote anatoka. They're doing it because hawana pesa. Unaona, they get little opportunity and they want to capitalize on that. So I'm not advocating for Kenyans to be the Yahoo people, wasinyang'anye watu kwa online huku na huku, but you know, in as much as we get the little from our little jobs we get in through the internet, can we try to build our economy? Because politicians, they will never tell you this is 100% and they give it to you 100. You know them, right? So jana I saw a video about the jacaranda, and it was bad. Actually, it was really ugly to even discuss that with a foreigner, because they will say, hey, niko na pesa niende ni invest here hapo sikuji. So it's scaring away the investors. But I think I can't just say that I'm sure about it, but I think that was just meant for us, like, to win sympathy votes. But why? We are not in that era. We are not in that, like, iliisha. Because you see people escorting Ujama, our opponent. I'm a pro Azimio, by the way. So the man who is escorting our opponent, the people, they were in a uniform, and the same people were throwing stone at him. So you are like, what's happening? Do they really want to fix somebody? You see. And I really liked the response from his Right Honorable Raila, how he responded to them. Like, tafuta kura, my friend. Hizo masympathy votes ziliisha, acha kulialia in every, because we are giving them the topics to go to rally with. Look at, if we don't do any, if we don't even talk, they go on anangalia police. Where on earth did police vote? Unauza sera zako kwa wrong audience, and then you expect to win. That is, I'm talking about they are running, deputy designate, Rigathi Gachagua. Again, ukikuja huku Western, unapata, like today I was watching this conference akina Mudavadi, and the first people who are always in front line saying, oh, we don't want tribal parties. Siasa za tribes ziliisha. Sijui nini. Azimio is a movement for everybody. In Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Those people are really suffering. Instead of even coming out clean, telling the Kenya Kwanza, my friend, we are not comfortable with this. The way, Waititu and Moses Kuria came out and said, you know what? Hatutaki tuchezwe. These people are still fighting Raila. Raila is just getting genuine support. He doesn't carry people to Israelis. Raila is just getting genuine support. Ati watu waluya, nyinyi mtatuwekea nini? Kama umeshindwa na 70%, why would you go? Do you think even that complaint would even win 0.01%? No, like mimi, I don't even understand what kind of, in politics, me, I believe honestly that politicians are the bright minds we have in a society. But when they stoop that low to a point that they just, anything that happens, they blame their opponent. Mimi nashanga, what is this? Now, people are busy discussing about economy. We are discussing it on our side. They're really discussing it on their side. But at the end of the day, they're saying, vile, oh, Uhuru is not thankful. How would you be thankful na mwenye ameshinda anaweza, anajifanya anaweza mwenyewe? Ruto has been chest thumping, since 2018, after the handshake, anaweza, and he also got some kind of followers, so he thought that he could make it by himself. And then I really remember ile maneno nani alisema Uhuru. He said, unaweza dhani umetoro, yani uko milioni sana, you are like fast, lakini mzee anakuja tu pole pole atakupita. So hakuna mwenye mimi enyewe mimi nimeshindwa kubuy his idea, because he is somebody who sells good items, things that are supposed to be had by Kenyans as a voter, mimi, but these ideas are being sold by wrong person. Look at how now sahi amefukuza media. What were they planning? That's a big question. What were you guys planning? Are we going, are they planning like, okay, if they come to a stronghold that is Rift Valley, we also do the same, because Nairobi is not just a stronghold for Raila. That place, it happens naturally that place is it consists of Raila supporters. Now, you don't go to my town and start throwing like, angalia vile jana liingia. Oh, hata kama walikataa tusiingie, si tumeingia na ako boma yako. Do you think you'll just entertain this person? You can't condone that nonsense. Even mwenye anakusupport atasema wewe hii ni madharau ya kiasi ya juu. So for him, he needs to change his, I think this is not his time. I think this is not his right time to be the president. Itabidi sana Ruto atulie, aangalie ni nini anatema kwa mdomo, ni nini anafaa aseme, because utaenda upige kifua, unapiga kifua maybe to the wrong audience, umebeba watu wako. Sasa hebu angalia now, in as much as I'm a pro Azimio, I would believe, because I don't know anything to do with Kenya Kwanza, but I will believe Moses Kuria has more, he knows better than me in Kenya Kwanza. Now that if you hear Moses Kuria saying that they ferry people to rallies, hebu angalia sasa, jana umepelekwa hiyo rally, unatoka Mathare, umepelekwa huko Jacaranda, vita imeanza, hauna hata fare ya kurudi nyumbani. Do you think it's not a big damage to you or even your family or yourself? So hizi politics za kitambo, hizo za pesa, we need that money to develop. We don't need that money to buy watu changa. We need that money to put it even small businesses. Ruto must just come. If he is talking about economic revolution, today uliona, I think if you go and Google UK residents in UK, they were on the streets demonstrating about the high living standard. Si Kenya peke yake, unasikia watu na blame Uhuru na Raila. You call ati wanawaita null and void brothers. You don't blame them. They don't go there to shoot things. Things are being shot like they shoot up because of the production cost has gone up. There are some things, the inputs zimekuwa nini bei kali. Sasa do you think I'll produce just to sell at the same price I was selling yesterday? No. You see. So we as Kenyans, we have to come to understand that hii election ya hii mwaka vile Njiru amesema, this would, like, after, I started catching up with 2002 election, but in as much as I know elections imekuwaje, 2002 was better because it was a change of revolution, and then tumekuja hii 2007 hadi sahi, this is the most peaceful one, and I'm seeing our opponent is trying to instigate something that if he loses, he is not going to accept, but to throw people kwa barabara. Let's say no to such kind of plans. That's not the attitude we want in our country. We really need to be like the other countries we admire. That's my submission for now. Thank you.
Okay, sawa Bwana Goro. Please, tukikuja hapa, let's not be in curtains. You will just be dropped. So Bwana Joe, make sure that your lights are working well. Oraro, please. Orara, I mean, please make sure that your screen is not black. Otherwise, I will be unable to have you. So Joe, kindly have your lights on. I don't know. Do you have a reason why your lights are on? People are complaining over there.
Yeah, I have a reason.
What's happening?
Mutani, excuse tu kwa leo. I've been like this in this studio. I'm a long guy in this studio for quite a long time. And if you allow me to submit, I'll submit the way I am. At least you can see part of my face. To start with, I'll say,
okay.
Mr.
1 minute, Bwana Joe, as you please, and when you are coming to the studio, kindly let's be prepared well. Let's be dressed up. Tusikuje na, let's not have vests. Let's be officially dressed, please.
I'm dressed up.
No, sio wewe. I'm just saying sababu ya watu wengine wanakuja, tafadhali.
Okay, I'm very much dressed up. Nimeweka dawa kwa macho and it's sensitive to light. So, Mr. Njiru, first and foremost, I want to agree. Maybe I'll take you back to yesterday. I think yesterday or yesterday, but one. I've always been following this program, Chini ya Maji, kwa comment center. Yesterday, you were talking about this thing about independent, and I think I even wrote on the comment that I totally agree with you. Normally, independent people are aligned to a certain presidential candidate so that they can get a political mileage. Maybe they've been rejected or rigged out of their mainstream party which they belong to, and they feel they are still popular. So they offer themselves as independent, but still supporting the presidential party candidate of the party they first vied for. Nobody can come out and say he's independent before the nomination, party nominations. If you take an example of this issue in Eldoret, he usually comes out independent even before the nomination, but he's usually careful not to say he's supporting ODM or Baba, because that one he'll lose votes definitely. So I think you are right to say that independents, they usually align themselves to a certain way that they have the political mileage in that area that they say. I don't know, it was Themba who was arguing and he couldn't agree with this. Like he used the example of Kidero. Kidero cannot say he's independent and he's supporting William Ruto. Definitely he'll go nowhere.
It was Wekesa.
Yeah, it was Wekesa. Kidero cannot say he is independent and he's supporting Kenya Kwanza from where he is. Definitely he'll lose terribly. So I think you're right on this. You're very right on this. Yeah. And this is what is now playing out even in Central Province. Those who thought they were in UDA are now losing out because UDA is proving more and more to be a Kalenjin or Rift Valley party. So there's nothing like you can come out independent right from the beginning. No, you cannot. That is usually a second option or a second thought. Having talked on that, I'd like to talk about the topics some of you have talked today, and especially on our current president, Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta per se is not a politician. He's a fun-loving guy. He's not a tribal guy. He's a carefree guy. He can mix with the rich. He was brought up among the rich, and he can mix with the poor and the middle class. So he's a free guy, and that's why people like him. But he's not a politician per se, and that's how he lost his home base. Because his home base, they would like some certain favors from him, to which he thinks it is not right. So it was easy for Ruto to play him at his home base. So he's not a politician per se, but he's actually a democratic guy. And he's one of the people that have learned so fast. Within the first years he was a president, he's learned so fast and he has become one of the greatest presidents maybe in Africa. Why do I say this? Uhuru has expanded on where Kibaki left. He believed expanding what was growing and working for the country, not killing them. Like Ruto is saying, when he comes in, he'll kill everything. That is not good leadership. And I think the word primitivity means that if you can't accept what others have done or what their beliefs are or what their traditions are, then you're primitive, you're not civilized. And Ruto is proving to be not actually civilized when he can't accept other people as they are. From the beginning, he started UDA. He said UDA is going to be...
Kuna kakitu inakaa inalia kwa nini kwa microphone yako. I don't know what it is. Maybe if you can also work on it, is important.
Okay.
To stop irritating people.
Yeah. So, Ruto, from the beginning, he set on UDA. And he said it's going to be UDA and no other parties from other places. He termed them as tribalistic. And one thing I'll tell you, whatever Ruto says his opponents are actually what he is. Wakisema utapeli, yeye ndio mtapeli. Wakisema wale ni tribalist, yeye ndio tribalist. Akisema wale wanataka kugawanya madaraka, he is the same person ambayo tunajua aligawanya madaraka kwa watu wake. So whatever he claims that the other people are doing, that is what actually Ruto is. And it has been proven for a long time since he started campaigning for the president. So we know him as such. And I was saying that Uhuru is a good president. Under him, we have seen the judiciary becoming liberal. It is only under Uhuru that we have seen this one coming. The other arm of the government is becoming actually liberal. All the past presidents hatukuona kama this the third arm of the government becoming liberal. So Uhuru is somebody who can accept other ideas and accept other people and take them on board with some of their reasoning and their beliefs. And that's why he actually went for the handshake. I don't think somebody of Ruto's caliber can go for the handshake. And actually, he hated the handshake. So he's not actually, we cannot time him as somebody who is civilized. On the other issues, on Ruto, I think he is the best double speaker. Because I think Ruto thinks Kenyans are stupid. Ruto thinks we don't know his history. Ruto does not want history. For what reason? Because hana track record. And if whatever track record he has, yote ni negative. I don't have to say them all here. Ruto had trustworthy yake and credibility ni kidogo sana. Hakuna kitu I think Ruto amesema amefanya which you can actually pin it down that Ruto ndiye amefanya hii kitu to the prosperity of Kenyans. Not even one single thing, despite that he's been in the government for the longest time, more than Uhuru, more than Raila. But there's nothing you can pin down on him. Useme Ruto alifanya hii. I think he sometimes claims wakati alikuwa sijui Minister of Education, sijui wakati alikuwa Agriculture. Those were not pinned down. You cannot pin those one down at Ruto. Those are Kibaki. He was working under Kibaki. There was a watch under Kibaki. There was what they call, what did they call it? Monitoring department. And that's why Kibaki managed to do well in all other departments. So you cannot, Ruto cannot claim this was particularly at yeye ndiye alifanya ndio ikafaulu. Hapana. And even despite that, bado alikuwa na shida. Iko mahindi aliiba and so many other things. So hakuna kitu moja unasema Ruto alifanya hii. If he wants to compare himself to Raila from outside the government alifight, wakuwa na kina Martha walileta multi-party democracy. Raila akikuwa outside the government, they open the democratic space of this country. Raila akikuwa outside the government, walitengeneza a new constitution. Ruto in the government, right inside the government, very close to leaders like Daniel Arap Moi, he did nothing for this country, completely nothing. Kabisa to the progress of this country. So I don't think, I mean, people are judged with their past. Hata wewe sasa ukienda kutafuta kazi, watakuuliza ulisoma wapi? What grades did you have? So it's your past. Ndio watu watakujudge nayo, maybe for employment, to give you employment. He wants employment now, yeye na Gachagua. We have to look at their past. We have to look at their certificates, what they did in the past, so that we can decide, yes, huyu akona credibility mzuri, tunaweza muoffer this job, we think he can grow up in this job. But wakati utaki your past were mentioned, then you must be having a good reason. And Ruto has a good reason because his past is dark. So sisi, whether he gives ataki history, we look at it and decide whether to give him job. I think this is what Martha Karua is saying. Kila mtu akona past na history. Let's look at these things before we start voting. Tuchague ni nani tutapigia kura. So Mr. Njiro, I want to stop at this. Maybe I give somebody else to talk. And sorry for the movie I was watching. It's quite an adult movie. So sorry for that.
Okay.
Maybe niko hapo nitatoa mawazo yangu.
Okay, fine. You can mute now. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. Yeah, mnajua ya kwamba Kenya, we are in that conference time whereby we have to make a decision. Raila Odinga is that crop which is remaining between our liberators and now the new generation. So unless now we get those people on board na watuoneshe vile walifanya, we are not going to have a very tough time with the government. Remember huyu Bwana Ruto, hakuna kitu amewahi fanya ya maana. He has been unemployed throughout. Hakuna kitu amepigania. Kazi yake ni kukula mshahara from the time he was 20 years to till now. Ruto hajaienda bila kazi. This 2022 is the first time Ruto is going to be jobless. And let him watch hata yeye aende akapigania Wakenya, if at all Wakenya wanataka kupiganiwa, lakini sijui kama he has that audacity to fight for Kenyans. We have been fighting for long. Ruto has never fought for Kenyans. And I think Kenyans need to be aware even when we are talking of such issues. Hajaipigania Mkenya. Sijawahi sikia pahali Ruto has participated in helping Kenyans to have a good life, apart from maybe stealing from them. And we need to call out these issues. And maybe I might want wale watu wana support Ruto waniambie, what are his contribution to fighting for Kenyans, for us to have better time, a better life. Wakati tulikuwa tunasumbuana na Moi hapa, what was his contribution when things needed to be better? Ama apart from yeye kuletwa kwa serikali and being part of serikali ya kina Kibaki, what is his contribution? Ile wakati tulitaka katiba akapinga, ile wakati tulikuwa tunataka mageuzi ya katiba mara ya pili akapinga tena. So I want, what can Ruto help Kenyans with apart from being wanting to become an employee another time? And we need to be very careful with these people who want to be employees throughout their life. Wacha hata yeye aende huko nje aelewe life. You know, this guy has been in the government from 1997 when he was a young man. So I think Kenyans allow this guy to go outside the government so that he can look at things with another angle na ataweza kuelewa serikali inaraniwa aje. But this idea of wanting this guy to be in the government throughout his life, it's a danger to our society. And that's what I would like to add on that. So Felix, you can come on board. After Felix, we have Troy Teach, and we keep the conversation going. So please, 1 minute, Felix. Please, Kenyans, I urge you, don't elect somebody who doesn't know life. Ruto doesn't know life. Huyu tu ni mtu. Actually, the real Sererak boy ni huyu. This is the real Sererak boy. This guy has never gone jobless. Ajui kukosa kazi ni nini. So hata akiwaambia hata huyu mtu, nataka Ruto aniambie story. Immediately alimaliza shule, alipiga lami wapi? We have people, watu wamepiga lami miaka 8 wakitafuta kazi na ipatikani. So nataka Ruto aniambie how has he progressed as a national. Acha hii story ya kutuambia ati alilima kuku. All we know is that Ruto alijuana na Moi hata akiwa anaimba kwaya hapo UN. So asituambie story ya kuku. Huyo jamaa, he has just created a narrative so that you can easily buy into his lies. But huyo jamaa, there is no relationship ya mtu alijuana na Moi in his 20s na kulima kuku. Yeye alikuwa analima kuku in wholesale. So let's not buy in cheap lies. And I think Kenyans, let's evaluate correctly. Felix, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Jiro. I'm just going to pick it from where you've just left it. Anytime you get somebody who doesn't want to be reminded about history, it must be something fishy that has happened before. Because whenever you try to remind anybody about the past, and he or she doesn't want to get to know, then there must be some shoddy works or some very bad history that has occurred before. Whenever you try to mention anything that happened before, you find that Ruto is always against, because for one, he has been on the wrong side of the history. that is against humanity and against human rights. Because why am I saying this? Ruto, you cannot trace. He has been saying all along that he was chicken sellers, what, but on the practical ground, you cannot trace when this one was happening, because from the onset, we know when he joined politics, when he completed the university, and when he was brought by Moi. So you just try to connect the dots. These things are not adding up. They are not adding up. About the track record, I don't know if anybody can just be independent minded and just mention one thing that some William Ruto can be accounted for. It's nothing. It's just something rhetoric. It's just things he's been mentioning in a political rallies to try to persuade those who does not care about tracing somebody's history and everything. The track record is been mentioning every okay. We know Raila Odinga, if you ask anybody, what has Raila Odinga done to this country? Somebody can comfortably say that Raila has done this and this. But the Ruto's ideas, there's something being forced. You force somebody to understand or agree that you have a track record. That's not how we do things. Track record speaks for itself. Sometimes back I watched a clip by PLO Lumumba. He said Kenyan politicians, they're totally hypocrites. These people, they don't leave the project to speak for themselves. They keep on going to public rallies, explain to people what they have done, forgetting that whatever you've done will follow you, right? If you've built any project or a construction, let's say a dam, you'll be remembered for that. You have not mentioned to everybody that I built certain this thing. It means if you try to remind people on a daily basis, it means it was done on a, somebody did it, or it was not done on a, or you did not do it with just willingly, right? So you let whatever you do speak for itself, right? A good person, if you know you've done something, you have not to remind me or somebody that, you see, I did this, I did this. If I know you did it, why do you need to remind me? It means that's the nature of politics. But William Ruto has taken that advantage. He uses that narrative to drive on the youth, majorly the youth, those who doesn't understand the nature and the kind of politics, Kenyan politics. Those who are new in politics, in fact, mostly the young voters. Then I wanted to touch something small on Kenya Kwanza. There must be a very big problem in Kenya Kwanza. In fact, they always make sarcastical emotions on Azimio, but themselves they have a very, very big problem. These people, they have a very, very big problem. The only thing is that they have one de facto leader and a very dictatorial, let me say so. The dictatorial leader, who is Ruto, does not allow them to speak out freely. Just like whatever William Kabogo and Moses Kuria have gone through recently, it speaks a lot. It doesn't happen. It does not happen in any collision, recent collisions. If you see Kabogo and Moses Kuria, they speak out publicly in a national television and says that this party is like playing with them, sort of some sort of, like when you go to some certain areas, it's Kenya Kwanza. But when you go to Mount Kenya region, it's a UDA affair. So it means there's somehow the Ruto is using certain regions to try to gain some political mileage and try to finish their independence by having their own political parties. So some people, they can speak freely, but others cannot speak freely. Cannot speak openly and say this is what is happening. But it played openly during that political rally when the UDA party was trying to humiliate other political parties affiliated to UDA that formed Kenya Kwanza. And that's the reason why there recently the NC were also complaining about how they're being treated. You find that the agreement, they say that in certain areas they are not supposed to field candidates. But you find that UDA fields a candidate even at the constituency of Musalia Mudavadi. What does that shows you? It means Ruto is using some politicians just to ride over them for his only personal gain. But surprisingly, I'm seeing a majority of them do not get this and are trying to assume that this is a fact, but it is going to be late for them. They realize it when already we've made a certain steps. Ruto always castigates handshake. I fail to understand if this guy sometimes speaks to his senses, because before, what brought Jubilee government was a handshake between Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. So the question I'm asking myself is handshake selective to other individuals? Because when they joined hands with Uhuru Kenyatta, it was okay. When Uhuru Kenyatta joined hands with Raila Odinga, he gives all the kind of descriptions. Sometimes he says as conmanship, handshake has destroyed the economy. These are all types of bullshit. This is the politics we don't want. We should embrace everybody. When you've been given, you've been donated for 100 shillings. If I donate to you at 100, you accept and you appreciate. If I donate to somebody, why do you complain, right? Especially in a political scenario like this, like a very competitive politics like this. Sometimes we always take we take some strides back, right? Because all these handshakes are being done they're being done for specific purposes, right? Just like the recent one, Raila and Uhuru joining hands and making shaking hands. It was for political stability. In fact, I do not understand why some people do castigate this idea. The handshake thing has brought a lot of stability in the country, and there's no one who should relate it to the economic status right now, because the economic status right now is not only Kenya. Actually, people should just reason with facts. People should not just castigate for their sake. We say we castigate with facts. Say how does this result to this? The issue of fuel is not only Kenya that has experienced such in inflation in fuels. It's a nationwide, and whoever does not understand should not even talk about it if you do not understand. But in Kenya, everything is being turned political. The other day, Sakaja, the guy does not possess a genuine degree. On his Twitter handles, the guy decides to just insert, turns it a political thing. You ask yourself, if somebody did not go to class, how is it relating to somebody? by calling somebody's name, right? People, we should just change how. I know it's a political time, but our politicians should change on how they are doing things. Martha Karua to Azimio, it's a great blessing. In fact, ever since Martha Karua came to Azimio and was announced as the running mate, we've achieved a lot. In fact, even the opinion poll, which are being publicized, they are just I don't know. They're kind of giving a positive leeway and giving us the right information. But that's the fact that the other wing does not want to hear. They keep on, when the opinion poll is on their side, they celebrate. But when it's on the other side, it favors another affiliation. They are now trying to castigate it. Why are they castigating it? Because why are they castigating? And yet they are the ones who made their choices. The choice they made is what they will get. In fact, there's a verse says, what you sow is what you. Is it what you sow is what you reap, or you reap what you sow? Yeah, you reap what you sow. I think that is the point. You reap what you sow. So far, Ruto, ever since he chose Rigathi Gachagua as a running mate, he has been having a lot of problems. In fact, all this hunger is coming up because of the decision they made. They are saying they are not adding anything on their box. So ile kitu wanakuja nayo ni makasiriko and matusi. That's the order of the game. Yeah? But finally, you'll make noise, but the ballot and the booth and the ballot box and the booth, that's where we'll see the real things. All these noises we are seeing outside here, they'll add up to nothing. You try to incite other people against other people, they add up to nothing. You try to do all sorts of things, they'll add up to nothing. But the only thing is, nowadays, Kenyans are not foolish. Majority of Kenyans, they vote where their interest is. You not tell them that because they know how to scan the truth and the lies. You cannot just come and say that this guy is tall and we know this guy is short, and each and every person will believe you. Majority of Kenyans have become wise. That's why you find that even nowadays they don't follow the political party. Majority of them do not follow the political parties. That's why even if Ruto tries to sell 6-piece in Rift Valley, Raila tries to sell 6-piece in his stronghold, they'll tell you, just relax your vote, you'll get your vote. But our leaders, the grassroots leaders, will elect them basing on their performance, right? So the same statement that Ruto always uses daily, it doesn't know that the same things people use to identify him. So I think, to me, it's like the end of the road for William Ruto. It's the end of the road. I think it has nothing else to do. It's true, Uhuru said that this game is like a marathon. Politics is like a marathon. It's not a sprint. You don't go 100 meters from the beginning up to the end. It reaches a time that you'll get tired. But now that is the time Ruto is right now, right? That is the time Ruto is. Right now, there's no decision at all, no changes it can make at all. The only thing that he can do is just giving some threats, chest thumping. He said, we do this, we do this. That's very wrong. Finally, let me speak about what happened in Jacaranda the other day. Whether it was stage managed or it was planned by the opponent, it was wrong. Any political violence, whether planned or stage managed, we should not encourage that, right? But again, from Sonko's sentiments, we saw that these things, there's nothing in politics which happened by coincidence. We were told, Sonko told us what the other side was doing before handshake, actually before 2017 elections. They said they were planning things just to show people that it's the NASA who are doing such. They were buying vehicles and touching them to blame on the other side, on the opponent. So, in as much as we should not entertain such, anything in politics does not happen by coincidence. Even if Ruto planned that, in fact, if he planned that, shame on him, and it backfired actually, because from the statement, from the videos we were watching, it seems like the guys who are branded with the UDA t-shirts are the ones who are stoning the convoy. So it means dramatically it was stage managed. But if it was stage managed, it backfired terribly. It did not add any vote to him. But these politics of trickery, we should just end them. But we should just end them at the ballot. I think mine, I'll reach there. Give you another time for another person. Thank you.
Okay. Asante Bwana Felix. You know, we have to be reasonable when we are talking, and I understand everybody who is talking here. You know, we are in the most consequential election of Kenya, 2022. We are in a generational change. We are not going to see Raila Odinga again. So we just have that time when we have to do our right judgment. And we rate these two guys, Mr. Raila Odinga and Mr. Ruto, and we decide what is right and just. Yeah, many videos have been played here, and we have seen, we are now slowly now inclining into making a decision. But I can tell you the challenge which we are having is not getting value for money from a campaign. You know, just take it for instance, you campaign for 4 years, you spend close to maybe 60 billion, because we don't know the amount of money which has been spent in the campaign. You spend maybe, let's say, 60 billion, you organize people, you organize a good propaganda, you plan everything, you are sure you are winning, and then within a stroke of something, everything started diffusing. How will you? So, guys, I want us here to understand Mr. Ruto and why he is doing what he is doing. It is painful. Try to see that 1 year ago, your path to victory looked unstoppable. 1 month to election, you seem to have so many handles to cross. Then your organized system doesn't look okay. Everything looks crashing. So that is why I will keep on saying here that Ruto will keep on becoming more dangerous and more dangerous as we approach the election day. It is denial. It is hard to believe that you are losing an election which was almost in your basket. Ruto seemed well and dry into this race, but he didn't know the person he was dealing with. He was dealing with Raila Odinga, a guy who can orchestrate a serious campaign. Raila Odinga did not start his political life today. You know what he did during the 2007 campaign? and also in 13 and 17. And that is what Mr. Ruto underestimated. And as somebody who doesn't have experience, because we have not tested Ruto in the ballot, 2022 is when we are going to test him. We only tested him during the no campaigns, where we can't say he got much, because he was actually helped by the church to campaign the first constitution. So what I'm trying to say is that Ruto is on a denial element, and he will become dangerous and more dangerous. And if we continue following his remarks, we might actually even injure ourselves. So we are supposed to allow Mr. Ruto to continue on the downhill, fall on the cliff. You will even start seeing you see that pressure which was done by Western people. The same pressure, I want to predict, the same pressure will be done by people from Mount Kenya. People from Mount Kenya, Didi Nyoro, the Wamatangis and the rest will start coming and saying that there are some people who are preventing them from campaigning and other things. So the Western thing is the beginning of them, but you'll see people in Mount Kenya getting organized and doing those pressers and trying to say that there are people who are working against them. So those are the things, because they want to build a sympathy narrative. So that's what they want to, because that is what they can win on. They know what sympathy did in 2013, whereby, and they're even starting now to build that narrative that they even want to start the same narrative that they were building it in 2013 is the same way they are building it now. And wanakuja kusema ati walipelekwa ICC na nini. Those are the things they will be talking on. So Ruto knows the key for him to win presidency is on sympathy, and that is where he is going to be curtailed. And I hope our team can be able to see that, and they do good campaigns. We keep on the agenda, and we are going to be okay. Okay, thank you for that. Richie Karibu, maybe Joe, you can add on that as we move on. Joe, Mr. Joe, and you are on curtain, but you can add on that. Can you get on curtain? We better get your black image instead of being on curtain.
Okay, yeah, fine. Let me just put it off.
Okay.
Yeah, now I can face the light. I've heard what all of you have said, and I totally agree with that. Ruto is a liar. Ruto cannot account for what the money is spending now. Last time he told us that he has a farm that produces, I don't know, 1.5 million eggs a day. That is a lot of eggs, and maybe chickens also. And in this country, we don't live underground or above the clouds. If Ruto had the kind of supply of eggs that he's claiming to be having, we could be seeing the supply chain. I think none of us have stayed here in Nairobi. Nairobi is the biggest consumer of eggs. I've never seen not even a pickup supplying those eggs. We have not seen a brand that we can attest that this brand in Ruto supplying those eggs. So what he's telling us is totally wrong. I mean, we are not that stupid. I know of bigger, of smaller companies, far much smaller, but I can see a van or two supplying what they actually produce. I could see people maybe ordering what they produce. And if he's claiming, he should show us these things, at least a van hata kalori mbili tu, ambao anasema hii ndi inatokanga kwa shamba, inazunguka kwa moteli, ina supply eggs, ama inazunguka kwa maduka, ina supply eggs. We could even see them in Eldoret. We also live in Eldoret. Hata kama iko Naivasha, tungekuwa tumeziona. Hata kama ni Turkana, tungekuwa tumeziona. Hata picha zingeshatoka social media kwamba hizi ndio gari zina supply eggs za Ruto. So we have not seen anything like that. And yet the money he spends, 5 helicopters, the pilots, the servicing, the fuel. I mean, where was he before he became a DP? Why couldn't we see this kind of property that he's owning now? So he's one of the people that I think Martha is saying they'll have to account for where they got their wealth. Me, what I believe is, hata ufanye wash, it has footprints. Hata transact money through bank. Hakuna siku hizi watu na move pesa in cash form. There must be footprints. Even if you try to destroy, when forensic investigations is done, definitely hizi vitu zitatoka. Contracts zile za serikali amekula supplying air or overpricing things, hizo zote zitatokea because the government money inapewa ministry fulani, and there must be some paperwork, there must be some register. This check was paid for this, and whatever it was paid for, we'd like to see it. If it's a road, we'd like to see it. Vitu kama poles za stima, mimi kwangu nyumbani, these poles zimemwagwa kwangu, hata zingine nawaambia watoe. I don't need them. And I'm wondering why walikuwa nazimwaga kwangu. Well, kwangu from the main supply, I need only one pole in my compound. Why bring like 5? Who is gaining from these poles zikitupwa zingine? Some are rotting by the roadsides. Huko kwetu. You go to see, you find those poles all over. Zimerot. Apparently, people in that place, they don't touch government things. There have been this fear between my community and government things. So they'll never touch. So they're just rotting there. But somebody earned money from those poles. And maybe not the actual price, but maybe 3 times the price of these poles. So these things, I think, and I wish zifuatwe. Muliweka hapa, I don't know, is it Banda Manani, Malawian, who was, so much church going, but behind the backs, alikuwa namaliza watu wao. Some of these hardships that we're having now, bei za vitu zimeenda juu, na kadhalika, because of bei ya mafuta. Who was running the Ministry of Energy? It is him. Agriculture imeanguka. Who was running these things? It is him. Treasury imeporwa. Who was running those union? Who was in charge? It is ni watu wake. So Ruto cannot tell us anything new ambayo hatujui. Hawezi. If we count the things that he promised, zile hazijakuwa delivered. Ziko mingi. Alisema wakina mama hawatakuwa na lima na jembe tena. Wata supply tractors everywhere. Na kilimo itaenda juu. Kenya agricultural we have not seen any, not even 2 or 3 tractors ambayo amesupply even to a village. That's what Martha is saying. Hata kwa kijiji hakuna. He talked about internet everywhere. Hatujaona. The jobs he's trying now to say ambayo atasema niyo. How come 10 years? Hata hizo 1 million jobs. Mimi, sometimes I don't blame Uhuru, although it was Uhuru Ruto government. I don't blame it. I don't blame him or such things, because some of these things, hata yeye ukiangalia when they've been announced, he was embarrassed. Isipokuwa he was mature enough not to stop or not to go against, because it's a teamwork. But I don't think, why are we blaming Ruto for those 6 months time? They utter those words. At no point, at no place did Uhuru repeat those words that we are going to do this. And he's just a conman. Ukikaa na yeye atatoa tu kitu, and then you'll find yourself that you have to agree, or you have to keep quiet on what he said. But you see, ashakuweka kwa hiyo maneno. That is who he is. Hii mambo ya Jacaranda, apparently are staying here in Mabakasi, and it's my constituency. 2 days before the rally, money was being poured here to anybody who wants to join the group. And because employment is so high, who will not want that money? Everybody was collecting that money, the jobless. And he's trying to create a scenario zile Raila alipitia of the car being bombed or tear gas, and then he wants to claim that he's also a hero because that's the speech he was giving, that this country will get out of that bond of violence. He's now trying to be the hero. But you see, it's a waste of time because it's not working. It's not working anymore. Apparently for him, and nowadays everybody can see. Like me, I'm now doing this program on my cell phone, and everybody has a cell phone. So people have got access to information. And information, when you have the information, you can make an informed decision. So hakuna vile atatudanganya. Hakuna vile atatudanganya. Even in Central, we can see the party is crumbling. Even in Western, the party is crumbling. Even wherever he had some grip, even his home area, the party is crumbling. And I think, like somebody said here, whether stolen money or hard-earned money, once money is in your hand, it is yours, regardless of how you got it. So losing it is also painful. Hata ukiokota pesa tu, ukota a word of 200,000, ujaiba, uweke kwako alafu ipotee, you'll feel the pain. And this is the pain ambayo Ruto might not accept the outcome. And you know, causing chaos, you don't need an army. You don't need an army. You only have to cause disorder. And once this order sets in, it grows like a bushfire. Like there are so many youth ambayo hawana kazi. Once there's a small disorder, they'll break into people's houses. They'll break into shops. We have seen it happening in South Africa. Watu wanatamani hizo masimu, they can't get it. But once there's disorder and the police are engaged somewhere else, then everybody will go for whatever they can get. If it starts in Nairobi, it will go every country. So he does not need an army. He only needs a group of people, determined people, armed people, to start this chaos. That's what happened in 2007. It started like a small fire, but it grew in every town. And then police were overwhelmed. So we should be careful. We should be very, very careful. That's why if Baba is to win, he needs an overwhelming win so that everybody is convinced. But if it's about him on 50-50, then the other 50 wanaweza kuwa convinced kwamba hii kitu imeibiwa. Hata muliona vile he starts talking akina Mcheru wanaingilia hii maneno, wakina Matiang'i. He's preparing those people to believe that they have a winning chance. But I don't know whether some of you have seen this episode. It's a real episode, live episode, ya Guyana, Johnson Town. You can see how people can be fooled and believe in another person as like he's God. If you watch that movie, it's a short movie. It's about 20 minutes. And you'll see what can happen, how people can be fooled. They've even been told to commit suicide and they'll do it. And these are people who are educated. So this one, it's a cult. Because if you go by what the UDA Kwanza wanaongea, there's no facts. And if you face them in facts, they get angry. And if you look at those people who have decided to follow Ruto, like Weta and Mudavadi, sometimes when they speak in a public rally, you actually, if you knew Mudavadi, a very sober man, mtu ambaye hajawahi kutusi mtu, if you hear what he's saying, unashangaa, is this really Mudavadi, Madividi, or this is somebody else? So it's like a cult. Ukiingia huko, you're finished. You can't think. You can't be yourself. And that's why Ruto, actually, he survives on the vulnerable people. Those are his target. People who can't reason. People who can't stand up and speak their mind. That's why Ata Kositany, a very independent man and a thinker, was rigged out. And this one alianza in the second term. Wakati alikuwa Jubilee, akarig wakina Kabando, people who can stand. Wakina Kabogo, how do you replace Kabogo with Waititu? And how do you kick out this guy, the one who wants to be the governor right now, in favor of Sonko? So he wants people, yes men. Wewe Gachagua kusema yeye ni mtu ya yes sir. And Gachagua is a yes sir. To Ruto is going to be a yes sir. But I'm glad to some extent he's also learning Ruto and is becoming more of Ruto than Ruto thought. That's how he got the nomination of the deputy. He organized, he threatened. He is speaking the same language as Ruto. So these two, if they're at the helm of this country, at the top of this country, they'll be fighting over looting of our property. Sio watu unaweza simamisha, and they're not cowards. I mean, they're not cowards. They are cowards, but they are not ashamed of what they are doing. They'll do it outright. To some extent, there are rumors. Your family, Gachagua na kufa, including his elder brother, yule alinio akachipata kitu, that it is not actually a natural linio. To some extent, people have talked about that. And these are people who can go outright to do anything so that they remain in power and get wealth. So Kenyans has to be, lazima wakwe very, very careful of what we are going to do in August. Otherwise, like Martha Karua says, if we think, it'll take us a long time. Because if we think, if Ruto sits on that throne, even for a week, we're done. Muliona the way alichagua ma cabinet secretaries without even one shame. In Rift Valley, alichagua kabila yake yote. Rift Valley, kuna Tupokot, kuna Turkana, kuna Waluya kule Kitale na Trans Nzoia, kuna Wakikuyu Nakuru, Molo and Laikipia. Not even one. Not even one. Not even Turgen. Not even Kipsigis. Not even Asamburu. Not even a Masai. Without blinking. And he is a deputy president. Now, he is the president. What will happen? What will happen? Hakuna mtu atakohoa. So he needs only 1 week to be on that throne. So you can count the constitutional 10 years. And because he'll have, in that 10 years, atakuwa na all yes men in the government, including in Central, even including in Nyanza, watakuwa wameingia bunge. People who will go by what he says. Yes men. Then he'll change the constitution. Then expect Ruto here for 30 to 40 years. And that is 40 years of looting. Na mimi saa zingine, this money is filthy. Mimi hata ukinipatia 1 billion sahi, I don't know ni kitu gani tena nataka. Because sometimes we take more than we can consume. And this is partly, I don't know, it's Kenyan. I've seen it in weddings. I've seen it in state functions. Mali chakula iko free. Mtu anajaza sahani, then he only eats only quarter. And then hiyo ingine, because a leftover, inatupwa. At the back of the line, kuna watu watakosa chakula hata kidogo, hata 2 bites. Lakini pipe meja. Because of greed. Because ni harusi and you're on the front line, hiyo sahani yako unajaza hata vitu zingine huwezi kula. Alafu wengine wanashinda njaa. I don't know whether it's a culture or not. But I've seen it in weddings, I've seen it in parties, I've seen it in functions.
Joe, you can conclude, please.
So what I'm saying is, let's be careful, very, very careful. Hata ile kidogo uko nayo unaweza poteza. So let's be very careful. Thank you once again.
Okay, sawa. Let me take this chance also to welcome the new people in the panelist. Bwana Themba is here. Bwana Richard Makiandi is here. We are following the conversation. Naona ma comments hapo zinaendelea. So watu wakuje. We are still here. So I'm happy for your conversation. So maybe Richard, I think we can begin with you. Give your comments. Then Themba will come on board. Then from there we will keep the conversation, and maybe I can now pass the mantle to the evening group. Let me say once again, I'm happy to be here, and I hope that Baba is going to form the next government. We have all the hope. More so, at least Kenyans have been able to see through the propaganda which has been happening. Sasa makanisa zimeanzia kuonekana wazi, zile ambazo zinatumika hata kueneza propaganda. That issue of Jesus winner, I don't support it. It was wrong. And I hope we can be able to have churches which can be, at least if you are not partisan, at least remain independent. It is better for the unity of the church, because I believe hiyo kanisa ya Jesus winner, it is not possible that everybody supports Ruto there. It is not possible. So huyo pastor alikosea hao waumini, and it was unfair to propagate a message which will vilify other people who do not have the same political orientation uko nayo. Hata kama ni kukura pesa njameni, let's know that we have a future life we want to preserve, and there's a reason why people go to church. We never go to church to support other people's ambitions. Tunaendanga kwa makanisa kusikiliza Mungu and to get the quench within our hearts, but not to propagate things which we cannot ascertain. Na ndio unasikianga saa zingine hii kitu ya kila saa mtu anasema nimesikia Mungu. To me, I take it to be a bit subjective, because saa zingine mtu anaweza, somebody might say that amesikia Mungu only to stop you from not talking, and maybe pengine ni sauti ingine amesikia. So we have to also be careful of the people who tell us that they have heard from God. So let's keep the dialogue. I'm happy with what is happening in Azimio. The force, the euphoria is growing. Mother Karua is doing her thing. She's still keeping people talking, and that is what we needed. Baba on the other side is doing a supervisory role very well. Baba, if there is a campaign ile ambayo Baba hatachoka ni hii. He is very organized. Everything is in-house. Baba is making very few mistakes, if any. The other side, they are just crying. They are getting organized to bring chaos in Kenya. They are getting prepared to reject the election result. I know they're even getting lawyers. They are assembling a team of lawyers who can help them after the election. That is how a losing team organizes, and we know that's how they are. Anyway, Richie, get on board, and thank you for being part of the team. Thank you.
Asante Njiru, thank you for holding the studio up for that long. I don't know if you guys want me to play a video before we proceed. Themba.
Themba, habari.
Niko salama. Jo, mbona uko kwa kati? Unajua siku hizi hapa tukae kwa kati.
You'll have to just excuse me for a few minutes, alafu nita receive tu.
Siku hizi hatukae kwa kati, na hapa tunataka nini ikae mzuri.
Hata hii vitisho yote mnaona hii ni kwa sababu wanataka kutulazimisha, lakini mimi nataka niwaambie Mimi nataka niwaambie, time has come. No amount of bullets, no amount of stones, no amount of intimidation, no amount of threats will stop this nation from changing. And on 9th of August, we are going to change this nation for the better. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana jameni, watu wa Embakasi? Hii maneno yote mnaona hapa ni vitisho baridi, lakini tunawaambia mumetukalia ya kutosha. Kenya si ya famili mbili ama famili tatu. Kenya ni ya Wakenya milioni 50, na tutakomboa taifa letu tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, mupende musipende, kwa sababu Kenya si yenu. Tunaelewana marafiki? Tunaelewana? Tuko pamoja? Hebu nione wana anasema tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja. Na ndio mimi nasema nikiwa hapa Embakasi, siku za vitisho, siku za kutumia vijana watupe mawe zinaisha na uchaguzi huu. Hakuna kijana tena baada ya hii uchaguzi atatumika na mtu yeyote ati kupigana mawe kuumiza wengine kwa sababu ya mambo ya kisiasa. I want to challenge our competitors. Meet us at the ballot. Stop this violence. Stop the intimidation. Stop the blackmail. You have blackmailed us enough, and we are telling you enough is enough. We are going to change this country whether you like it or not. Tunaelewana jameni? Kanairo tunaelewana? Tunaelewana? Mimi nataka niwaulize. Si mnaona wanaangaisha huyu Sakaja? Si wanaangaisha Sakaja? Walianza na mimi, wakasema mimi sitafika 2022, nimefika sijafika. Walisema mimi sitakuwa kwa ballot, nimefika sijafika. Na mimi nataka niwaambie, kwa sababu kuna Mungu mbinguni, niko kwa ballot na Mungu atatupatia ushindi. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze vile wanaangaisha huyu Sakaja. Huyu Sakaja atakuwa kwa ballot kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. Mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa Nairobi, musikubali wasitushurutishe. Wanataka kutuwekea kibaraka hapa Nairobi, mtu ambaye atawafanyia wale kazi, sio kufanyia nyinyi kazi. Watu wa Nairobi, munataka gavana wa kujichagulia ama munataka gavana kibaraka mwenye atafanyia kazi wale wengine? Munataka gavana wa kujichagulia? Mutachagua Sakaja? Hebu nione wala anasema utachagua Sakaja, Sakaja, Sakaja. Yes, tutachagua gavana ambaye sisi tumechagua kama watu wa Nairobi. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze our friends, you cannot impose a puppet on the people of Kenya. You cannot impose your project, the kitendawili man, on the people of Kenya. We have refused. You cannot impose a governor in Nairobi. We have refused. The people of Kenya will elect a governor in Nairobi and everywhere else, and the people of Kenya will elect a president of their choice who thinks about their issues, a president who will serve all Kenyans, a president who will think about the young people of our nation, a president who will not use young people to throw stones and to create havoc and to create violence. We are telling you, your days are numbered. Hawa vijana ambao wanatumika kutupa mawe, mimi nataka niwaambie hawa vijana, help is around the corner. Musijali. Hiyo watu wanatumia nyinyi kutupa mawe, muta yao inaisha na watakwenda nyumbani. Tutawapangia ajira ili mujisimamie, musimamie familia zenu na mujenge taifa la Kenya. Tumekubaliana jameni? Nairobi tumekubaliana? Mimi nimefurahi sana. Nimeona mumekuja kwa wingi. Na mimi nimefurahi sana ya kwamba Nairobi mumekataa vitisho. Mimi nataka nishukuru askari wetu wa polisi. Nataka nishukuru askari wetu wa polisi. Walikuwa wameambiwa ya kwamba wazizuie tusifanye huu mkutano. Lakini mimi nawashukuru askari polisi, walisema tumemeet all the requirements na wakasema hii mkutano iendelee kwa sababu sisi ni watu tunaofuata sheria. wale wakora mabwenyenye ambao wanajaribu kutumia hawa polisi kwa njia mbaya, tunataka tuwaambie, you have 50 days to leave office. Stop abusing the police of Kenya. The police of Kenya are meant to ensure that there is law and order. The police of Kenya are not politicians. They don't participate in political games. Nyinyi kujeni mshindane na sisi, wachana na polisi. Tukutane na nyinyi kwa debe. Ama namna gani Kanairo? Tunakubaliana? Watu wa Azimio tunawaambia, wacheni kutumia polisi. Kujeni tupambane na nyinyi kwa debe. Polisi wacha wafanye kazi yao, wasimamie amani na wahakikisha kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele. Tuwache upuzi. Tumeelewana jameni? Nairobi tumeelewana? Hebu nione wale wanasema tumekubaliana, tumeelewana. Shetani ameshindwa, hajashindwa? Shetani ameshindwa ama hajashindwa? Shetani afanye nini? Shetani afanye nini? Shetani wa fujo afanye nini? Shetani wa mawe afanye nini? Shetani wa vitisho afanye nini? Shetani ya intimidation afanye nini? Na tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kwa mapenzi ya Mungu, huyo shetani tutamfungia virago na atakwenda kabisa na atawachana na taifa letu la Kenya. Tumekubaliana Kanairo? Tumekubaliana? Mimi nawashukuru sana. Mjue tunawapenda sana. Mimi niko hapa na ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi.
Okay. You know, I'm reading the comments here and I can see from the reactions even of people in the comment section, people are not happy that I'm playing that video. But I'm trying to do something here before we continue. There's something we discussed here yesterday, and I think it's important that we highlight that.
We want to ask the Azimio presidential candidate to stop organizing violence in Kenya and to disown and condemn violence. He cannot continue to escape speaking about violence that goes on around him, and that is what is causing concern to many Kenyans, that if violence can be meted against leaders, what about ordinary citizens? So the presidential candidate of Azimio must speak directly and condemn and disown violence as a tool for trying to acquire political power. It is something that he cannot escape. He has never condemned any form of violence. He has never spoken about any violence. His teams are the ones organizing violence in every part.
Okay, there. Now, this is what I want to talk about. Ndemba, I think you had a very heated discussion yesterday with the Guru. And the reason why I played these video clips is because of what you were discussing yesterday. I did not think in that line yesterday, I must confess. But I wanted to listen to these two clips and draw a parallel between the William Ruto that was talking about bottoms up and the William Ruto that has resorted into a narrative of painting Raila Odinga as a violent man. The Jacaranda thing, for me, it looks like it was pre-planned. It looks like it was organized. And the end results is what we are seeing right now. I was going through most of the Twitter handles.
So. But you need to taste, you know. Spoon the do this, eh? Yeah. The spoon which has a hole inside.
Yeah, I thought Kuse is talking to us. So we watched the videos yesterday, and like I said here before, I thought for a person of William Ruto's stature who understands matters security, it would have been prudent for him to stay away from Jacaranda yesterday, just by the fact that he knew early enough that there was going to be violence in Jacaranda. But what did William Ruto do? William Ruto used all means possible, even after being advised that there was going to be violence, and even after the police advised everybody to stay away from Jacaranda and also deployed the forces on the ground. William Ruto used all means possible to make sure that he and his colleagues get to Jacaranda. Now, the events that came before William Ruto entering Jacaranda, we all saw the video. Yesterday I played the video. There was a lot of mayhem and chaos. Stones were thrown. Also, we saw his motorcade, sneaking through a lot of stone throwing from the crowds. Now, today, and I guess yesterday evening, Betty, I don't know if it's called Betty or who, the lady that I can't even get to know what she does in UDA, but she wrote to the commission complaining about the violence that was meted on their supporters and their aspirants. And also, I have heard people calling on the DCI and also the IEBC to investigate the incidences that happened yesterday. Then it brings to fore what most of us were talking about here yesterday. And I must confess that I never thought that this thing would turn out to be the way it looks. So it looks like William Ruto, his main agenda right now, knowing that he's losing ground on almost every part of this country, he has tried to turn this campaign around to paint Raila Odinga as a violent person. And you have listened to the clip that I played here, the second clip that I played here after he met the aspirants, especially most of them from Nakuru County. It looks like he has already done his investigations. It looks like he has already made his conclusion. It looks like he has already concluded that Raila Odinga participated in hiring goons to throw stones at him. And right now, what he's trying to do is trying to show the nation and the people of Kenya at large that Raila Odinga is a violent man. So we are looking at a William Ruto who feels like he's losing track of his campaign, and now he's trying to paint his competitors black. My question to him is this, and I think we have right now there are four people who we know that are running for president for the post of the president of the Republic of Kenya. I don't know where he got the information to point to him that Raila Odinga organized people to throw stones at him. So I don't know where William Ruto got information that it was Raila Odinga who organized people to throw stones at him. Did he have intel before the chaotic events that happened at Jacaranda yesterday that Raila Odinga was going to organize people to cause mayhem? Or is this just a William Ruto that feels like he can change a narrative from a campaign that is on a downward trend just to try and win sympathy votes? Now, my other issue here is about the Luya press conference today. I hope going forward, I'll look for the video and play it here shortly. But I also think that Bernard played part of the video clip. I was looking at the remarks that were read today by the incoherent Washiali. I think somebody described him here as an incoherent speaker, which is actually the truth. I was looking at the posts that Raila Odinga gave to Western Kenya when he was a prime minister in the Republic of Kenya, because these people, the Mudavadis who are required to go and search for 70% of the votes in Western Kenya, have resorted to crying here in Nairobi. And the thing that they are trying to show is they're trying to paint Raila Odinga as a person that only cares about his side. They're trying to paint Raila Odinga as a person who has never, ever cared about the western part of the Republic, simply because it looks like they don't think they're going to meet the target. And I want to read the documents. No, there's actually I want to read the posts that Raila Odinga gave to the western part of the republic when he was prime minister. Now, these are the posts that Raila Odinga specifically set aside for people who come from the Mkoa wa Magharibi region. Number one, there was the National Assembly Speaker, who was Kenneth Marende. Number two, there was a Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Local Government, who was Musalia Mudavadi. Number three, there is Minister of Regional Development Authorities, who was Fred Gumo. Number four, there was Minister of State for Planning and National Development and Vision 2030, who was Wycliffe Oparanya. Number five, there was Minister of Fisheries and Development, which was held by Dr. Paul Otuoma. Number six, there was Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs, which was held by Ababu Namwamba. Coming down to assistant ministers, there was Office of the Prime Minister, an assistant minister, who was Alfred Kangati. There was also George Munyasa Kaniri, who was in the Ministry of Information and Communication. And finally, there was Sospita Ojamong, who was in the Ministry of Labor as an assistant minister. So when I watched that clip of Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula crying so loud of how they've been sidelined as the Western people from the Western region, I wondered because, I mean, it's evident, and they tried to switch, to twist the narrative that Raila Odinga, after the handshake, he's been given 3 ministries from Siaya County. They have failed to go and look for votes in Western Kenya, and now they have resorted to coming to Nairobi to cry about how they've been sidelined. And they are forgetting that the person that they are crying and they are supporting, the person that they are supporting, who is William Ruto, is a person who is already in government right now. William Ruto, even after coming into agreement with Musalia Mudavadi to work together, he has not given them anything. He has not given them any cabinet slot. He has never appointed anybody, any one of them. And to make matters worse, William Ruto did not even consider Musalia Mudavadi as his running mate. So you fail to understand what is this thing that Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Masika Wetangula are trying to bring to Kenyans, because these are simply crybabies. If I were them today, I would be running around Western Kenya trying to look for votes, because their political survival depends on how much they can deliver to the basket of William Ruto. Without that, then Musalia Mudavadi will be buried politically. The only person that I think and I feel and I also suspect would survive is Moses Masika Wetangula. The rest of the people that are hanging around Musalia Mudavadi, and you could see even the leaders, even the person that was reading the press statement today, is not running for MP. He decided to retire. So you could see even the leaders that are standing, they are talking about how this guy, Tim Wanyonyi, was prevented from running for Nairobi governor. And Tim Wanyonyi said personally he was comfortable going back to run for Westland constituency, and he understood because this was a coalition, it was a matter of give and take. And so he decided to go back to run for the seat of Member of Parliament for Westlands. But Musalia Mudavadi still want to push that narrative. So panelists and people who are watching us, I'm looking at a coalition that has lost track in what they were trying to do. The agenda that they were trying to push forward looks like it has not bared fruit the way they would have wished. And now they've tried now to turn the narrative into painting an Azimio coalition as a coalition of violence, and also to try to delineate the people of Western by telling them that Raila Odinga did not take care of them and will not take care of them when he gets into power. So I'll leave it there. I'll give the other panelists at least their moment to do their submission as we move forward. Karibu Themba.
Thank you, Makiadi, and all the other panelists. I want to start from where you have just stopped. Now, agreeably so, the Kenya Kwisha agenda is actually coming to a cropper. Like I said, the so-called limousine that they had crafted a few years ago has started leaking. It has a puncture, and the passengers in that vehicle have started asking for their fare, washuke, and that's the condition you're finding them in right now. Now, this is what has happened. Kenya, why do you think, several questions you want to ask yourself? Why is the Jacaranda thing coming around the same time Sakaja is having issues? Around the same time Kabogo is having issues. Kabogo and Kuria want to get away. And then immediately after the Jacaranda issue, the next day, the Luya guys come to Nairobi to give a press statement. Why? It is a coordinated event that you see now. Here we are losing votes. So our votes in Central Kenya are sliding so fast from us. The deputy president, our deputy president of choice, that is one Rigathi Gachagua, has not made us any good. Now, we are also facing issues with our partners in Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, that is Jibebe and Moses Kuria. Now, we need to go back somewhere. We need to try and galvanize the voters on where we had galvanized them before. And this is how we had galvanized them. We had made them believe that there's dynasties and they're hustlers. And number two, we had painted the Azimio candidate, Raila Odinga, as a violent man. So we need to look for some propaganda that will make us bring out the violence, so that now we find a way of hitting that out. Now, if you remember, a day before that, Makiadi, I don't know if you'll be able to find, you saw that video. Sakaja and Korir were at that place organizing young people on how they were going to. And Sakaja said it so loudly in that meeting that last time meeting hapa ikuenda vizuri kwa sababu hamukuorganiziwa. Sakaja told them in that meeting that sasa tumekuja kuorganize na kila mtu atatoka na kakitu leo jioni. The young people were paid some money. He said that kila mtu nyumba yao itakuwa nyama itakuwa inachomeka huko. So youths were paid. Aliwaambia hivyo, nyama hakutakuwa na boilo, kila mtu nyumba yake kutakuwa na kanyama kanachomeka, na kesho tutaweka tent hapa leo jioni alafu mkuje muilinde. That is what happened. They planned it and they came and executed it. And you see, immediately after that, the deputy president is not allowing the investigative arms of government to do their work. How come after the stoning, there was only one person who was arrested? Because the police who are there knew what had been planned. In such a place where people are stoning people, you'd have imagined some young people would have been arrested, many of them. You would have imagined that they would have been rounded up, a couple of them, and put into one of those vehicles and taken. Today, we would be talking about even 100 youths arrested. Where are they? None of them was arrested because the police knew. And then in that particular meeting, the deputy president decided that he was going to praise the police, that we thank the police. Police, first of all, did not allow the raising of a tent on that ground. He was duly informed. And even if you listen to Kabogo today, Kabogo says that you cannot know, this is politics. And if you go back to what Sonko said, that there was a time they went and they banned t-shirts to paint Azimio as bad people, and Ruto was part of that particular deep state at that time. So he's trying to use the same gimmicks right now. But one thing we need to tell him, Kenyans have become brighter, and you know these things. Whatever he's trying to push, whatever he's trying to push, he says, let me go. Once I'm done, you go write a letter. Now, Baba is not going to respond to that. Because first of all, Embakasi East, Babu Owino had told people to stay home. There's evidence to that. He had said, no, you guys, I'm not going there, you guys stay home. That's what he had said. So you cannot pretend that now, previous night, in fact, there's a clip of the so-called, I think, Morevi, telling the youth that for me, I'm going to sleep here until morning. If you're going to sleep there until morning, what time were other people planning that thing? Then, of course, you've seen the video where we talked about this yesterday to a great extent. One thing he's trying to do, he's trying to imagine, because milima imeanza kuteleza. Martha Karua has already, gotten off, removed all the notion that he thought he was going to sell in central Kenya. And Mulima imeanza change. People are no longer buying the propaganda that they have been selling. Today he's coming out. It's not only Azimio and ODM that are actually vying in Embakasi East. There are other parties. Wajakoya has candidates there, and other independent candidates are also there. Why would you want to target one presidential candidate to respond to such things? You need to direct your energies to the people you think have the investigative capability. That's the police, not Raila. Raila has nothing to do with violence. If someone is a criminal, that's a criminal. Where do you take criminals? When did Raila become the head of police? When did Raila become the DCI? When did Raila become the arresting agency? And then you start saying Raila should be able to tell all the politicians to condemn. All the politicians. We need to condemn violence across board. That is the thing. But not one person. So I think that, in my view, is what is happening in the Jacaranda thing. And I think we said this yesterday. And we said we need to be careful of the propaganda. And in the second thing that you have shared, Makiadi, you have heard him say what he had actually wanted to achieve. He is happy when people are saying ya kwamba tunaogopa kutakuwa na violence. Actually, what he is intending to do is that people vote for him in view of fear that if he's not winning, then watu wataogopa. And people should not fear. There's no fear is going to sell to people, because Ruto, the only politician that can comfortably bring the country to a standstill is Raila, not Ruto. Which support does he have? In Central, I mean, look at what has happened. He doesn't have support anymore. And even if he lost today, there's no way someone was trying to imagine that, Ruto can tell people to bring, to demonstrate, and people will not. He has attempted that. When he told young people to go and pick their motorbikes, how many went even to the police? None. He doesn't have that kind of following that people want to imagine he does have. So let's face it. Ruto is seeing a defeat coming to him, and what he's trying to do is propaganda. Now, on to the Luya guys. Luya politicians. That when I listened to the thing they were reading, and they were standing there, I was looking at them, and they were looking like cartoons. All of them are standing there, and the way the thing is being read, and it is full of lies, and they are there looking like they have really achieved. You are supposed to get out of press conferences and go down and look for 70%. You'll not get 70% by reading some things. You're targeting the Azimio. The Azimio guy at that time is in Kajiado looking for votes. He's in Kajiado looking for votes. Go down there and look for votes. How many people will listen to you saying that? And they think Kenyans are stupid. They are saying that Baba destroyed NASA so that Mudavadi cannot rise to power. We all know that it was Mudavadi and his ANC brigade, together with Wetangula, who were the first ones to get out of NASA. I mean, these people, where do they think Kenyans come from? We know so well who walked out of NASA. According to a deal by NASA, it was if 2 members walk out, then it comes to a cropper. So ANC and Ford Kenya and Wiper are the ones who walked out of NASA. I mean, how do you continue having NASA when they have already walked out? And they are now coming to a press conference to say that Raila killed NASA so that Mudavadi could not. Mudavadi himself, he walked out of NASA, then walked out of OKA, One Kenya Alliance. So who walked out? They should be genuine with themselves and go look for votes. They should get out of their ivory towers. Go down there, look for your 70%. Actually, you had said that you'd give Ruto 95%. He gave you only 70%. Addressing, you know, media briefings in Nairobi, that, in my view, does not even help you as Luya leaders. And for one, Mudavadi, who said that Ruto will be drinking the economy up down, to now say that Ruto is the one who can save the country. Now, who is more of a hypocrite? You are not even supporting. Ruto could not even think of one Luya who could help him, apart from one Rashid Echesa. Other than one Rashid Echesa, he could not think of any other Luya when he was choosing his side of cabinet. Tell us what history. What history does Ruto have with appointing Luya leaders? And then you are coming to tell us that, you know, Raila has not helped us a lot. Where now? Give us some truth. Kama mmeshindwa kutafuta kura, mseme, mwende tu kwa Ruto mseme tumeshindwa kutafuta kura. Kila mtu ataenda kutafuta kura. About Ruto sending the media away, I'm expecting the media practitioners and media organizations, at least tomorrow, they should come out and condemn such bullying of the media. Because it was the same Ruto and his ilk who said that the media is not giving them fair coverage. And now, yesterday, he decides to send the media away from covering what is happening in the meeting. So the media council needs to come out to respond to such senseless bullying of the media. Because if you have not yet become a president and you're bullying the media like that, you're telling them, "Nyinyi watu wa media kwanza tokeni hapa." You know, that was very callous of him for someone who wants to be the president, and he hasn't yet been the president. What if now he's in that position of authority? What will happen to the media? We don't want media to be gagged. That's already a sign of someone who is inclined towards gagging the media. So I'm hoping that tomorrow the media council will come out and condemn such bullying by politicians. The media has a right to cover the events. And if you don't want them, there are better ways of discussing with them. But now when you come in and say that, okay, media is not giving us, you are going to boycott the media is not giving us fair. And then if I was the media that was just out of that meeting, I would have packed everything and gone and not wait for him later after the meeting to now come and address the media. Why are you addressing the same people that you sent away from the meeting? Why do you even expect that they'll be there waiting for you? We need to as a matter of fact, the media owners, the media council, come out and condemn such bullying by politicians, and especially by the deputy president. Whatever he did today to the media, that was wrong. You don't chase the media out of a meeting. The media has a right to access it. People have a right to access the information, what was being discussed. We have a right to get it, because either way, we will still access it. We will still access it. But why do you harass the media? That is something that, in fact, that is a clear example of why he shouldn't be elected to a position that he has the power, because he will misuse his power. This is the other show of misuse of power. He misused his position when he made a call to Equity, when he said he purported to have made a call to Equity to give somebody some loan. Now he's misusing his position by harassing the media. That is wrong. Finally, on the IEBC thing, I think IEBC is doing a good job, but still they need to tell us so much. We need to know. First of all, of course, they said they are going to upload the final register. There's something that the chairman said, Chebukati said, that I don't know how that will work out. Probably will need a lot more explanation. That you can still come with your ID and then your details will be punched into the KIMS kit. That KIMS kit is offline. So your details can be punched into the KIMS kit and you are still able to vote. Will your details be punched into the KIMS kit to get it out, or will be punched into the KIMS kit to add it in? That is basically a question that will need answers as we move on, because we don't want anything that is going to cause issues. But again, as some of us have suggested here, the idea of the voters that have been registered, that the category we said here, I think Makiadi, when we talked the last time, we said the youths did not register. These youths that were being told that the youths have decided, the youths are the ones who are going to vote, they did not register as expected. So I think that sends the guys back to the drawing board, those who are relying on the youth vote. So they have to go back to the drawing board, because 35 and above are more, about 19, I think 13 million. And the youths are about 9 million. So you see there's a disparity, and a clear one, to say the least. So that's something that some may have to think about. Someone said the media yesterday let us down by waiting for the same person to. Yeah. That was. They should have left and gone. I mean, when he gets out, there's no media to address. Then now they tell him, you send us away. The media should be able to send a message. When you are bullied by the politician, you need to send a direct message that, okay, fine, we are staying away until you now respect us. And of course, I expect the Media Council tomorrow to address that issue. Back to Makiadi.
Okay, and then, but before we move on to the next panelist, I just want to play a short clip. I have just one clip here.
Lakini nikajiuliza, siasa ya Kenya vile ilivyo baada ya 2007, na shida kubwa ya hiyo siasa ikifika mahali pale inakuwa ni watu ya bonde la ufa, wengi wao ndio wanapata matatizo ya kisiasa. Nikaketi chini na rafiki yangu Uhuru Kenyatta na tukakubaliana, nikamwambia my friend Uhuru Kenyatta, mimi niko tayari, na nilikuwa na nafasi. Nilikuwa na nafasi. These media houses, why do we have media houses here? Nani aliyeni watu utokeni kwanza tuongee maneno ya maana. Mimi sitaki hao watu wa media.
We fought for almost 30 years against an imperial presidency.
We?
We. Now, there's something that is so irritating about the first clip that I played. I mean, William Ruto claims that he was part of the people that fought for independence. I mean, a just environment, a just society. But he is the same person that is ejecting a free media, free press. And we all know that it is the press that makes a society stronger. Without freedom of the press, then information is always limited to who it can reach. And it is the same person that, like Ndemba has said, is complaining of unfair coverage of the press, by the press for that matter. And to make matters worse, what really hurt me about this thing is that people are clapping. I mean, you eject the media from a meeting like that, and then your supporters are clapping. That, to me, I don't think this is the kind of person that we want in leadership. Now,
That Makiadi, even you have brought that, the clapping by the people. The clapping by the people showed you that the kind of the narrative that he has told them. And then the next question we want to ask, what is that he wanted to say that he doesn't want to get out there? Because when in Rwanda, before the genocide, much of what was discussed in vernacular was made to intoxicate and to indoctrinate people. So what is it that he was about to say about talking to Uhuru Kenyatta that he didn't want the media to capture and to get out? Free press is a right to everyone. He is a presidential candidate. Whatever he says is important and people need to know. So that's a question, and the Media Council, I'm waiting to hear the Media Council coming out very strongly to condemn that, and even to some extent say that such treatment will require even boycott for them even to air his thing, because you can't chase the free press while you're talking issues of politics. Now, that is something that for me is a reason to worry. It's a reason to worry, Makiadi. And as Kenyans, and as people who are concerned about democratic space in Kenya, you can't in one point say that the Azimio guy should condemn the violence, and then the next point you are bullying the media. Makiadi.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that so that we give other people an opportunity to speak, and I'll be able to maybe play a few more videos as we go on with the discussion. So back to you, Ndemba. You can go on with the program. Thank you.
Okay, Kuze Oze, you are the next one.
Yes, good evening, friends and voters. I believe you are all voters. Robert, are you a voter? Papa, I know he's a voter. Makiadi, are you? You are. Eh? Temba, you are one of them. You remember when Baba came to the US, he was very concerned at the low numbers. I am not so sure whether there has been any improvement, although from what the IEBC had released, somebody may actually think there is. Because I remember when he was in the US, Baba was concerned that only I think in the entire US, it wasn't just DC. When he met us at DC, he was alleging that only 700 voters had registered. That's a very low number, isn't it? Although according to IEBC, you see that the total number of voters in the diaspora is like 10,000 as we speak. 10,000. And of course, in 2017, there were only 4,000. So there have been some improvement. I don't know in which countries or which parts of the world, but there is some improvement. But what I know is that in the US, Baba was lamenting that 700. And in that meeting, there were much more, there were very many people. So the question, the people who attended that meeting, it is like only 10% of them are voters' cards. Anyway, I don't know where the 10,000 are. Maybe a good number in Europe and other parts of the world. Now, what I wanted to say is that you see the kind of politics which is developing is very, very interesting. People should know there is a time here I did say that the DP is really capitalizing on this idea of buying people. Don't be surprised that over 60% of those who support, call it even 65, support the DP, wherever they are, is because they have been bought. And of late, since 2017, there was also a lot of buying. But one of the strategies the DP uses is by the opponent, and if you are, let's say, he knows that you are staunch Azimio supporters, you are a target, and you are, it's just a matter of your price. What's your price? He has tried that a lot, I'm sorry to say, in this so-called Langata place. We could be in there for some surprises, because he has literally traded money to get votes. And of course, you realize that when the IEBC talked today, one of the number one on the list of the affected transfers is Nairobi. And so to say, with Langata leading, of course, he didn't release those further details. He just said Nairobi. Now, sometimes when you see the DP is just stamping, he knows that is the time he knows he has succeeded in buying some opponents. And he goes strategically for the people who are, if you are a KK supporter, that is not a very good catch. He'll go for people he knows are the other side. And given the hardships of life these days, the kind of the offers he gives, you will be surprised. You'll be surprised. There is sometime much earlier, there are people, he went out of his way. I came to learn from some of the people. Sometimes we say the people on the ground from Kibra. He managed to hire potentially people from that bedroom or Baba for a very good fee to go and make noise wapi. I don't know whether you remember, there was a time when I think two boys died in the rally. There was a rally in, I think it was in Kiamba, where some young people died, and that some people started causing chaos there. Apparently, the people who went there were bought from Nairobi, and transported there to go and cause chaos. Now, that is the sort of extent you would go to do his things. Now, the other day I was trying to say here that I know of agents, people who have been agents of NASA the other time, in, out, and they are known. He approaches them and makes all manner of offers. So sometimes when you hear some people are saying, kula kwa Ruto, kura kwa baba. Some of the people have been victims of those purchases. And it is something he does throughout, every other time. So the other day, I think we brought in an issue here. I think, Papa, you remember, we were trying to say that that Azimio need to come out with their counter strategies to deal with the sort of propaganda which is outright lies, and it's always propagated to the masses, people who hardly know exactly how these things happen. And that's why personally I really appreciate the approach Martha Karua is taking. You realize every time Martha Karua speaks in any of those rallies, it starts with more or less something you can describe as civic education. He enlightens people so that you open your eyes, see who has anything to offer and who has none. Now, the speakers, apart from, okay, sometimes there are those choruses that people normally bring in rallies. You'll hardly find those choruses with Martha. She will try to bring it down to the ground so that the ordinary person understands exactly what they are up and against and what's happening. You will try to tell them that, look, a good politician is the one who does this, who does that, who does that. And that is why the approach has been really resonating very well with when she starts to highlight some of the positive aspects that Baba has fought for all the years. If you listen and try to ujiulize hata wewe mwenyewe, utaona kweli all these years Baba must really be having this country at heart. It is quite clear, and Martha has never hesitated to highlight all those positive things, all the earlier fights, the multi-parties, the way they came around, and
issues to do with devolution, issues to do with free press, freedom of speech. Now, I'm sorry to say that our media, I think it is all because of the hardships of life. The media are also not very, for me, I know of cases where they are not the best. You'll find them sometimes inclining towards that side. And remember, when you are saying that the media could boycott those things, they would not, because a good number of them, they scramble to go and cover him because it is for a fee. It is for a fee. A good number of them, not all of them, but a good proportion of them would not boycott those things because they know they do it for a fee. Now, those are some of the strategies he keeps using here, there, and I'm very worried how they can be countered. I'm very worried how they can be countered. I'm sure most of you are also aware of members of the press, they call themselves members of the fourth estate, who have really been very biased and inclining and supporting issues with, if you look at them objectively, you wonder what's happening. So that is also a challenge. How will you deal with getting a free, objective media? That is also a challenge in this era where money seems to be. Maybe let me just say that Kenya as a nation, money seems to play a very big role in how we conduct some of the activities. And you know, as you are all aware, the DP has been carrying guineas of money this way or that way. Wherever he goes, he uses that. So he is really, really spending money. Now, you may then ask yourself, sometime back before, I think sometime towards the end of the year, the parliamentarians, I think IEBC, they tried to come in with this campaign, controlling of campaign funds. You realize that it was the MPs who are the culprits in this. They tried to put a ceiling. They could not go forward. Why was it blocked? Yeah. And personally, that is some of the issues that when I say that we can't rely on the current parliamentarians, the previous parliament, or even the forthcoming one, to make some good laws, because any law which affects them, they look the other side and do it the other way around. So why didn't the campaign ceiling of funds bill go through? It was blocked by the same parliamentarians because they know what they have there. If that was done, then it would be possible to control the amount of money these people are spending in campaigns, because it is that same money which corrupts the electorate. Now, I wanted to just touch on one more issue regarding the issues of the IEBC. Now, IEBC tells us that they have come across or found out some irregularities, call them illegal transfers and other offenses within the management of the register, and that they are following up on 3 officers. Now, my worry is that the transfer of registers, if you know how it is done, for you to have officers, because it is not done at the very top, the people who implement it are the people on the right on the ground. So even dealing with the 3 officers, there is a very big chance that the people who really do these things and who can even continue to do it with those 3 officers out of the way. Because remember, as I said earlier, all these issues, there is money involved. They do not just do it for the sake. It is being done by interested parties who has paid for it. Ask yourself who could have paid for it. Look at the counties. They said there are 12 counties which are involved. That's what IEBC is saying. Then you can ask yourself who have interest in those counties and who would have benefited from those transfers. Then you realize that even prosecuting 3 officers, it is far away. It is nothing. is far from getting cleaned. The hidden hands are still in there, and how far or what they are capable of doing is still a mystery. So I do not know whether maybe overhauling the entire, call it secretariat, would not work. So just how do you deal with these people? These are not patriotic people. These are people who do things, and if so long as there is a good offer, they will go ahead and do it because they are capable of doing it. Well, I do not know how to. That's why I'm saying, I'm just so worried. How did it happen in the first place? And how do they put it to an end? Yeah? You see, unfortunately, this digital world these days, the people who do the digital mechanizations, they are normally not the higher people or the senior people. The senior people are just the mouthpiece who will then come to announce whatever the figures have been given. The people who generate and work on the figures are the junior digital fellows, and they're the majority. A situation whereby you find the lower cadre are more techno-savvy than the higher people they are serving at the top. You can then imagine, I don't want to imagine my fears in terms of what they can be capable of doing. Just junior fellows can do a lot of damage because of their technology expertise. Well, I can just conclude that those are just my worries, and so they are. They are saying that 246,000 dead voters have been removed from the register. Now, there is another figure which the IEBC gave today of 27 million. I didn't quite get what the reference was. 27,857,000. I think voters. Is it I think they said IDs. And
No. Let me help you that.
Yes.
Those are people who are eligible to vote, but only 22 million are registered. So 27 million minus 22, that number in between there gives you people who never been registered to vote.
Oh, thank you. So it means that in Kenya we have around 28 million people who can vote if they choose to.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I get what they were saying. So they are saying out of the so-called, you can round it to 28 million. So out of that, eligible to vote, only 22 million are now being part of the cleaned register. Now, I do not know whether it will be possible to get, they mentioned 12 counties which were affected in these illegal transfers. Now, personally, I was thinking that they may go out of their way to give the numbers involved so that you can know what exactly you are up against. The numbers involved, the counties which they had named were Nairobi, Nakuru, Murang'a, Nyandarua, Kakamega, Laikipia, Nandi, Mandera, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, Kiambu, and Garissa. But they didn't come up with the individual numbers that are affected in each of those counties. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Baba Pop.
Thank you very much. The menu is too big, but I want to kwanza wacha niwasalimie Banathemba, Makiadi, Use, Stone PK, you're a lost man. Welcome back. There's Wangira, he has been here. And Robert, asanteni sana. The menu is too big. Leo iko mashakura mingi kabisa, lakini wacha tukule kidogo kidogo so that we avoid the stomach upset. Jose, can you mute? Now, I don't know where to start. I want to start with something that irritated me very early in the morning, I think before midday in Kenya. It is to do with this media freedom. When the world today, when we can see the press freedom is very important, and we can even see some of us have never dreamed of even stepping to the US, but we know how the White House looks like, the office itself. And we have somebody who is now chasing people from public engagement. You now wonder what he's thinking about. And Themba mentioned how the Rwandese things went when people were addressing some communities. So it is a sad affair, and the media should condemn it and condemn it in a way that we'll have to sanction the UDA part, because that is not something very light. We have the meetings that were held during the post-election violence in 2007. Some of them which the ICC has got recordings of, and you cannot, in as much as he may have chased the media out of that place, definitely somebody, I don't think they took all the cell phones away. Somebody must have recorded something. And I'm sure it cannot be anything good, because if there was anything good that was for public good, you will not hide anything. But the one thing I can only suspect or speculate that he did not want to be out there in the media is a recollection of the injustices that the people of Molo have undergone. And he didn't want this to come out in the media, because all the pointers would have been at his running mate, because he was overseeing that area. So it is the worst thing that has really spoiled my mood all day. And I'll leave it at that. Now, Kabogo, we can all see that one is a no-show. Azimio in Kajiado, we are doing our thing. The IEBC readiness. The IEBC readiness, I want to just mention a few things. You know, Ose, nowadays it looks like I'll be fighting you on a daily basis, because you want to spread fear. That one we are not going to allow you. You know, Ose, these counties that were affected, and if you look at them, there is a way that you can curtail and deal with that problem. That is, if there's the willingness of Chebukati himself and the CEO. In any company, we all know that users are given certain profiles, and certain profiles have certain privileges. Those privileges can be curtailed. And if you want to know, do not try to imagine that it is the man down there or the man on the ground that can make changes to a register. A register normally has a key. It has a key. The voters register has a key, and there are few people who can access it. And there is a very limited number of people who have administrative rights to change any records there. There are certain stages that for records to be altered, once I've gotten in there, there are certain stages or profiles that are allowed to make any changes. Administrative profiles. This is something very easy to prosecute. In fact, when he talked about 3 people, I want to imagine that these 3 people are admins in their one of a few guys who can access that server, because you cannot just make changes like that. It's like a bank, you know. You cannot there are very few people who can do certain transfers of certain amounts in terms of privileges. So if there is anything to be done, and we all know that IEBC does not have the powers to prosecute, is to engage the DCI. Have these people now grilled properly, as in a proper investigation, and then the trail, apart from those 3 fellows, if there is a trail of people who are giving them any money that was exchanging hands, And we all know Kenyans are very foolish. They will exchange money carelessly. You will not miss an M-Pesa, an account, the wife of, so it's an investigation that should be comprehensive and they're very easy to deal with. There should be no rocket science and taking so much time. I'll leave it at that on the IEBC. Now, I just want to mention one or two things on the Mulembe Nation. The Mulembe Nation is becoming, they are turning out to be cartoons. They are not the Mulembe Nation, perceived leaders. They have now, relegated themselves to some very dirty job, doing a dirty job for William Ruto, which I don't think is worth it. Because this idea of, do you know something called, I don't know, mbeko hii mambo ya kupewa bure hii. They are embarrassing themselves. Because one thing you will, I can see Joe is laughing. One thing you will never see, ever, Ruto trying to address the media on behalf of Kalenjins. You will never see Raila trying to address media on behalf of Luos. Neither will you see Kalonzo do the same or Uhuru doing the same. Now, why the hell is this? Why are the hell is Mudavadi and Wetangula relegating themselves to some tribal chieftains? They're supposed to be national leaders. Now, I can see Black saying that I said some Kenyans are very foolish, especially thieves. And I'm not apologetic of that statement. Thieves are normally very foolish because they leave a trail. So when I say that, it is not a Somali who is going to be fully stealing. The people who are doing the silly games at the IEBC are Kenyans. So Black, you are trying to create a mountain which is not there. So back to the Mulembe Nation. The Mulembe Nation, this Mudavadi is embarrassing himself totally, and we should put him in a drawer and lock him up there, or a safe, so that he does not make any media appearances, because he is unable to perform, and pass mark was 70. I don't think he's anywhere near 50 or even 30 or something like 20. So let us not give him a lot of media coverage. But back to the content. The content is very disturbing of that statement. Just briefly, I'll look at one or two. When they try to paint Raila as a violent man, sometimes you wonder whether these people are serious, because or trying to portray Raila as an oppressor of the Mulembe Nation. You really have to ask yourself whether these people, are they from Mulembe Nation or they're from another nation? Because number one, in the year 2002, when the government was being formed, Mudi Awori is on record saying that after Kibaki won the elections, he felt so indebted to Raila that he called for Raila and asked him to take the position of the vice president, and Raila turned it down and said, no, we had an agreement, Kijana Wamalo will be there. Now, to begin, that is where we should now start beginning talking about how much Raila has sacrificed for the Mulembe Nation. If he was that greedy, he would have taken up the VP and ran away with it. Today, he would have finished 2 terms and he would be home. Because we all know proximity to power can easily lead you to being a president. And then you look at some remarks they're using, like narcissism. I don't know whether they have we expect somebody like Wetangula to have done some history while pursuing his law degree. And he should well know what narcissism is all about. So it is a total embarrassment. And I want to ask myself, if you look at William Ruto's appointees in the last government, is that where they think that they are safe? Surely, if they could only give a chaser, a very, let me call him a semi-literate or illiterate fellow, to look at the interests of the lawyers, is that where they feel safe? A land economist, a lawyer, Ababu Mnamwamba is also a lawyer. People who are, well enlightened, schooled. So you can just look at the kind of circus they're trying to bring, and I want to leave it at that because I'm very sure that there are a few other panelists who have a lot to say and are itching to even slap these fellows given a chance. Thank you very much, Julia Karibu na Mr. Black, nimeshukuru mmeingia. Thank you, Black. Black, I hope you're not going to run away. You always stay, and when the fire starts, you run away very fast. Kaa kabisa kitako to deal na wewe. Asante.
Asante, Papa Bob. Roba.
Hey, thank you, everybody. So, where's Jose? Jose just disappeared on me, and I wanted to start from him. Like Bob Papa said, I disagree with Jose. Jose is trying to scare us. No, we can't do that, man. I'm not going to accept it. So, Jose, you are there when you come out.
Jose is there. Jose, can you put your camera properly? We can't see you. He should be there.
Jose is not there. I don't see him on the screen.
No, he puts his camera. Jose.
No, he's not there.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Right.
Yeah, there comes Jose. Jose, man, you are scaring us. It's as if you want to tell us we are. I mean, it's just like. So you have given up. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Been a long time since I was here the last time, but I've been was Krisa, and I've been behind the scenes watching. But there's something here I want to answer your question because yes.
Before you ask me on what you have said about Jose, remember the story about Joshua sending some people to see what's going on in Canaan?
Yes.
And they came back saying that they had seen giants.
Yeah.
that is Jose.
Yes. Yes. There's something you asking about Chebukati on that news conference where he said about the ID. Basically, what he said was, if you are a fodder, you show up on a polling station, and if your name is not there, he said, as long as you have an ID, your information should pop up. So what he meant was, you cannot be turned away as long as you are registered, you should be able to vote. That's the way I took it, and I hope they meant business. And that's why I want to say, I think IEBC, we should give them some credit here. If we come here every time, then it's just like negativity, negative. I think there's something they said, and nobody's bringing it up. They said towards 2017, and even the election before that, because they had this kind of register, I think the manual register, some of their people, the IEBC people, because of the register, they were able to access ID numbers of other people. And so what they did was, in strongholds, from what they say, in strongholds, whenever they saw that these people never showed up to vote, they entered the ID of the other people. So which means some illegal activities were done. And I think I give them credit for bringing that one up, because we want honesty, we want clean, and we want an election where when somebody wins, we don't have no doubts. So in fact, for me, after watching that news conference, I was satisfied with them. And they said about this further movement. So I think sometimes when I look the way they were explaining, that's where I tell them they are not comfortable. So when they tell us, oh, we don't have enough information, they know people were wanting to ask them, about this issue of for the movement, where it took place, how many people. And they come there, they say, oh, I don't have the numbers on my fingertips. I think they are not being honest on that part of it. I think they should have come prepared, but what they promised was they were going to release more information and give details. Just because of that, and I said, you know what, I give you, I just give you credit for saying you want to share what happened. And they said the 3 individuals will be apprehended in a few days to come, whoever did it. So I give them credit if that one takes place. So from them, I think they mean business. But there's one question somebody asked, they never answered. And up now, I never got the answer. Somebody asked them, how many people, like we were cleaning the register, from the last time, and I think this is the people we have been talking about, that people, they were some illegal, the people who are registered illegally, they give the number. They never brought up that number, and they never even want to say how many they are. And they never answered that question. And I know somebody asked them, I think from one of the people asked them, can you tell us how many people were illegally registered? They never gave the number. So that one, IBC, they failed me on that.
Robert, there was a figure they gave.
Yes.
They indicate, they didn't give the exact, but they said over 100,000.
Okay, yes. Then that one is a concern, because remember the 1 million we were being told. There's no explanation. Nobody's explaining the 1 million we were told. You know, that's the number I want to hear. That number, I'm looking for that number to tell us how they got it. And I think that's how the other people, that's how Ruto and the company stole the election the last time. Let's talk the truth here. They never won. So if they say there's some, so IBC has been corrupt. So we never had free and fair elections before. But give them credit. They are coming up. They are trying to clean themselves up. But do you trust them? I don't know yet. But at this point, I can just give them credit for that. Let me move to something else here. Before I go, what's on there? The Royal Nation. I just watched that clip when I think was played here. I mean, how small can Mudavadi and the rest can look? They looked very small. They looked very small on that news conference. They look like crying babies. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, first of all, a news conference, they even said they are in Nairobi. Why couldn't you hold a news conference from Bukung Stadium? If that's what you want to tell us, you are representing the Ruya people. So, according to Musalia Mudavadi, Raila was behind NASA, the corruption of NASA. By the way, let us not forget the only thing ever Musalia Mudavadi has ever started, because he always goes where everybody starts, is NASA. He was behind the start of NASA. So him being the guy who started it, the NASA thing, then how did you let Raila destroyed? How did you let it collapse? So from that news conference, there are some things here we have to run. One thing you have to realize, they have realized they are in a losing camp. They have lost. This thing is gone. But you know what? I wish there was someone there to ask them, what happened to the earthquake? We are still waiting for the earthquake. I'm still waiting for it. Yeah, you remember? The earthquake is coming, and nobody should even, yeah. So they keep on reducing themselves to nothing. And that's how small Musalia Mudavadi has become. If you look at those people who are there, Babu Namwamba, what happened? He was there. He was Mr. Raida's guy. He went against, he left. He can't even go to Bururanga and run for president there. I mean, to be a member of parliament. He cannot win. So another guy you saw there was Avia. I think it's called Avia, the guy who was in the Royal Society. The guy is, I think, from Westlands. He was there. He didn't even look comfortable himself when you look at him. Then there was the usual suspects, Musalia and his fellow guy from Fort Kenya. So when I looked at them with their news conference, what the news conference was, even the guy was reading it, you couldn't even understand anyway what he read. You could just pick up some small things. So they are trying to tell us that because of Raila, that's why Musalia was not able to run for presidency. And the same people, when there was an earthquake, they told us they are going a place where he's going to seek for presidency. He didn't even get a running mate. He didn't get nothing. And now they're just coming here to blame Raila, that Raila is the one who was, you know what? Let's talk the truth here. The Ruya nation, the majority of them, they love Raila. And they have their main things why they love him. As most of the country, they love him at this point. So on that part, I wish they never had done this conference. They looked very small on me. Now, last but not least, let me talk about DP. I think of latest, if some of you have realized, the man is becoming uncomfortable. That's what I've, even the news, I mean, the way he does, even the way he talks nowadays. Sometimes he called the president Taperi. At the end of the next door, and he forgets my friend Uhuru. Which is which? It's all over the map. You can see now it's 48 days left. The guy has realized the meltdown. It's melting down for him. So he thought he had all this money he could buy, but people will be taking all this money and he's going to get nothing out of it. I think he was banging on Mount Kenya, the mountain, and I think he's disappointed. Some of us, we have been saying here for a long time. People have been saying here, the mountain is going to change. The mountain has changed. Now, when I look as somebody who did a little bit of political science in college, a little bit, some courses, I was just trying to see what way can Ruto win this election, more especially in Kenya. I don't see it. I don't see it. Because I think the main thing where he made a mistake when he went against Uhuru, you can see Uhuru just seated there with a hammer. You might not see him with a hammer physically, but he's just there seated comfortably and seeing how things go. And I know he has called another, how do you call it? Sagana, another Sagana, I think July something. The last one to bar Ruto forever, to bar him just forever for this 2022. I mean, it is over. Black, I know you heard where it is, but unajua kuna washindi na kuna wasindani. I know we are talking about 48 days. We know that Kenya is our country. We know normally where, in fact, where even last time, 2017, I was telling people, I don't know about, because I knew something was not good, and I knew people, I thought it's very, very impossible for Raila to win. 2007, some of us, like we have said here before, we knew Raila was going to win, but system with the old constitution. But at this point, you can see when Ruto starts kicking out the media for what he did. I mean, the media in our country, and most of you guys who are here outside the country, we are proud in Kenya because of free media. We are different from our neighboring countries. You cannot compare Kenyan media with Tanzania, where the president is the one who controls media in Tanzania. You can say against the president, then you are shut down. And now somebody wants to be our president. Something we cherish. Freedom. Freedom. He wants to take it away. The last man I saw doing it, like somebody you know, was Trump. Remember, Trump was fighting with the media. And at the end of the day, they took him down. It's the same thing I'm saying here. When you go against the media, kick them whatever he did, and yet some of that media, I know like KTN is kind of favoring him when they do coverage. That's my own opinion, and I don't care what they say. KTN, yes. What's wrong with that? So he's losing it. His speeches, he looks an angry man. He doesn't know what he's doing right now. What he does, he's not realizing that some people are lying to him, spending all this money. They keep on lying. My prediction, 65 at this point is 65% Mr. Ryder. And this number of Mr. Ruto keeps going down. And at the end of the day, if you see what's going on, like what we have been saying here, UDA is going to remain a current party. And that's where we are headed to. If people like Mr. Kulia and the Kabogo, now they are ready to, just like now they are complaining, who else? And I'm just telling you, I saw a clip from Western where they say, no to the deputy. That's what's that, Amman Congress. They say no to the Gatia. So if that's the case now, Kenya Kwanza, if there's Kenya Kwanza, I'm a UDA, it's just like melting down. It's hard and the ice is melting down. We can't help it. At the end of the day, we are going to have one winner. And at this point, 48 days left, it looks like Mr. Ryder is going to take it. At this point, unless you can convince me our Ruto is going to win. Let me leave it there. Nice to see everybody. But let's speak when we talk this one also. When we talk, let us not see like the other side is enemies. There's no enemy here. We are all one people. What we are trying is politics. At the end of the day, whoever wins is a Kenyan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roba. Let's go straight to Wangira.
Oh, good morning. How are you, everybody? In Nairobi here is a good morning. I don't know what time it is wherever you are. Let me just do quick. I was here earlier and I had contributed much. So let me just shoot like 3 minutes and I'll be through. In this modern world, we are very keen when we see some people try to accuse a person of a particular ideology. Because, ideologies make a nation or ideologies also break a nation. So today, when I saw Wakina Musalia Mudavadi accuse Raila of two things, one thing was they accused him of what they call sadism. And the other one, they accused him of what they are now calling modern day Nazism. I really wanted to know whether they really understood what they were talking about. Because if you deep down into history, or even if you go to the internet, which is our common source of information nowadays, you discover that Nazism was shaped on Hitler's beliefs in Germany racial superiority and the danger of communism. And you'll also discover that under Nazism, he rejected liberal democracy. He also rejected the rule of law and human rights. And instead, he was stressing the subordination of individual. But instead, he was stressing the subordination of individuals to the state and the necessity of strict obedience to leaders. So, I would be keen to understand in this regard what could be the meaning of modern day Nazism, because I've tried to research anywhere, but I don't come across that word, modern day Nazism. Perhaps the only word that is there is neo-Nazism. So, because there is no real real mention of modern day Nazism anywhere. So I'll just copy from what was the Hitler ideology of during his time as the strongman of Germany. And I would want to know, when you accuse Raila Odinga of Nazism, are you accusing him of community superiority? Are you accusing him of trying to apply superiority of his community over the Luya community? You know, that's one thing that I would be interested to know, because that is the only thing that perhaps I'll capture here. Because and we know that Raila is Luo, and the people who are speaking here were Luyas and purporting to be speaking on behalf of the Luya community. And so when you are saying that, Raila Odinga, accusing him of what you are now calling modern Nazism, are you saying that he's practicing Luo superiority over the Luyas? That is the question that comes into my mind. And these are very, very dangerous talks in modern Kenya, when we are trying to build one unitary nation where people see themselves as brothers and sisters. And again, they accuse Raila of sadism. Sadism is in simple terms is that tendency of deriving pleasure from inflicting pain and suffering into people. Raila Odinga, a man who has been detained for 9 years, Raila Odinga, the man that some of us know in this country, is he the type of a man you can accuse of sadism, really? Does Raila Odinga derive any pleasure out of the suffering of any Kenyan, leave alone any Kenyan leader? Then you look at this type of phrasings in their statement, and you find them to be misplaced. They were not supposed to have been in that statement. They can accuse Raila Odinga of all manner of things. They can accuse him of all manner of things, including the Thika fiasco in 1995. They can even accuse him of the Men in Black. They can accuse him of removing Wetangula, removing Wamalwa, removing Chris, refusing to support Tim Wanyonyi to become governor of Nairobi. But can you accuse Raila Odinga of sadism? Can you accuse him of narcissism? I don't see how. I just don't see how you can, tie narcissism and sadism together with the man called Raila Odinga. And just finally, today when I was here earlier, we were discussing with my brother Bernard the issue of the modern Kenyan church, and the way the modern Kenyan church is operating and the way it's being structured, and we agree that most of these churches are not actually churches; they could be business enterprises. And yesterday the church was so hard on Wajakoya. They refused to, his talk of the Bangi, and they were asking Kenyans not to support him. And he has also come out strongly to ask his supporters not to his supporters to boycott going into those churches until they withdraw, or that call that they should not vote for him. But I was just trying to look at it deeper and deeper, given what we are seeing happening in the Kenyan churches. The other time there was a case at the High Court, I think, where the taxman, being the Kenya Revenue Authority, wanted to tax proceedings of one particular church, and it went up to the High Court, and the court ruled that you cannot tax the tithe. But again, looking at the sentiment by Wajakoya, some of them that sound very genuine, it is true that a number of Kenyan clergy today are tainted by scandals. That's very, very true. That's very, very true that they are tainted by scandal. And in that extension, you'll find that there are many churches in this country that are tainted by scandals. And there is alone what we call financial reporting in this country. If you have looked at that law, it creates a number of institutions, including the Asset Recovery Authority. It is my belief that if we were to apply this law strictly, even on some of these churches, some of these churches would end up, some of these churches, just like Wajakoyo pointed out could be recipients of what we are calling proceeds of crime. And you know, under financial reporting today, if you are a recipient of what we are calling proceeds of crime, then the asset recovery authority must move in and recover anything that is proceeds of crime. Then, so it is my take that, you know, if the financial reporting in this country was to be applied strictly on these, on some of these churches, then the asset recovery authority would be forced to move into. I think that's all that I have to talk to say as per now, because I want to allow other people to come in and also contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira, for your brief remarks. Stony PK.
Thank you very much, comrades and colleagues, panelists. I'm seeing all of you there. Nitawasalimia kwa wholesale. Hamjambo. Good to see you, and happy to see Roba, happy to see Kuseo, Bob Pa, Adams na Black. Julia amejificha huko chini namuona. Yeah, nice to see you guys, and this is really good. I've been following most of these from behind the curtains, and yeah, we've really deliberated. So I'll just quickly maybe touch on a few things that I feel personally, you know, are really puzzling me. So I would like to share that with the panelists and Kenyans and the world at large. I'll begin with this, the media. The media, honestly, Kenyan, let me open by saying our country is at the deathbed. It's not even at ICU in almost all aspects. And you see, the biggest disease that entered into our country, which was allowed, it came in. And once, it's like a jigger, you know, a jigger comes in as a kaflei, yeah? Then it enters the toe or the finger, then it grows. And then if not taken care of, it can distort the entire leg, I mean foot. That is what corruption has done to our nation, our country. It's not, we don't have a nation, in my own opinion. So the corruption has eaten into all aspects of our Kenyanism, everywhere. Unless people are naive, there is no part of that country you'll go and you'll be either served without, you know, people looking at you like, lazima ufanye hivi, lazima ufanye hivi. We took it for granted. You know, it's just like ukiona mtu ni mgonjwa pale ama amegongwa na gari, you pass, because so long as it's not you na umjui, you just go. You just, we don't have that one of, oh my God, how about if it was my son, myself, my sister, my wife? You know, EO is what should pull you automatically to offer a hand. So corruption, we have let it go, and we have said it is okay. Unaona? And that's why it has entered the church so badly, and we are in denial. It has entered the media so badly that Stone PK today, I can decide to have a conference anywhere, even right now from where I am. I can have what they would call like the video, whatever, and I'll say whatever I want to say, so long as I bribe people. I can pour all the nonsense. Okay? So for me, you know, even for them being chased by Ruto is part of that. And it's because he's so corrupt that whatever he wanted to say is so bad and rotten that he did not want it heard. You know, and yet he's the prince of that. He's part of that, like most of the Kenyans. Yeah, because if you are a leader, a presidential aspirant, what is it that you want to say behind the curtain that you can't say openly? This is rotten. It is. In fact, Kenyans should come out and, you know, condemn it and reject this man with the biggest order possible. Right now, what we want, any leader, even if it's an MCA, you cannot afford to hold night, you know, you can hold your night meetings, but if they leak that your intention is ill, then you should really be condemned. because leaders are supposed to be open, you know, very open. Ni kama kitabu, nisomeni, because umejitolea, you are going out there and you are seeking people to elect you into that leadership. But what has happened? The corruption and all that. So I mean, I was not surprised when Ruto chased these guys out. Also, they have lowered themselves because of money, such that right now there is no media person or anybody you can say at huyu aki-interview leaders, I'll listen. I don't even bother to listen to these interviews because one, they are so shallow, you know, shallow. Somebody goes to interview DP, you have gone there with your question, he changes himself and and he answers the questions he wants and he leads the interview. Then the others, they chicken out because kwanza walipewa mandazi, wakapewa bahasha, yeah. So you go there sitting there and recording and you start giving him the audience to say the things he wants to say and not the questions you want to question. Okay, that's why he has said he will not participate at the presidential debate. Maybe because he has known at least that presidential debate, I hear they were supposed to invite some very unique guys, you know, to be able to moderate. I don't know where they were to come from, but I think it was going to be, I mean, it's gonna be really, really tough, and it will address very hard, you know, those hard-hitting questions, things that are reality, because the DP has an issue. He has a disease in terms of real things, real issues. He is allergic to that. So, but lies, he is very good at that. You know, uongo, denial, and all that. That is where he plays. Anachezanga kama, you know, hiyo ndio mpira yake. That is Messi. So it is sad that our media has gone that bad. And unfortunately, we hope this can be fixed thereafter, probably when we start rebuilding this country, because as I said, it is at its deathbed. So we hope that when it will be resuscitated, we will be able to address across the board, as I said, across the board, school, health, you know, all that. I'm done with the media. Then I looked at this issue of Kabogo, you know. Yeah, Kabogo, and we have so many Kabogos in that list, you know, who they are regretting, but now because of ego, they are at abeyance. I mean, Kabogo, in his body language, he has and he knows Tinga, he calls him Tinga. He knows Tinga is a guru, Tinga is the best, but because ana hiyo undani yake and he feels he has money, he should also be like Tinga. And this is where Kenyan leaders have failed. They are equating themselves to Raila Amolo Odinga, which wengine hata wako kuota. No wonder he told DP Ruto, achana na mimi, wewe hata ukianza kujua kujifagia huku nyuma after kwenda choo. Yeah, mimi nilikuwa mbali sana. You cannot even stand anywhere near me. Only that politics is another nonsensical game that even a toddler of yesterday will come start challenging a guru like Raila. Okay, so Kabogo knows that this mzee is a guru and is whatever, but in his pride and all that, he decided to go the other way, only to realize huko ni kushetani kabisa, ni kubaya, but he has the pride that his ego cannot allow him to cross over. It's the same, he's in the same league with Akina Musalia Mudavadi. You know, they know wanaingia kwa shimo ya political death. They are going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I like when Robert quotes that conference. Honestly, even as here, I think if we were to hold a presser, it would be of some caliber. Was that a presser at Mrembe Nation? I'm calling anybody who is Mrembe in Nairobi, organize. Chukueni makaratasi muende, you deny these people. They are not your representation, because if you are representing Mrembe Nation, then we will really start wondering. Kwani abandu wengo inakuwa hao ndio ati viongozi wenyu? It would not be possible. It is very shameful. It's just like Kabogo. At least these people like TSP Kunjuri, they have come back to their senses. And, you know, look at Muthomi. People with the brains, wameangalia wakaona the worst thing you can do is to self-lie. To lie to yourself. That's the worst you can do. And that is when we say someone is intelligent. When you come into real, you know, kind of, you coordinate yourself. Ukubali huwezi kujidanganya, ukweli unakubali. So the mapema, 58 days before, I think, the truth is dawning. People have to go, truly speaking, to where actually they belong. And then the opposite is happening. That's why you find now Ruto is, actually you will see worse of Ruto. You will see the worst of Ruto. It's just like when you corner a rat in a room and it knows it's dying, it turns out into something else. And in fact, that I'll come with my prediction as I conclude. The worst of Ruto is coming because, you know, it has dawned on him that he's gone. And this is no question. He's finished. He can't get it. And the worst still is that if he misses this, he may not make presidency in this country forever. You know, because the way the situation will be, this country is going to be transformed into something else that ikiwa we ni mwizi ama umetajwa, you will have no space. And Ruto will have no space very, very soon. And he is not foolish. He has realized that is the path that is on, I mean, in front of him. So basically, I'll predict what might happen. Let me quickly go to Azimio in Kajiado. Fantastic. That one I don't even to talk a lot because you can see the way now they are doing is like wanaenda wakifagilia, you know, collecting all the goodwill people, you know. And in fact, the people have reached whereby sasa hata hawataki speech, they just want to affirm. Igwe, we agree, we are waiting tarehe 9. You know, when you want to say, wanasema Igwe, where Peter, you know, you pass, go and collect other people. Let other people see who the next president will be. Lastly, so that I give other people. Kenyans, I think majority of us have misused English. I like what Wangira was trying to, I mean, what he has articulated. I think when Murembe went to prepare this speech, they went to walienda Google. Then they picked a speech from, you know, Nazi and all that. And they lumped these things hurriedly together and, you know, delete, replace and all that. That's why the way it came out, it is irrelevant. I even don't know why Wangira was trying to spend time trying to, it was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Okay? Irrelevant, misplaced. The person they are describing is not Raila. Okay? I think they are describing Hitler. Yeah? And, you know, trying to talk Kizungu Mingi, which ended up into nothing. And that now brings me to what Kenyans, we have misused words like intelligence. We call Ruto intelligent. We say Ruto is shrewd. When I remember how the English I was taught in school, shrewdness is the power to be able to judge. I don't see Ruto having that power to make correct judgment. Correct judgment would be, you should not even, you should know what would happen if you undermine your master. I mean, I think if you're intelligent, that simple, and you should know that you undermine your master, hata kama ni kiwete, kama ni yeye master, ujue anaweza kusabotage. That should be the basic. And you call him shrewd. We call him intelligent. We call him intelligent, which I think means clever. You must be clever. You must be able to handle issues. He should have known there are some areas, even if you are campaigning, you don't go kwa nini inaitwa ile mzinga ya nyuki, ati unaenda kuingiza mkono hapo ati jueni mnoma. Yes. Ati Kenya, you are free. This tunajidanganya. Kenya hatujafika mahali ati you can go and say whatever you want to say anywhere. We will reach there, but not now. You cannot come to insult me outside my door, my friend. utakulwa na nyuki hapo. Nyuki za kwangu zitakuuma, jujui ni nini inakaanga hapo. Yeah, so we should go pole pole. Our democracy has not reached whereby you can go, you know, like what they did. They went to Uhuru's place, insulted him and all that. You cannot go to insult Baba at his doorstep. That you can take to the bank. And I'm not advocating for violence. And indeed, if followers of Baba wanted hapo kusifanywe mkutano, haingefanywa. That's the truth. So somebody coming saying, oh, Baba had organized people to throw stone. If Baba organizes upigwe na mawe, my friend, what are we talking about here? Baba is the presidential material kokule juu. He doesn't have time to do those kind of nonsense. You brought people in a bus carrying rungus, ile miti ya nini, ya jembe. And they are your supporters, they are your buses. Why were they coming with rungus? I mean, the truth should be told. So I'm trying to say, this is a clever man, we are saying, intelligent candidate, sijui nini. Ruto is anything to the opposite of that. And I'm sorry to really say that. Every day, I get more and more disappointed with this Kenyan man who would have been, you know, one of the candidates. And as I keep on saying, he could come, confess, ask Kenyans, forgive me for what I have done and what I have not done. And he starts a new chapter. And then we consider him. It is simple as that. Thank you very much, Bana Richie. I had more, but I'll come later. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Because of time, Julia.
Asante Makiadi. Hi Themba in absence. Sijui amelala. Hi Makiadi. Hi Bob. How say? Hi Roba. Hi Stone. Hi Black. Black, kwa nini uko sad na shika hivi? Inakaa Stone amekupea stress. Stone, don't stress Black like that. It's not fair. Hi Adams. Hi JM Wangi. Good to see all of you. Kuse, are you talking about IEBC readiness? I think they are trying, Kuse. I think they are really trying. My only question, which maybe you may answer, I think you are really researching on that. Kuse, I will request you can try and find me the answers. My only question that if you're gonna use digital stuff to identify voters, I mean, what about if connectivity fails? That's my question. But if they're going to do that, I think it's a step, because this is going to eliminate dead voters voting and absent voters voting, because you cannot key your ID twice. Neither can you use your biometric twice. I mean, your fingerprints twice. So it means that we are going to tend close to having a valid election, because we can look at the voters registered in a polling station, and we can ask ourselves, and we can look at those who voted. I mean, we cannot have more than those registered. Also, we cannot have more than those that actually appeared to vote, having voted. So I think this is going to help us. But I think that I would like the members of the panel to investigate or to interrogate. What about if we don't have connectivity? What happens? Because I think those gadgets are going to work like our laptops. Like if my laptop is not connected, then I cannot find your data, to say I cannot identify it, and unless it's going to be on Excel sheet. But then if it's not going on the Excel sheet, then that is manual. It's not digital. So I don't know how that's going to work. I request the members of the panel to interrogate that. Now, I really never pay attention to KKA, what happens in KKA. I'm sorry. I'm kind of biased because I don't want to spoil my day. Like Makiadi was trying to spoil my dinner earlier. And I was trying to enjoy myself, and then he was playing some annoying clips. So I don't like to follow what KKA does. I'm sorry. Now, Azimio in Kajiado, I like how Azimio is organized. I love their level organization. But I have a question, Stone PK. We had like 2 candidates for governor, I think from Jubilee and ODM. So what happens? What are they doing about it? Because we can't allow Kenya Kwisha kupita katikati. So members of the panel, please investigate that. Then about this DP Ruto kicks out the media. Okay, it is used and dumped by Kabogo. I'm not surprised. Kabogo is an opportunist, and Kabogo really hoped UDA was getting it right. I don't know. There was this wave in Mount Kenya region and blindness that people thought that they saw Ruto winning. I can't blame them, because even me last year, I was feeling so frustrated to find in Ruto's talk was so much. And I was thinking, I mean, is it that we are cast? I was thinking, is Kenya cast that we're gonna have this kind of presidency? So I think everybody saw the same picture, but they never saw the Azimio wave come, and neither did they even see the mother wave come. So Kabogo is not rebelling because UDA went around campaigning for their, he's not surprised that they're campaigning for their nominees, I mean Wamatangi. He's just using that as a reason to find his way out. But I want to say, I'm sorry, I don't think we should welcome him in Azimio. In fact, in future, I have been saying this is what I want to say, PK. You are saying something will happen, but very soon you're going to see a fist fight between Kabogo and Rigathi, if not Kabogo and Ruto. Ruto would only be embarrassed to get into a fist fight, but they're going to call each other names, because these people think they go around quoting the Bible, but I want to remind them that the prosperity of the wicked is short-lived. So they are going to destroy each other. That's what is going to happen. So it's just drama unfolding, wait and see. Now, about Ruto kicking out the media, I am not surprised. You people, I don't know why you're surprised. And even I know President Uhuru is not surprised. Even Raila is not surprised. Even what happens in Jacaranda, we should not be surprised. I tried describing Ruto earlier. I will not use those words, but I'll say this is his character. He's a hate monger, and he can take me to court if he wants to. He's a hate monger. Every word every time he opens his mouth, he doesn't tell us about the strategies, what he's gonna do for this country. He'll call someone a demon, and sometimes I ask myself, between the people he's calling a demon, who is a demon? He'll cast out the president. Anasema tunafukuza shetani huyu. He's sending who? The president home. He's calling the president shetani, and he expects those who love the president to support him. And you people say that this is a shrewd politician. I think, like Pika, he lacks intelligence, because many of the supporters, maybe would-be supporters for him in Mount Kenya region, have changed their mind because this man has been insulting our son. President Uhuru is our son. Damu nzito kuliko maji. And if Ruto goes around insulting Baba, atui mtu akitendawili, I will ask Ruto, who the H do you think you are? If Raila ni Mjaluo, na wewe ni nani? Who are you? So he walks around insulting our presidents, and then he comes around and says that he's one of those people who supports the president. It doesn't make sense. So those insults.
He said he's a kingpin.
Yes, he's pronounced himself a kingpin. He will never be Mount Kenya kingpin. And I think that the same challenge the Kabogos and the others are going through. They hope to take over from Uhuru, but they're not taking over. I mean, unfortunately, before we knew it, here came Baba and pronounced mother. And I think here comes the queenpin. So Mount Kenya no longer has a kingpin. If you don't like Uhuru, then we have a queenpin. So all those others walikuwa wanagojea, you know, they are behaving like a hyena that sees a man walking and is waiting for the hand to fall and then to pick up. That is how they were behaving. I'm sorry. So Mr. William Samoei Ruto really hoped to inherit Uhuru's votes. And unfortunately, he walked around insulting the same Uhuru. So he can never inherit those votes. Now, how can you hope to inherit somebody's backyard and then you walk around insulting him? It can't work. It doesn't make sense. So this guy, I think, is very bitter. And I will not be surprised if the DCI discovers that William Ruto organized the violence. I'll not be surprised, because this is the description of William Samoei Ruto. Kenyans know, they have evidences, and even the international, even ICC knows who is a hate monger in this country. Who wants people to fight? Who wants people to kill each other? People know who is that. So going to Jacaranda, I keep asking myself, like Stone PK has said, if those people really wanted to stop Ruto from holding that meeting, they would have succeeded. If really it was a mob that purpose things were going to be so bad. So that was organized crime, and the people who organized, I think this year is going to tell us. And then he opens up his mouth the next day and begins saying, ati huyu mtu akitendawili kama unataka, he's very fast. Is he DCI? See the way Baba is quiet. Why is Baba not commenting? Because Baba is waiting for investigations to be done. So this guy, fellow Kenyans, is a hate monger. And we shall not have a hate monger in this country. Now, and if he's hoping to become president after 9th, Mr. Black, I would rather you cross the Vuke Sakafu, because I think this time Ruto supporters are going to be very frustrated. They are going to, I keep telling you people here, at 9 p.m. Kenyan time, on 9th, the numbers will begin coming. And because that's a random sampling, it is random sampling. It will be random sampling coming in. You'll see the picture, you'll see a clear picture. Even as early as 9 p.m., you'll see Baba leading with a 65% because it will be random sampling. By the time we got to 10th, I mean, I'm telling you, this guy should be packing his stuff to Sugoi. And like what Stone PK has said, Stone PK used the word may. For me, there's no may. This guy will never vie for presidency, because after this, when we have Baba and Mother, we're going to be looking for people of integrity. We shall not have thieves in this country. We shall not have warmongers and hate mongers in this country. That will be the end of such kind of characters. Asante Makiadi.
Thank you so much, Julia. I'm trying to hit the last man on the left. Black Karibu.
Jambo, my fellow panelists and the viewers watching us from wherever you are. I hope you're all doing fine. Kazi ni kazi. Tukisonga mbele. In regards to DP Ruto kicking out the media, it was just the other time when he was complaining about the media not giving him enough coverage. Not just the media, but a particular media station not giving him enough coverage. And it was in this very panel here that you said that the TV station is a private entity. I believe that was Richie Makiadi. It's a private entity, and more so the owner of that station can decide who and how to give out the coverage to, isn't it? Now, similarly, that was the DP Ruto's meeting, and it was within his right to decide if and when the media should be there or not. Just so, I mean, let's use the same weighing scale, isn't it? Now, the other time when Uhuru Kenyatta was having a meeting with the Kikuyu councils in Sagana, and there was Sagana 1 and Sagana, did you see the media there covering it live? They are not there. Did anybody complain? No. So, I mean, I think you're just blowing this out of proportion. I mean, so point is this. It was his choice not to have the media present there, and I don't think it should be made as an issue as such. So now moving forward, I would like to go more into the IEBC. Just like Jose and actually Roba was mentioning, I would like to get into the same. I mean, I remember very vividly, Chebukati said that the total registered voters from 2017 to 2022 was 22,500,000 total registered voters. And this is the number that one of the journalists was trying to ask him if at this point it has been slimmed down to 22,120,458,000 voters. Sorry, 22,120,458 voters. What was the original, the initial number? Now, Chebukati failed to give this figure. But the best part is the internet never forgets. The figure that he gave previously was 22,500,000, and he went down to tell us that in the preliminary audit by KPMG, 246,465 were dead voters. 48,711 were registered more than once. Please note down these numbers. 226,143 were registered with with IDs that did not belong to them, and the further 164,269 were registered with invalid identifications, e.g., for example, passports. Now, when you do a quick math of 246,465 of the dead voters, you add 481,711 as registered more than once, then you add 226,143 registered with IDs that did not belong to them, and then finally you add 164,269 registered with invalid identifications, e.g. passports. It totally adds up to 1,108,588. Now, these were the actual numbers that Chebukati vividly and clearly said that was going to be struck out of the registry. But as of the numbers that was presented today of 22,120,458, you would note that 380,000 seems to have been struck out. Now, one of the media guys asked, of this current figure of 22,120,458, it seems that it's mostly the dead voters that had been struck out. What about the rest? Because moving further, that I forgot to mention, they said that 4,757 that were registered more than once have been struck out from the initial amount of 22,500,000. Now, question here is, the number that they gave us before was 481,711 as voters that had been registered more than once. And they have currently cleared just 4,757. That's a very big difference. Very big difference. Question is, what happened to the rest? Now, upon being asked these questions, he evaded this. He evaded this, and the closest he came to answering this question was that those numbers would require further interrogation. Those figures would require further interrogation. Now, as he says that those figures would require further interrogation, we should put in mind that this 22,120,458 is the one that they're going to be printing out and posting out as the master copy of the registered voters. Now, my concern here is, for the actual numbers, which, like we said, we expected to have 1,118,000 voters to be struck out, and it's only 380,000 taken out. Does it mean the other numbers that are there are going to be able to vote when they are not supposed to? Now, IBC is not being clear with us. I don't understand. But for sure, I myself as Black, I'm questioning the numbers. Perhaps I'm hoping that moving forward, maybe in the couple number of days, is going to come up with answers in regards to what happened to the other missing numbers, which the media was asking and I am asking, rather questioning. Like I said, I'm very wary of IEBC, to be honest. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Adams. Oh, I can see your hands. Just let's finish with the two people who are remaining. I'll give you an opportunity to have an open forum. Adams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makiadi and the rest. Just to let you know that our friend Mr. Black and a few of his other cronies sent some two guys to me, and they were wondering because they were wondering that having opposed Azimio for so long, what formula can they use to cross over so that they don't seem to be tainted? But because they asked me about the formula, and I know Julia here is a mathematician, maybe Julia will answer him the right formula. I don't know whether it's Pythagoras theorem, whether it is algebra, whether it is to find the value of x and y. So Mr. Black, I don't know the value of x and y. Julia is a mathematician. She'll definitely give you the right formula to use to cross. So having said that, DP Ruto, Deputy President Mr. Ruto, having kicking the media out of his meeting is something that was inevitable. It was coming in that in the past he has complained about the media, and him kicking them out today or yesterday is just a manifestation of what he was poised to do. But then again, I also want to go back to him. I mean, I don't want to put much pressure on him. I want to look at this thing of the media and politics during electioneering period in a different angle, because you find that our media, save for KBC, which is a government entity, the rest of the media houses are private entity. So medias which are owned by private sector are on a remote control. They're being controlled by the owners, maybe according to the shareholding stuff. So it is really so hard to come out public, whether you cry foul, whether you don't cry foul. They will always play their game. They will always do what they want. You can't do anything about them because this is somebody's property. If tomorrow Mr. SK Macharia says that he's going to close down Royal Media Services, there's nothing, the government will do nothing. He'll close it. He'll come up today and say, no more streaming, and it is done. That is his own stuff. He'll do whatever he wants with it. But by and large, we have to agree, all of us here, that always our media, to the larger extent, our media is biased. But that is what it is. So if you play safe, if you do what they like, they will cover you. If you do what they don't like, they will give you coverage, but not to the, of course, we don't expect the media to do 50%. No, it can't be like that. They either give Azimio the higher percentage and KK the lower percentage, or vice versa. So it is up to them. That we have no control over it. So Ruto having chased them away, you welcome them. That is also within Ruto's right. If he feels that one can give him more votes, that's up to him. But we should expect such kind of things. Use and dump on Kabogo. William Kabogo, before he joined KK, William Kabogo had several or numerous interviews on the TV. Like, I don't know who said that. Was it Roba or Stone PK? Kabogo calls Raila Tinga. Body language of Kabogo was so much comfortable working with Raila Odinga than Ruto. But like Julia put it rightly, that there was that kind of misinformation that Ruto already conquered the mountain, and the mountain is gone and locked with him. So I think this one confused the likes of Kabogo so much that they decided to support Ruto. because the likes of Kabogo and Kuri had made it so clearly that they're not going to follow their parties. They have to stay with their parties, but they can work with him. But then Ruto had said earlier that it is either UDA or none. You don't want, if you want to join them, you have to follow your party and join them. But because of pressure, there was a public outcry. So Ruto decided to take back his words and allow a coalition, but remained with the UD. So he used that tactic to kill the ignorant Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. He used that strategy to kill them. And he also wanted to apply the same strategy on Moses Kuria and Kabogo, which he did successfully, but these guys are being rebellious now. But somebody like Mudavadi cannot rebel. He's going to rebel to where? He's toothless. So and I think he's used to that. So these guys are just, trying to rebel. And I think I see a rift in, because Kabogo being who he is, Kabogo knows how to chest thump, and he chest thump really good. And he don't care. He's a don't care. He's one man who's a don't care too. I think one day, I don't know, after a month or maybe after 1 year, one day maybe after elections, Kabogo will one day take on Rigathi Gachagua head on, because he don't feel good when Rigathi Gachagua is getting that clout. He will one day take him head on. I foresee a scenario which may play like that sooner, and it is very inevitable when you look at their campaign. But the rift between Ruto and Kabogo is a plus to us. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. But this is something. There are certain things which were foreseen. They were to come. These things were just meant to be. So I think, by and large, it is a very good lesson to the likes of Kabogo, Kuria, Mudavadi. No, I don't want to call him Mudavadi. Mudavadi never learned a lesson. He's one guy who never learned a lesson. He's out of that. Maybe just Kabogo, Kuria, and Wetangula. Mudavadi is out of the world. He never learned anything. Even after this election, another election again, Mudavadi will commit the same mistake. So he's one guy who was created. He was created like that, to never to learn anything. It's just something else. So, but Kabogo, this is a good lesson for him to learn. But as we speak right now, as a spectator, I still don't know who will be the governor of Kiambu County. If there is one county that I don't know who will be the governor, is Kiambu. It's so hard to know who will be the governor of Kiambu. It can be Nyoro, the sitting governor. It can be Wamatangi. It can be Kuria. Anybody can, I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's a very hard, maybe people from that side may know, but from where I sit, I think it is very hard tussle to determine and know who will really become the governor of Kiambu. But Deputy President Ruto is a very bitter man. And I think is right to be bitter like that, because Ruto spent the last term of their presidency campaigning, and he really campaigned and he used a lot of money. Those are one of the reasons why he was stealing. He went on another stealing spree to get the money and amass enough wealth for him to go and campaign. And he really used that money properly, accordingly, the church and everywhere, and he conquered the mountain. But now this thing is slippery. This thing is, the grip is he had a good grip, but it's like the hand is tied, is loosening. So he really feel bad. Any other person can just feel bad. But one mistake that Ruto did, he underestimated Raila Odinga. He did a great mistake. He underestimated Raila Odinga. That is the main mistake that he did. Now, Raila Odinga was so quiet, and he thought he's done. He has just buried him, only to realize now that he underestimated the guy. And the thing is really haunting him so much, and he's so mad. Because I see a scenario whereby Ruto is going to lose the election with a larger margin, and definitely, like I already opinioned here, I already opined here that Ruto is not going to concede. He will complain. But the question is he really having faith in the judiciary? He will complain and file a case. Is he really having a faith in the judiciary? That's a case for another day. I don't know about KKA in Nakuru. I didn't follow it. I know it's the normal theatrics, but Kabogo, Azimio in Kajiado. Somebody posted a question here. Mr. PK, I don't know whether it was you. We have Jubilee there and we have Azimio there. It is a hard tussle in Kajiado. I don't know how they're going to do that, but politics being what it is, there is a game which is being played there. Maybe one person was put there to neutralize the UDA candidate. Somebody was put there to neutralize the UDA candidate. Hence, they want to propel definitely the former Utali boss, what is his name again, to be the governor, the one who crossed over to ODM. That is the guy they want, Olelenku. They want
Olelenku.
Yes, they want Olelenku to be the governor. But the other guy for Jubilee is being used to neutralize the UDA guy. Then this Olelenku merges. That's my analysis, how I see it. Because they're not stupid, they know what they're doing. Otherwise, Ruto will continue crying like that, and we hope and we expect more of his bitterness and bile to come out. But I wonder how this guy is so mad and so mean. He's using very, very wrong words. Very, very wrong words. I think those who are handling him need to advise him. And there used to be a docket, a commission or something in Kenya which is checking on hate speech. I don't know whether the speeches of Ruto is not quantified to be hate speech, but they're mad with a lot of bitterness, though. So something need to be done, but it is what it is. It is politics 101. Thank you so much.
Okay, and Themba, I think the last person is Jay Mwangi, and then you'll take over from there. Karibu, JM. We can't hear you. Unmute your mic, JM. Unmute your mic.
Okay. I'll say hi again. I'll say hi, Themba, Richie, Bob, Jose, Roba, Adams, Jury, and Stone, or PK. First of all, I'll just divert a little bit, if you may allow me. It's like, first of all, we as the country in Kenya, we have first of all to see things from the way I can see there. We are in the margin of the people who are to make the nation. Because if you hit 60 and above, you don't make a nation. You are retiring from a nation. You are retiring from the work. You are retiring from everything. We are that margin. We are the people who make the life. And I don't understand why we, all of us, we do not come to, we always listen to perspective of the mind of the politician. We don't want to come out of that. We want to say what they did. They're like celebrity. They're like Snoop Doggy. What he sang. We just stay there. Oh, did you see Wamatangi, the way he said to so? That is all we talk. But when will we ever come out of that? When will the politicians start working for us? When will we vote for them without... Let me tell you, let's be open here. Me, I'm from Mount Kenya, but me, I'm Ribro. And when I say I'm Ribro, I'm someone who is... for me, I don't care tribes, because no tribe can ever... Kenyatta, Uhuru, he's from my tribe. Actually, maybe I come from Gatodo. What has... have I not been working because Uhuru Kenyatta has been the president? Because I'm Kikuyu, you mean I haven't been working because Uhuru has been president for 10 years? We have been fucking suffering the same. Akamba, Aluo, Akamba, Akarejin, whatever, everybody. We have been paying the same tax. Kama uwe unanunua unga 100, mimi nanunua unga 100. Hapa hakuna. Unajua wakati tutaanza kufikiria kama watu tuanze kuona mambo venye iko. Acha nikwambie kitu moja. Laira na Ruto, wacha nikwambie, let's come to history. Na mimi naongeaga hivyo, so understand me. Uhuru na Ruto wote, Uhuru kwanza mwenye president mwenye yako, hiyo ni KANU. Ruto ni KANU. Na wote waliletwa na Nyayo. Hata mtu mwenye tunaweza sema at least ni Raila. Lakini Lao alizoea kukulia jaro. Huyu jamaa ni smart hata kuliko kila mtu hapo. Yeye ushamuona nje ya serikali. Kama hayuko kwa pan, yeye ndiye makaa ndiye anapika. We have to accept that. These are people who understand politics. But okay, hiyo tumetoka. When will we start talking about developing ourselves? Hauko hapo uzaliwe, uzeeke, ukufe, uende. You are born, you are educated, you have a career. And if you have a career, does this system of a government support career that you went to school to study for? Be it, hata kama ni Mpokot, anatawala, does he or she support whatever you are talking about? Whatever is the desire that you went to school? Because all of us here, we are children of the poor people. We go, our fathers and our mother, even you here, your fathers and mothers here, you sell everything to educate your son. But by the end of the day, they end up even giving you tisa, uwapatie kenye ulibakisha jioni. Why? Not because they want to do that. Because the system have not provided what it's supposed to provide. You know, have you ever asked yourself, can you tell me I don't support anybody. Mi wakati nita support mtu ni wakati babangu atasimama mamangu. Lakini hawa watu wengine mi siwezi pigania mtu. Juu, hebu niambie nani hapeani hongo? Raila akienda anapatiana hongo. Ruto akienda pale anapatiana hongo. Hata mtu mwenye hapatiani hongo pengine ni Wajakoya. Na yeye anakuja na stories zingine za kuchoma. Sasa, you see, everybody is biased at their own perspective. And we have to agree on that. And the day we will, do you know why Tanzania is so quiet country? Because Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, kuna kitu moja aliondoa ukabila. Hebu imagine, Mkamba tulitoka pahali pamoja na Mmeru, lakini tunaitangwa tribe tatu. Lakini Mkamba ni kama Mkikuyu na Mkikuyu ni kama Mkamba na Mkamba ni kama Mmeru. Lakini ukabila ili mtu Mkamba ajishikie, Mmeru ajishikie na Mkikuyu ajishikie, tunawekwa kando. Hiyo ni ukabila. Lakini tusipotoka kwa hiyo ukabila, wacha nikuambie, Ruto akiingia ataleta Wakare. Raila akiingia ataleta Wajaka. Kwani ni siri? That is the thread. That's the thread. Na hata tujifanye hapa tushinde tukisema ati, unajua tunaweza sema huyu mtu anasema, unaona Uhuru, kitu moja wacha nikwambie, hapa ukiaiambia rafiki yako utampatia kitu. Mtu mmoja hapa, kitu moja wacha nikwambie, mimi supporting Uhuru. Kwa nini simsupport na ni kabila yangu? Because you cannot overborrow what you can't pay. If you go to a shop and you keep on borrowing sugar, and you only get paid 8,000 and you have borrowed 27,000, what are you expecting to pay 19,000 with? No, what are you expecting to pay? You know, the African perspective of our nature, people oppress us from other continent, and they left us hating each other locally when they are oppressing us internationally. That's the problem. They bring shit that we don't think outside. They left us overwhelming each other when they eat us alive. Okay, first of all, it's British. They take everything. And then again, don't forget there was Portuguese. Now you have a new colonial economic master who is Chinese. He give you more that you can pay. Let's go there. Me, I don't want to talk politics, but I want to say something here before I go to the politics. Right now, we are 47, or let's say call it 55 at large, hata wenye hawajahesabiwa population. How many people pay tax? Okay, let's assume we have 30 million people who are employed, who pay tax. And let's say every day they are being charged 100 per tax, because tax is either 20% of what you earn or 10%, depending with the country. Let's say it's 20, and we are earning 30 million population times 20, which will become like 600 million. When will 600 become the trillions? With corruption, with steering? Because the country can only develop with the two. I'm an economist. A country can only develop under two rules: by borrowing or by taxation. The rest is bullshit. Even if you come and say you'll give. What will you give? Either your mom's money, and your mom's doesn't have any. Either you tax the people or you borrow. Anyone who object, open the mic and say no. That's the only two thing. Or another thing, it is
Mwangi.
either you have raw production. Look, let me give the last point. Either two things: borrow or tax, or have production. And if you cannot produce, you only consume. It's like now.
Mwangi.
Yes.
Mwangi, hold on. You have a good point, but let me ask you a question.
Ask it.
Ukipata mtu ako na njaa tuseme ulikuwa unatembea kwa soko ama on your way out
anywhere.
Yeah, you meet someone ambaye ako na njaa. What will you do at that time?
At that particular moment, it depends who I am to the person. If I'm a just normal person buyer, I'll just I'll just buy the food. If I am the if I'm a politician, I'll buy the food. Look, if I am if I want to answer it in two dimensions. I want to answer. Look, I want Themba, I want to answer it in two dimensions.
Wait, Mwangi. What is the immediate need of the person?
Food.
Do you give him a lecture of how to get food, or do you give him a lecture of how to avoid poverty?
Okay, let me ask you another question so that I answer yours, or it might answer itself.
The question I'm trying to drive to, yes, you got good points, okay? You got good points, you reason well, but right now, where Kenya we are at a point of decision making.
Yeah. Okay.
No, calm down, Mwangi. Ngoja nikwambie. I don't want you to go on and on about giving lectures about all that. No.
No. I'm not. Look. Because
you're not listening.
I'm the one who I opened the mic for the question to be. Let me finalize. Let me finalize on.
No. Wait. Okay, just mute for a minute. I don't know if you usually come to our debates here.
No, I don't. But
if you don't, then I need to guide you. That's why I'm stopping you right now so that I can guide you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay to be guided. You got good points. You have amazing thinking process. You have amazing points that you're bringing. However, our engagement here is based on the topic of the day. And when you see these people coming here, all of them, some of the stuff you said is not that they are not aware, right? And they know that. But what we come here to do in our debating, I just need to guide you so that you don't imagine that these people here are not.
Okay. No. Hey, Themba, can I say something?
Calm down. I guide you so that you appreciate where we are. Now,
Themba,
wait, allow yourself to be guided. So when you
guide me.
Yeah. So when you come in and you start saying, first of all, you don't support, you don't care about politics. You imagine
I'm
that.
I'm not saying. No, what I was. No, Themba, if I don't talk, allow me to 1 minute.
You see the Ngoja.
Mr. Themba, allow. You are shutting me up every time.
Yeah.
Why would you like to give me one? Would you like to give me 60 seconds?
Let me guide you.
Just 60.
Unaona hizi topics.
No, don't guide me. Just give me 60 seconds.
That 60 seconds will be used to very spend in quality way if I guide you. Unaona hizo topics ziko hapo.
So mine is not quality.
Unaona hizo topics ziko hapo. Now those are the topics for the day. So we have over 280 something people watching. So you may do yourself favor if you take less time on the diversions and you take more time on the topic
Okay,
of the day.
okay.
Thank you.
Let me go on the topic then. Sorry, I understand. I'll go to the topic of the matter, and then let me say this is like the truth of the matter is that for I'll start with everybody. I'll start with Ruto. Ruto have failed on one occasion because everybody is like, now you are the head, and even now you can see you are fighting me if I undermine your rules. So you are angry with me. So even the president was angry with Ruto because of Ruto undermining him.
No,
That's
I'm
one.
not angry. If
No, no,
wait,
I'm not.
Maggie,
No. I'm not saying. I'm giving an example. If you over,
wait, Maggie, I'm not angry with you at all. I mean, I like your thinking. You have great progressive thoughts. I'm just trying to ask you that you be guided with the topic. I'm not angry with you. You have amazing thinking process, and we can always negotiate. I mean, engage. And I like the way you bring out the concept of detaching ourselves from politicians. That's a good thing. So I'm just guiding, which is a good thing, Mr. Mwangi.
Okay, I will stick to the point, and it's the truth of the matter is that in this politics of today, and everybody in the media can allow, everybody on the page can agree with me, is that there is betrayal. Everybody who is on this today's politics, everybody, both parties, they don't know where to step on, and not the main leaders, Ruto or Laira, the like Kabogo. Did you see Kabogo? Kabogo today he is with the guy, and then tomorrow, because it doesn't work for him, he is jumping as if the pan have just grown hot. It's like he didn't know that there was a growing pan burning. He just jumped like boom, and then today I was looking at him on one of the television, and he was talking as if he doesn't know Ruto. It's like he have never seen him, and I was wondering, like, where has it come? Where is it coming from? But I remembered back in 2013 that Kabogo, if the last person you should trust to believe in you in politics to the end, it is William Kabogo. Because one thing is, like, he always goes where there is butter. And if you don't apply butter properly, he'll always move. That one we cannot even debate on that. That one it is the fact. But another thing is that we have to give these two people a loom. And right now, let's not talk of two people. Because if you allow me, we are only concentrating on on Laira and Ruto. But don't you think the youth of 18 years to allowed 25 and 27, they are the Ruto's votes are being divided by Wajakoya, because Wajakoya is coming with a fantasy. Don't you see that? Everybody who does not see that don't understand politics. This guy, either he is Lao, either he have been employed there, like, because he's going to break Ruto into two. If it weren't for Wajakoya, Ruto would be the president, but now he wouldn't. He wouldn't. And I would like you to ever remember me, even if I'll not be on this page, to remember me on that day. He wouldn't, because if Wajakoya stays there, he's going to go with 10% or 20% of the youth, which would have voted for Ruto. And that is automatically. Because I would say this, Raila is not the most important. He is not the best leader. Let's say this, he is old, that's one. Secondly, he have lost a lot, but because of the scenario of what is there, he is going to look. Ruto might lose because of the division. Because Ruto went for the young generation, and then came another hungry Wajakoya who went for the youth. So they are dividing. It's like when you have a cake, but now you have to split it into two, because there are some people. We all know that young people will like smoking weed. A lot of them. So they will vote for the fantasy. And you cannot vote for two presidents. You have to vote for one. So if you vote for Jakoya, that is one vote gone for Ruto, if it was for the youth. So in this decision, believe me or not, I might talk much or talk less, but believe me or not, we are going to go for round two. And remember this, because nobody will reach 51%. Believe me. Because here, in most of the scenario of Kenya, if we remember from 2007, we always have two important key contestants. But now we have three. That one, everybody should put in mind. We have three. Wajakoya might be the number three. He will not be a president. But he will pray. Do you know when you have two, it's like when you have two prayers and you have one which is not very good, but he can still steal the ball. So by the end of the day, he'll still vote here and still vote here, stealing the 51%. If he still, let's say, if the vote was supposed to be 100%, and then he steal 20%, that means every party will have 40-40. That means run out. So here is like I don't want to talk about who is good and who is bad, because nobody is good in this country, and we have to agree with that. Let's not pretend. We are Kenyans, and the day we will start saying that we are all Kenyans, we will know, yes, we have a gooder than the other, but all of them, there's nobody who have never stole. There's nobody who have never.
Yes. Are you voting?
Of course, I'm a voter.
So in the event, like for example, right now we are going to an election, yeah? And I liked what you said when you started. You started by saying that we need to start by making a change. According to our constitution, the constitution allows us to make a change every 5 years.
Yeah.
And this is an opportunity for us to make a change.
Yeah.
And the only constitutional way that is respected by the law is through an election.
Yeah. Of course, there is no any other way, because a democratic country is ruled by the people, for the people.
Good. Now, calm down. I haven't asked the question yet. So, now that you are going to an election, what would you advise someone listening to you? Because we do have an election that is coming. And,
yes, in 50-something days.
Calm down. And they have to make a decision. So what would you advise someone who is going to the voting? Because they probably listen to you and maybe they might take whatever you say seriously, and they got choices. We have different presidential candidates. Right now we have 4 that have been presented to us. It's not only Raila and Ruto, there's Wajakoya and there's Mwaure. So what would you want to tell the people that are going to vote on that day? So that maybe you close and we hear, there are some people who have some questions they may want to ask you. And then
okay, I'll just use 3 minutes. One, we have to remember, and that is one thing I would ask everybody, either you are happy, sad, good, bad, we are all Kenyans. Do not harm any of your brother because you don't accept with one idea. Politics is an ideology, and no matter what goes on after election is done, you cannot bring somebody who you have killed or injured back to the way they are. That is the first thing. Secondly, and the key, most important, you have to remember that you, even if somebody give you 1,000, eat it, but vote for the idea, vote for the change that you see for tomorrow. Because without that, you are trading your dreams, the children's of your children's dreams. Because if something changes today, we think it only affect the day, but it affects a generation, and that is a fact. The other thing is that don't listen to people. If you hear somebody talking too much shit about another person, why can't they talk about something different without mentioning another person? So you have still, for example, you can have 2 children. One keep on telling the other one, did. And when the other one was doing, what were you doing? So if you hear somebody else saying that, hu jamaa anasema, that person should not even be the person, because the person who complains a lot is the wrong person. The person who pretends to be good is the bad person.
So in one word, whom would you recommend they vote for?
According to democratic country, you're not supposed to say who you vote for, because that is democratic right. But what I would say is that for me, I support. For me, that's for me. I support somebody who is supported by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because that is the past president I elected. So if he is supported by
so you support Raila Odinga?
Uhuru have never confessed. Another thing, I don't want, I do not want it to go. Another thing is that I cannot command my president. He is he's the commander in chief.
Wait, Mwangi.
I want to, don't confuse me. Let me make my point.
You've already made your point. You'll support the person supported by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Thank you, Mwangi, and I like your, you might still be there. We have several people who got some questions. I think they'll be asking. You may want to mute right now so that you listen to the questions. Can you mute? Okay, thank you. So I will start from up, Kuze, then Robert, then Julia, then Adams.
Thank you, Themba. I think Mwangi has raised so many issues. A number of them have been covered once in a while on this panel. So I think I'll avoid that. I'll leave it for the rest. I'll avoid the issues he has raised. I wanted to respond to issues which had come from the earlier panelists. The conduct
of we can. I think these others have questions to him, and then maybe we can come back to you, Robert.
Hello. There have been some questions which have come up before Mwangi came on the line. And,
okay, we'll get back to you. I think the others want to respond to Mwangi first. Anybody who wants to respond to Mwangi specifically, so that we finish with that first. Okay, let's go to Julia and then Adams.
Mwangi, it's good to see you in this show. It's good to have people with divergent views. And I like the way Themba is guiding you. But I just want to emphasize on that. Please, when you come here, please pay attention to the topic, because you really wasted our time beating around the bush. And you've just wasted our time trying to prove that you are neither on the side of Raila nor on the side of Baba. I think you are being hypocritical. I think you should go straight to the point, because when Themba asks you, which side are you, you say that I support whoever Uhuru supports. Then he asks you, so you support Raila? You said no. If you are on Uda's side, it's okay, Mwangi. It's your constitutional right. There's nothing wrong with that. So next time, my request, please come here, pay attention to the topics, and interrogate those topics. All that stuff you've talked about, we've been talking about.
I have been here for 9 hours listening to you before even I.
Thank you, Mr. Themba.
So and then, just mute. We don't heckle. He has disappeared. You know.
He clicked the wrong button.
No, he may come back. Just allow him to come back, because maybe this will help him learn.
Hopefully he comes back. I don't know why. Won't give you.
He wanted to mute. He wanted to mute. He clicked the wrong button.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back, and just to guide him so that next time he sticks to the topic. Alafu itabia Mwangi, kama unanisikia, itabia mtu kujifanya ati I'm not on either side. If you are, wewe ni udaku ne udaku, sema tu ni udaku. Nobody is going to strangle you here. I just wanted to ask him to stop wasting our time. Thank you.
Yes, Adams.
I wanted to ask him a question when he's here, but I don't know, he's gone. But anyway, Mwangi, I know I suppose you're listening. So it is okay to be undecided. Is he back? No. It's okay to be an undecided voter. But I just want to ask him, if elections are called tonight, whom will you vote for? Because you said you're a voter, whom are you going to vote for? And for this year, up to now, it is June. I've never seen such a crazy energy like that. That's why I was laughing. That energy is crazy. Thank you.
Yes, Stone PK.
Thank you, Themba, and long time no see. I wish Mwangi was here because, but this is typical of UDA guys. You know, they think at wameasha moto, but unfortunately, during our submission, I think most of us are agreeing that it's getting really, really frustrating for William Ruto. Equally to the supporters, they are crazy, they are haywire. Why? Look at him. He's saying Raila is old and he has lost many times. That to him is the reason why Raila is not good. He said he has, you know, he said those two. He is old and he has lost many times. Sasa mtu kama huyu hata tukiimba hapa ni kama kupigia mbuzi gitaa. And thank God the majority of that Mwangi are not voters. That is the even what Chebukati has released today. It has shown us how the few they are, they will go with Wajakoya. That's okay, yeah. But let's not really waste our very valuable time trying to rebut. How do you rebut somebody who says so and so is old and so has lost many times, that he is not qualified? I mean, from where I stand, I cannot engage. Thank you.
Okay, I think Mwangi, you have heard the general views of our people here, and Mwangi ametoka tayari. Now, one thing I need to let the panelists know. This guy Gachagua met some of their bloggers. One of the things that they decided is they'll be sending people to some of these debates, and so that those people can come and disorganize the debates. And they have started doing that. You see them showing up. I don't mind them coming and you know, they speak. But one thing that comes in is here we have people who are fairly you know, informed, and people who have who know what they talk about. So I'm also able that I know that you guys can handle such kind of diversions when they come, and properly, you know, dispense off with it. And of course, Mwangi was trying that, and I hope he's heard what we have ably told him. So I think we can get back to the debate. I mean, to some of the most important issues. Tuachane na Mwangi apumzike. He's already out of here. So that I'll start with Kuze. He wanted to respond to something, then I come to Robert.
Yeah, the issues I wanted to respond to is the attitude displayed by the DP. You see, all along, either the DP is showing a lot of, you know, dislike for the president. He undermines his boss. And the next day he stands and says he's my boss. Then he travels he travels outside the country, makes all manner of complaints and accusations about the same government where he is. Some of the journalists who interview him, even to ask him that, are you not in that government? None of those interviewers asked the DP, but all these things you are saying about the government, aren't you not the DP? And he has told them that he introduces himself as I'm the deputy president. Then he goes talking about very bad things about that same government. And yet, none, you wonder. That's why sometimes I wonder whether the journalists they are stage managing or what. Some very natural questions which you are supposed to ask the person, you don't ask. Questions go begging, and you can see the journalist is also avoiding those lines of questions. He tells you things which prompts you to ask him the next question. They don't ask. Secondly, they go abusing the president in his own constituency, his mother and his family. Then on the other hand, you turn around and say how you wish him well, you want him to retire well, you want him to go home well, you want his vote. At the same time, you say his vote is only one, you know. So all manner of bad things about the president. Then the following day, you are saying the opposite. You call it double speak. But personally, I wonder sometimes, I keep saying here sometimes that the Azimio side, surely they need to have a team to demystify these propagandas, which are being portrayed by the other camp. Talk about what the lawyer, so-called lawyer leaders were talking about the other side. When the truth and the facts are there for everybody to see, why nobody takes it upon themselves to point out for the masses to see that, look, Mudavadi was being brought back when he was really down more than once by the same Raila. And based on what Makiadi read out to us today, you wonder, yet you want to bring in emotions to say how he's punishing Western, he's punishing lawyers. The total contradiction. Why Azimio that do not have it upon themselves to put facts straight, put matters straight for the entire country to see? I wonder.
But Kuze.
Let me finish. Then I want to finish.
No. Hold on, right there. You know, Kuze. The presser was given yesterday. The presser was given by Luya MPs yesterday, Kuze. Honestly, hata wewe ukifikiria tu hiyo statement tu vile umesema hivi. Surely.
No, remember they were in Kakamega. You remember how the lady said that that Raila shook hands and took goodies to where? It was just yesterday.
Hold on. The presser that you're talking about was given yesterday. If you have been listening to, have you been following Azimio rallies? Now, if you have been following Azimio rallies, you have had those responses. Where is the best place to respond? Do you go give a presser or you go to the ground? You go to the ground. So when you're saying that
whatever means you can,
Azimio is not doing that, you're jumping the gun. The Azimio, the presser was given by the Luya MPs yesterday. Azimio has been actually they are feeling the heat. That's why they came to give the presser in Nairobi. Why did they give that presser to where the people matter? The people who are supposed to hear that, where is the Luya nation? The Luya nation is in Mulembe nation. Yeah.
Let's give you I'll give you the benefit of doubt anyway. I'll agree with you. Let me finish. Then I give somebody. The Kajiado issue. Personally, I think since those people are in talking terms, they are likely to give way for one of them. That is what my gut feeling. Then the issue of something which Julia was raising up regarding the stations, the polling stations, and the possible failure of the gadgets. You see, each polling stations basically they operate independently on their own. It is during the transmission phase whereby they are integrated. So if you try to vote twice, everything there in that, as far as this polling station is concerned, they are localized. It will be very difficult. And then you remember the power backup is, I think the lifespan is like it's more than 48 hours. So the possibility of the power blackout, the last time they were engineered. That is, the allegation was that the failures were engineered. And deliberately, I think some people did not do any backup. Now, there is the issue of my last issue is to do with the Kabogo and the way it turns out. You see, like somebody indicated, Kabogo has always wanted to be on Baba's side. I think he respectfully refers to Baba as Stinger and that. But why Baba has not been popular in Central is something which is in the public domain, and Kabogo knows that. he knows that it is due to falsehood that has been spread all along or in the place. So he knows that even the people who do not vote for Baba from Central, it is because of falsehood. So even the DP, I'm sure even the DP knows that it is due to falsehood that he has been able to peddle lies to make to try to continue with that narrative that people don't like Baba in the mountain. The truth of the matter is that if that falsehood is undone, the way I remember Murade was trying to say at one point, and Kimemia, there'll be nothing against to stop anybody from that place once they are in the know, not to vote for Baba. I'll stop there.
Robert?
Oh, okay, I see Miss here. He just came in. A couple of points here. I'm going to be like making a summary just to cover what everybody just brought up. I also try to answer the way I know it. But let me start the guy we just left called Mwangi. According to him, it's just like we should not even have a president in Kenya. That's where he started. It's as if there's no need to have a president. Then he just came there. He talked of Chakwaya. I mean, then from there he talked of. Then that's when I just realized he's an agent of the other side of Mr. Ruto. He is there. So even him, he acknowledges they are losing. He say the best thing now can happen is a runoff. Then he says, oh, Ruto is not going to win. It's all over the mouth, man. What a bad agent. He is one of them who was sent. He never did his job. He failed. Okay, so one thing, Jose, I agree with you one thing. I mean, the other night I've been disagreeing with you. I agree with one thing. I think as Mio, at this point, they should have strong people who respond, more especially to Ruto and anybody. At this point, you should have quick response. You are not going to wait till everything takes place, then you respond. Maybe you wait until you go to the next meeting or maybe whatever campaign. They should have a response team when such a thing comes up. Then they are here to encounter so that going forward, it's just like nothing happened. So I would like to see that one, even though, okay, like Temba said, they are responding through the campaigns. But for me, that's not enough. They need to have a team where they can do. If they don't have one, they can hire some of us who are in this meeting here. You can do very well, and we can get the job done. Talking of Kiambu, somebody was brought up about Kabogo, and I think the has just said it. First of all, why, when this thing started, Kabogo, if you remember, he was blaming Ruto, and that's why he lost his governorship in Kiambu. Then if that's the case, then why could you go back to Ruto? Is it because somewhere in between there, they thought that Ruto, he was the crown prince of the mountain. And now things are melting down. It's hot. The house is on fire. Now Kabogo is just like he's trying to run away. Same as Kuria, the same thing. But the one thing I think when you look at the Kuria interview, is something some people have been bringing up on this network, that these people have been transporting people from one place to another one so that they can make up for the crowd. When I saw that interview, then I said, you know what? If that's the case, and these people, all this time, if they have been hiring people from one place to another, it's a business, from one location to another one, so they don't have follow-ups. It's just like they know where they're headed to. But the good news is we have 48 days left. So somebody was asking, I think it was Adams, who said, or even Stone PK, who said, he even doesn't know who's going to be the Kiambu governor. At this point, I feel like Chubiri, because of Uhuru, I think Uhuru is going to come out once maybe to campaign for that governor. For whatever it is, he might cut a day because already Kuria, Kabogo, and the rest of the team, and I know there's somebody from TIC who's also fighting for that governorship, it just looks like I know Wamatangi also for UTA. It looks like they are knocking one another. At the end of the day, it looks like the guy from Jubilee might take that advantage so he can pull it out for Jubilee. They need a lot. Our friend, Mr. What was his name? He also left. And he had something about the IEBC register. That's Mr. Brack. So, Mr. Brack, there's something he was asking about the IEBC, and I think if I might answer him if he's listening. The one thing IEBC said was that people who registered before with passports, and later on they registered with an ID, national ID. So these people here, then they say they cannot get them out of the system because either way, when they come in to vote, they cannot be able to vote twice. So the system has been said they can only use one ID, the national ID or the passport, but if they come back to vote, that thing, they say the alarm will go off. So that's the way I understood when they talked about the 400,000 people. Yeah, so that one, let's bear in mind from the IEBC. I think Adams also said the main mistake Ruto made was, I don't know, you said somebody, but I think the main mistake Ruto made was he never listened to Uhuru. If he became a vice president, he went hiding, or he had to even in the morning just make coffee for Uhuru if he can do that, and say nothing. Right now we'll be talking of him being a president. But because he thinks he's smart, the way he has been thinking he can go over everybody, let him take his own medicine. Okay. Also, somebody was talking about Kajiado. About okay, so we had this case of campaigning in Kajiado. What's going to happen with the governorship of Kajiado? Here's my opinion. They are going to leave it the way it is. It's like you see what happened in Kisii. But remember, all these people are in Azimio. Let them square it out. Let the people decide. And that's good for Papa because both sides people will show up, which means more people for Papa when it becomes for presidency. So that's the way I see it. And just let me leave it there unless somebody has some question.
Okay, gentlemen, I think we have to come to the end of our show tonight because as obviously you can see everybody akipewa response anaenda 10 minutes. That means we will not finish. So we have to come to the end of our show today. I'm hoping that probably moving forward, tukikutana hapa jioni, we have to respond. You don't respond to everything. Just write 10 points, but you can take time, respond to one, so that you give other people. We share the time. You know.
But you read Mr. Mwangi took a lot of time from us, Mr. Mwangi.
We share the time. You know, we just appreciate that we are many. And all of us would want to respond to a point or two. If you write 10 points, at least try pick on one or two. Then other people will respond to the others, so that we share the time. Others are not closed off as we come to the end. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming on. We really appreciate your contributions coming on here every day. And indeed, we are adding value to the debate, and people are getting informed. A lot of people are giving feedback that they are learning a lot from all of you when you come here. And, you know, that is very important because iron sharpens iron. Let me acknowledge a few people on the comment section before we start taking our closing remarks. Wakanda Nation, thank you so much. Joy Njoki, Danny Darius, Black, Awino Rapemo, Geoffrey Ruto, Yufin Otieno, Kahugo Mirore. We are closing, so we may not admit. We are not admitting. Not we may not. We are not admitting anymore. Nathan Dosi, thank you. Tycoon, Gitashde, Julia was also in the comment section. Bernard Yegon alikuja na hasira mingi, but I don't know what happened. Ashon Kideka, Elkana Shivashi, Rafiki Abakiadi, thank you so much. And Panda, and all the rest. It's not that we don't like you, but we are not mentioning you, not that we don't like you. Thank you so much for always showing up. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei channel. Before you leave, if you haven't subscribed, yet, kindly subscribe to Mutembei channel so that you can reach many people with this information, so that many of the Kenyans can be informed as we move towards the election. They come here to Mutembei channel to learn. Here we come to sharpen each other. And as you subscribe to Mutembei channel, also subscribe to my channel. My channel is Themba Nduli Show. I'll never stop campaigning for it too. So kindly try and subscribe to my channel too. Is my channel with my daughter Themba Nduli Show. And you also find it on YouTube. Go there. Thank you for those who have subscribed. If you have subscribed, don't worry. Just go there, like the video so that we get more view, so that you get more algorithms down there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. From my daughter, it's an appreciation. And now, I want to give us at least 1 minute each person. Mise, you came in late when we were closing. So I'll give at least everybody 2 minutes. Kindly make it 2 minutes so that we can make do with the time that we have. Mise, tafadhali, dakika mbili tusalimie, then we don't have to go to all the topics, just one respond to only one thing so that we move on. We've been here 10 hours. We have to close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Themba. Today I won't comment much, but I would I came here to ask for, yesterday Papa Bob said that gave a recommendation. So today I came to give a recommendation that Papa has this tendency of disappearing from the screen, which doesn't make it look very good. If you can kick him out, sometimes it will give me time early to come and at least have some time with Julia, because he occupies and then Julia leaves without even getting to a chance to say hi to her. I think it would be a fair treat that we kick out this kind of tenants. But that being said, I came to chime in. I don't have much to say, but I think Ruto, one thing I just wanted to say that Ruto should disassociate himself from things such as like kicking out the journalists, because these are the people who can make him or break him, because the moment he kicks them out, of course they're going to write not very good reviews for him, and it kind of appears that there is something that is sinister that he's planning. So that will be my contribution tonight, given that it's a little bit late and I came in late. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mise. Kuna jamaa kwa comment section anaitwa Bob Matakwa. Bob Matakwa, nice to see you. I know that gentleman. Nice to see you. Isiwe issue useme nilikuja na sikukutaja. Pia Mr. Henry, I don't know you, but at least nice to see in the comment section. Father Danny Darius, thank you so much. Nice to see you. Anambia Makiadi has not done music yet. We are waiting. Okay. At least one person ameenda. Kuzee ametoweka, which is good for us. Hata mkitoka nyinyi wote tutafurahi. But Adams, dakika zako mbili.
Thank you so much. Good evening, lover boy from the north. That is Misa. Now, if I were Deputy President Ruto, if I were Ruto, in 49 days' time, I'd be the president. Why am I saying this? I would be very faithful and obedient to my boss. I would, let me use I would bootlick him. If you have a boss and you play your cards safely, even if you know you're smarter than your boss, don't show your boss. That is the first rule, the 48 laws of power. Play it rightly. Don't outshine your boss. Just play cool. Behave like you're stupid. Before they know it, you get the power. Once you get the power, now burst out there. Ruto would have been the president had he been faithful and kept his fidelity to the letter under his boss. But now he has lost it. He'll continue talking so mad. He'll continue getting so mad. One thing I foresee, the members of parliament, or those politicians from the Mount Kenya region who are aligned to Ruto, who are following him, after this election of 2022, give them 1, 2, 3 years, they will one day rebel against him. All of them, if not most of them, they will rebel. There will be a very big rebellion. Otherwise, like somebody said, who was saying that thing about tribalism, I don't know what. I don't want to go there. Otherwise, that guy who just left, Mr. Mwangi, I think once in a while we need crazy energy like that, crazy people like that to bring such kind of unnecessary confusion, and then we move on. It happens. Those are part of life. So sometimes we need people like that. Then but he belonged to the other aisle anyway. He's a UDA sympathizer. There is no way you can say that you will support whoever Uhuru will say, whoever Uhuru will support. At the same time, you're saying Uhuru has done is you are against Uhuru. And like he's just follower. He's not saying anything. I don't know how I can put any prediction right now, but the prediction I can put as I close is that we will continue seeing more bile, a lot of bile from Ruto. He will be more venomous and more violent, more mad, and stamping his authority to the core, more than today, more than yesterday. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Stone PK.
Thank you, Themba. Two things. One, on IBC. I think IBC, we are debating on what we already know. I mean, IBC has been shambolic, and there is no way they can be ready for any election. So ni kuvumilia tu tumeze ikiwa hivyo. They can't hold a credible election. Why Ruto is so bitter is because he knows how shambolic it is. He knows it's a car with a very, very, very wrecked engine, because it was in his favor. That is how they pretended to have won. So he knows the rot. It was his rot. These figures hakuna manene accidental. You know, me, I'm a very different Kenyan. I don't get fooled easily at we are doing it. That's why they are not even able to explain figures, because they are all dumped there. And Ruto was so confident that it will go that way, and then he will be announced the winner. Yeah. So now tumeanza kuchafua. Yeah, we are unraveling it. That has stressed him, and that's why I'm leading to my last point in terms of prediction. This man Ruto is going to get worse. It's true, Adams. He's going to go berserk, and Ruto may want to ruin or do things that can injure the elections. That is my prediction. It might sound crazy, but this guy is at the verge of breaking. And because he calls himself a Kalenjin Moran, he does not want to quit. The best would have been to quit. Kusalimu amli. Awachie Wajakoya na Baba. I heard somebody saying Wajakoya will divide the votes. That's a very long pipe dream. Wajakoya will be number 3 ingine ya kule mbali kabisa. Very far away. Where you say you are number 3, mtu akiwa na point 20, wewe una 1.2. And then you are saying you are number 3. Yeah, Wajakoya has no impact indeed, according to me. All right. So Ruto, with his bitterness, the best to recollect himself before he cracks, because he is gonna crack. would have been to surrender. There is nothing wrong with surrendering. It is sometimes wise to do a tactical retreat to recollect and rebuild himself. So we hope that he doesn't koroga the water so that no one drinks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stone PK. Papa Bob.
Themba, next time tell Stone PK to be very sensitive when he talks about Wajakoya, because he's at breaking other people here.
Thank you very much, Themba. Mr. Karibu Sana, I know you have a lot of problems, and mental health is very important. So I shall ask Themba to advise on that issue. Now, I want to be very, very, very brief. I just want to mention that we need to focus. As Azimio, we need to focus. There is a lot of distraction, and UDA is trying to derail our course, but we need to focus. Number one, trying to drag us into violence shenanigans. We are not going to go there. Let them keep on making press conferences and trying to urge the authorities to arrest some of our luminaries. We are not interested. We have institutions that can investigate on that. Another thing is that we are in the 21st century. This is 2022. Let us not go back to tribal cocoons like what the Mulembe nation is trying to do. We are past that. We cannot keep on discussing about tribes. We are discussing corruption and economic revival of this country. So that is a losing battle. We are not going there. Lastly, let's keep up the good work. Mama na Baba is the way to go. As for our late visitor Mwangi, who has claimed to be on the show for the last 9 hours, I don't know why he was behind there. Looking at the screen, there was one time there were only 2 panelists. Why he didn't come in, I don't know. So that was very cheap of him. Let us keep focus, continue the recruitment, convince one after the other. And let's drive it to 65% and above. We don't have time to waste after the election. We want immediate revival of the economy and dealing with corruption, and not going to court to argue and a lot of nonsense. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Papa Bob. Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. Briefly, number one, I think most of us here have tried to heap praise on Kabogo. Most of us know the history of Kabogo. If you give Kabogo power, he's a Moses Kuria on steroids. So don't be fooled by the Kabogo you see right now. The Kabogo you see right now doesn't have a post. He's not an elected official. But once he gets into power, we know what he's capable of. We've seen it. We've heard some of the pronouncement he made against Raila, and we are not going to sugarcoat him. Let him stay where he is. That's where he fits. Number two, I am happy about what happened to our friend Sonko. But I'm also cautiously optimistic because I know there might be a way that he might be on the ballot, but I don't know how. My urge to Wiper Party is please give us another candidate in the next 72 hours. Finally, IEBC on curbing poll cheating. I think when I listen to the CEO of IEBC, at least now I know that that's one of the ways that was used to steal an election, whereby a person comes in and votes, they strike their name out from the physical register, and then he goes back and comes back and they strike the same name again, because there's no one to confirm if this person voted or not. So these guys are revealing what they did in the last election. And I hope that, as they say, they will archive the name of a voter once he or she votes. I hope there's no other way that they can also use to go around the mechanisms that they have set around. They've set to make sure that the election is watertight and there's no, playing around with the system. Adams, I would call you a prophet today because you actually prophesied that Sakaja would snub the CUE. And of course he did. So I'm still waiting to see what will happen to him. Thank you, Dema.
Thank you.
Makiadi, you didn't see the summons from the DCI?
No, I actually said,
Did you?
I said Adams predicted that he would snub the CUE, and that is what he did.
Yeah, but he has been summoned by the DCI.
Yeah, he was summoned and he went. He's already been interrogated by the DCI for 5 hours. Now, two responses. One is people should tell the one William Samoei Arap Ruto that, like Rapemo is saying, there will be no handshake. There will be no runoff. We are focused on getting Baba 10 million plus votes. And Azimio is winning this thing round one. It is round one. There are no 2 rounds. That's why they are now coming up with propaganda. They are sending people everywhere to come and start saying, oh, this thing will go to round 2. They are starting to tell people that, nobody, there will be no clear winner. That is now the propaganda they are trying to push now. There will be no clear winner. There will be, to go to round 2, so that they start making people, cause like some loop-sided, supporters not getting out. Azimio people should know that this thing is going to be won in round 1, and that is they getting out to vote. And that is the thing. That is the running call. Round 1, and 10 million votes, 60% and above. That is what you are focused on. There's nothing like a handshake, and that is why he's trying to do these shenanigans that he's trying to do, so that he causes us a sense that there'll be something like a handshake. Secondly, Roba and was agreeing with Kuze that you need to respond. You don't have to respond to everything. They say if you go fighting with a pig in the dirt, in the mud, you get that, both of you, dirty. But the difference is the pig is used to the dirt. You don't have to keep responding. Why do you want to respond to Ruto? Why do you want to respond to those Luya politicians who came together na walikuwa nakaa ni kama wamenyeshewa, so you go issue a similar press conference? No. Raila and Azimio are busy looking for votes where the votes are. Votes are not in press conferences. Votes are not in this other whatever. Votes are on the ground. Now, the deputy president is trying to make Raila, Raila must condemn. You can't tell him to condemn that. The Raila is not an investigating officer, and there's no thief who comes to steal on behalf of the community, and there's no someone who commits a crime on behalf of the community. Those people must be held responsible. The best thing you should have said is those people who are responsible, the police were there. Should have told the police who are there to arrest those people. He's the deputy president. Raila does not have the power of arresting, and he has no control of the police. The police were there. He should tell the police. How do you congratulate the police and then you go ahead to tell a politician to condemn? He should have told the police, arrest those people. In fact, he should have been demanding that those people through stones should be arrested within 24 hours. He didn't say that. So there is a problem. There no response. In fact, Raila should continue looking for votes. What are you responding to? responding to someone who arranged themselves to be stoned. And in any case, if they want to be in the opposition, they should look at how they treated Baba when he was coming from the States, and they know it is not easy to be in opposition. You're also initiated into it. So probably welcome to the opposition ranks, you know. And if they thought it's easy, those are some of the things that who passed the security laws? It is the same people who passed the security laws. Dindi Nyoro and Moses Kuria and Itumbi. They were busy typing that you need to make even the tear gas more. You need even to add some of the bullets. You need, Dindi Nyoro even said that you need to shoot live bullets on demonstrators, you know. So if that then was a good thing for them, right now you're busy saying that that you know the stones were thrown. Tell it to the police. Tell it to the police. We condemn violence, and if there's violence in any political meetings, the appropriate state organs should take. Do their part. The police, the investigating arm should take the responsibility over security and safety of politicians. Let's stay focused. As Azimio, I want to agree with the majority of us. Right now, the thing is, get out the vote, 10 million plus. That is the thing. This thing is going to be won in round one, and round one without any problems. Without any problems, because you don't need even to think about there'll be a handshake. Someone was saying, I'm going to see like there'll be a handshake. Where? There'll be no handshake. In fact, someone is asking, where is Ruto having? Ruto has never visited Nyanza since he started campaigning. He is only going to Migori and Kisii. He's not going to Luo Nyanza. He's not campaigned across the country, and there's no campaign that can take any place anywhere when Ruto is not there. If he's not there, no campaign is taking place. So how is he going to get the vote? You get the vote by campaigning. If you're not campaigning, you're busy organizing. And if you look at Ruto lately, his body language is showing someone who is so much, the confidence that he was showing, exuding 2-3 years ago, it's gone. He's looking like now he's trying to clutch on everything that he can get. If you start coming out to say that the Azimio political, he's attacking Baba, then this other side, the Luya Murembe nation is busy also attacking Baba. That shows the desperation. Finally, I want to invite Makiadi to read for us the Constitution, and then tumalizie na wimbo wetu wa East African Anthem, alafu kisha tufunge. So Makiadi, tafadhali.
Article 83, registration of a voter. A person qualifies for registration as a voter at an election or referenda if the person is an adult citizen. Number 2, not declared to be of unsound mind, and number 3, has not been convicted of an election offense during the preceding 5 years. A citizen who qualifies for registration as a voter shall be registered at only one registration center. Administrative arrangements for the registration of voters and conduct of elections shall be designed to facilitate and shall not deny an eligible citizen the right to vote or stand for an election.
There you go. Those who have registered twice, wanatolewa kwa register. And we are looking at Agenda 9. And Agenda 9 in Azimio manifesto is about maji kwa kila boma. Agenda 9, maji kwa kila boma. Boma, the Azimio commitment is to make clean and safe water available to all Kenyans. It will implement the Maji kwa Kila Boma program to radically reverse the shortages and the high cost of water and ensure access by all, particularly for the poor. We shall not allow water scarcity to be an issue in our country where lakes and rivers burst their banks, yet desert nations have found ways to direct every drop of its people for consumption and production. So there is Maji kwa Kila Boma, Agenda 9. I said Agenda 8 yesterday, waste not a child. Agenda 7, we say Azimio la uwajibikaji. Agenda 6, we say was Azimio la wananchi. Agenda 5, we say, was Azimio la Viwanda. Agenda 4 was Azimio la Ukulima. Agenda 3, we said, was Azimio la Kina Mama. Agenda 2 was Azimio la Jitihada. And Agenda 1, Azimio la Ugatuzi. Now we are going straight to national anthem. And yesterday we did Kenya national anthem. Today we are doing East African. Makiadi, you wanna start? And Papa Bob, alafu Stone PK, East African anthem.
I don't think I'm ready with that. Yeah. Somebody else can take over.
Okay, I'll do the first stanza.
Okay.
Mungu tuomba ulinde jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Chorus goes, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tuilinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Stone, the last one. You are muted.
Viwandani na hata mashambani tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora.
Anaitwa Evelyn Nyambongi, anasema tuimbe. Mungu tuomba uilinde jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. That's East African. Vile unaimba kwa ukisikia hiyo ikipigwa anywhere ujue inaunganisha East African, Afrika Mashariki. Na DRC wameingia juzi na sasa nasikia wako na msukosuko. Uhuru amewaita wako Kenya sasa kuangalia ni shida iko wapi. Hayo ni news reaching our desk. And kuna mtu anasema ya kwamba ni 12 million plus, ya kwamba votes zitoke 12 million plus.
There's never been political stability in DRC because of the mineral nature of it. So that's how it is. We don't even expect it.
By the way, is M7 still around?
Who?
That they came. Museveni was there. Rwanda's president was there. Kagame was there. There was also another president who was there. The East African community guys were there.
But why is Bob asking is the people that he so emulates, you know? Bob has overstayed kwa Julia. That is one of the character traits of M7. So I don't know why you it's so hard for you to
Can you deal with their losses for the Makiadi wimbo ni upi?
Haya, wacha ni mute hizi mic ndio tusiwe na feedback sasa. Kuna wimbo mmoja hapa unajulikana kama 13 impoli. 13 kwa Kifaransa ni very impolite. Yani unaweza sema 13 impoli ni kama very rude. Wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii. Ozalakanayo 13 impolie ozalaka na yo très impoli ozalaka na yo très impoli po nini yo, yani you are very impolite. Na ina dediketia shabiki mmoja wetu kwa studio pale ametoroka bila kutuambia naenda. You are not polite at all. Ozalaka na yo très impoli, you are not polite at all. Ozalaka na yo très impoli po nini, why aren't you polite? Alafu nasonga pale chini nasema pona nini osalaka mbongo pam pam pam. Hiyo ni gitaa sasa nakuchapia pale. Po na nini osala bongo bongo okolobalikambo yo otana simate okolobalikambo yo obanga batute. Yani pona nini osala kabongo, why do you have to behave like that? Pona nini osala bongo, why do you have to behave like that? Okolobalikambo yo otala simate, you talk without controlling your mouth. Sasa hiyo ni ingine, lakini hiyo si dedication ya mtu ambaye ametoroka. Okolobalikambo yo banga batote, you talk without worrying about others. Alafu kuna stanza ingine ambayo nilikuwa nataka niimbe hapa, ambayo ni ya maana sana hapa. Okokota na beho ya moto ekoti na moto. Yani unaingia kwa ofisi ya mtu ambao umevaa kofia kwa kichwa, okokota na beho ya moto, sigarete na monoko. Yani unaingia kwa ofisi ya mtu ukiwa unavuta sigara, ye angana ameleka naye sigarete te, yeye mwenyewe havuti sigara. Unaingia kwa ofisi ya mtu ukivuta sigara na yeye mwenyewe havuti sigara. Okomi kuna okamata Sandra paket ya sigarata nayo, yani na wewe you put your packet of cigarette in the ashtray. Pona nini osalaka bongo, why do you behave like this? Osukoli monokote olingi osola yona moto, you want to talk to some people without even brushing your teeth. Pona nini ozalaka maleve, why were you badly raised? Ozalaka na yo très impoli, you are very impolite. Ozalaka na yo très impoli, inaendelea namna hiyo. Sijui kama unaielewa hiyo wimbo Ndemba. Bo papa, hiyo wimbo ilikuwa imeitishwa na Awino Rapemo jana usiku.
Unafikiria tunaweza
Hiyo
kosa
wimbo ninaijua tena sana.
Inaanza terereren terereren ten. Ozalaka na yo très impoli.
Yani
yo tres empoli.
Ameenda na people light.
Makiadi Ndeto Mato Makandets amesema kwamba uanze kuimba kama nyimbo kama These Are My Things, These Are My Fundamentals na Nyasuba. Hizo ndio anasema uanze kupromote locals, uachane na Kikongo. Sijui ungemjibu vipi?
Mato mwenyewe ndiye anajua kuimba hizo. Mimi nimejaribu zikanishinda.
Unajua kitu kimoja mimi lazima ugundue ni kwamba Makiadi yuko international. Sasa wewe ukianza kumrudisha Lower Eastern, hiyo ni Makiadi tayari yuko international. Hata kule yuko sahihi ni international. Wewe unataka kumrudisha hapa Lower Eastern.
Bob. Makiadi niko na swali.
Sasa kuna message kutoka Wajakoya.
Hold on na hiyo Jakoya hapo. Nani Makiadi, there is something you highlighted. Yes, now that Sakaja snapped the meeting the Commission of University Education. What do you guys think would happen? Don't you think he's just complicating his stuff more?
Ndio unaturudisha kwa debate. Tukianza kupiga historia ya debate tumeshatoka kwa debate.
Adam sio jamaa, mimi simuonei huruma. Hiyo tu ndio kitu nitasema.
Adam, sometimes people have to conceal their intentions. So if he's concealing his intentions, he's playing his cards. So
but your intention towards Julia are open. Why can't you conceal them?
No, they are not open. What you see, you know, Bob thinks what he sees is what is happening. Bob, sometimes mtu aliniambia ati ukiangalia huko nje ukiona imenyamaza hivi usifikiria ati hakuna kitu. There are a lot of waves hapa hivi, so you don't know what is happening.
Ebu Ndemba
By the
sikia.
way,
Owino Rapemo ngoja Bob papa Owino Rapemo anasema niendelee, ningempatia mstari mwingine unasema okokota na ndaka ya moto. Kuna mtu ameweka mic iko nasikia feedback sijui ni nani.
Oh, mimi labda.
Okay. Inasema okokota na ndako ya vato olongili sapato yani when you enter someone's house you do not take off your shoes sapato ni kama slippers, ni kama zile flip flops Ndemba zenye unasikia. Alafu unasikia chaussettes etoboka, chaussettes solo. Hiyo sasa ni pale ni Kifaransa kidogo, nasema unaingia kwa nyumba ya mtu na utaki kutoa viatu la uko na socks ambazo zina mashimo na zinanuka vibaya. Pona nini ozalako maleve, yani why were you really badly raised? Ulikuwa namna gani? Ulilelewa namna gani? Okokota na ndaka ya boto otima kolo na mesa, yani unaingia kwa nyumba ya mtu pale na unaekelea miguu yako juu ya meza. Nzoka ezali mesa vatobale laka, yani umesahau ile meza watu wanakulia. Unasikia ngoma vile kuna mafunzo.
Lakini Makiadi hapo hiyo ngoma inatudanganya. Unajua saa zingine socks kunuka ama kutoboka si ati ni kulelewa vibaya, ni hali.
No, Mise. You need to wash your socks. Wash your socks.
Unaweza kuwa uko na pair moja ya socks. Alafu unaosha asubuhi.
Hiyo tabia ni mbaya sana.
Lazima uitokee kesho. Unajua watu wengine kama labda Adams ulikuwa na socks mingi. Some of us tulikuwa na socks moja. Unaosha jioni na kesho lazima uchape mguu kutoka Kibira mpaka.
Ngoja kidogo.
Itakuwaje ukitoa kiatu?
Subiri Mise. Wacha nikuelezea kwamba ndio kwa maana Julie hata amekukataa. Sasa unajua kitu kimoja, hata maskini there is nobody as smart as the person who does not have and very keen. Wakati hauna kitu unanyenyekea, you put up the best show. Lakini huwezi kuniambia kwamba uko na socks zimeraruka kisha miguu yanuka waingia kwa nyumba ya mtu waekelea juu ya kiti ama meza. Haiwezekani. Hiyo umelelewa vibaya kwanza wewe.
Sawa, fanya namna hii Mise, wacha nimalize na hii ndio tusisumbue Ndemba na story mingi. Haya, pale mbele anaenda anasema owuti kolala soke pai nini, yani you spend the night in someone's house poni moninga azalaka pembeni ya epai yolali because is a friend that is closer to that place. Unaenda kulala karibu na kwa mtu rafiki yako ambaye ako pale karibu, alafu okoti na ndako na ye oleki direct na frijo, yani unaenda direct mpaka kwa fridge yake. Moninga azalaka na program na ye ya kolia alafu unasikia huyu jamaa alikuwa na program, amefanya shopping yake kwa nyumba pale alafu unaenda pale kwa fridge yake unakula mpaka saa 8 za usiku. Okobanda ko lelie bilokoti na tu hiyo Kifaransa bana, yani unakula mpaka saa 8, unaenda kwa nyumba ya mtu kumtembelea, unafungua fridge direct, alafu sasa unapata fridge yake iko pale, unaanza kukula mpaka saa 8 za usiku.
Makiadi, because you bring those Congolese music, there is this, and it's a political forum, there is this Congolese man who was a very good musician. At some point he dropped music, he went to politics, he won, he ran for office, he became a government minister, and after a certain reign, he went back to music. It's called Kanda Bongo Man. So I'm just beseeching you if you can one day bring the Kanda Bongo Man stuff here too. I need to listen to Kanda Bongo Man.
Angarau hata tucheze hapa mimi na Bob papa ule mwenye atashinda
Mise kuna watu wanasema kwa comment stop it, you are lost.
No, let me tell you.
Yes.
Temba, this is a true confession.
Ngoja kidogo. Kuna wimbo Julia alikuwa ameitisha hapo mwanzo. Ilikuwa inaenda, sijui kama uliona Makiadi. Nyambura, I love you like fish and chips. Iliimbwa na John Mashum.
Nilikuwa nimesema tutamwimbia lakini akatutoroka mapema. Tres impoli, eh? Very impolite. Julia, kesho ukuje kabla ya kutoka utuambie ndio at least.
Alikuwa anataka Bob amwimbie. Labda jina jingine ya Julia ni Nyambura. So alikuwa anataka
lakini
Mise, unajua majuzi kabla tuanze siasa kabisa, mzee Raila alimwambia Ruto he is no match. Sasa wacha nikuelezee, I see your frustration, vile una behave hivi ndio vile Ruto ana behave. You are no match. Kwa hivyo tuliza, siasa sio mbio ni marathon, na sasa tuko marathon na wewe, na ninaona umechoka. Usichoke, sasa ndio utazoea, na huko mbele utakuwa umehitimu.
Unajua hapo umesema vizuri, lakini one consolation ni Uhuru alisema bora uwai. Kwa hivyo mimi nitashikilia hapo kwa bora uwai. lakini kuna kitu ya socks umesema, a lot of people wanakuanga na shida na socks. So watu wengine unaweza kuwa na socks safi lakini you are wearing cotton, nylon, because nylon reacts na unapata miguu inanuka kwa sababu probably you react with nylon. So these are some of the things that you as men we need to check out, because
wewe tunasikiza muziki, umeanza motivational
speaking. Umeanza. Angalia comments huko watu wanasema do not stop the music.
Sasa music wapi? Kwani hii si music? Hii ni men empowerment bwana. Unajua mwanaume anatoka na socks.
Unajua yule jamaa anakufunza mambo mengi.
Unajua vile tutafanya watu kama Mise sasa anaharibu. Ukikuja hapo wewe tumeanza muziki, wewe unaanza motivational speaking.
Lakini mbona Makiadi analeta ya heartbreak peke yake? Si
hapana, hii inafunza na tabia mzuri, ukisikiza.
Lakini si ndio tunasema socks.
Ndio nasema wewe unajua umeshikilia swala moja peke yake.
Osha tu socks.
Sikia, kuna nyingine inasema hivi Mise, sikia hii. Kuna stanza nyingine inasema moninga adefisi yombeli na ye ya mekon, yani jamaa anakusaidia na tool ya kwenda kufanya ujenzi. Yoko la musali obandi kofinga ye, you learn how to build, alafu unaanza kumtukana yule amekusaidia kujifunza na tools. Unaona? So ni mafunzo. Enda usikize umbe wote utajua.
Mise uko kama jina lako, Mise always misses.
Huyo nani amesema?
Makiadi, Mise is missing Julia. So tomorrow play for him Elizabeth by Kandabungu man. He'll enjoy that.
You know, Adam, that one of the things that I've found is that you're very consistent and very supportive. Shikilia hapo.
Kesho nitamletea kanda ya nini? Kanda ya nini mamae?
Kanda ya nini?
Na ukileta Bob kesho mimi na Julia kiambia.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Adams. Thank you, Papa Bob. Thank you, Makiadi. As always, we appreciate when you come down there. The program starts at 9:30. Unakuja, na we only need 4 things, as we always say. You need a working gadget, phone. You need connectivity. You need something to share, and a willingness to learn. Definitely, we are that time that we have to keep sharing, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We do not want to fight, so we have to keep talking. We have to keep talking. It is important that as Kenyans, we appreciate that we share more than we differ. We have to always remain together as Kenyans. That's why we bring to you the national anthem. We tell you the things that unite us as Kenyans. Remember, election will come and go, but we will remain as Kenyans. So kindly cease and stay away from anything that is criminal. Remember your vote. You are there to vote for the leaders that you want. You have to consider your MCA, MP, governor. And then, of course, you move on to the presidents. And for us here, We unanimously right now say Azimio is a team. We are focusing on getting 12 million plus 60 plus 1%. We are not looking at 50. No runoff, no nothing. And so tell a friend to tell a friend that time is now to go out and vote. See you tomorrow. A day.
Adams.
Bye.
Kesho niletee tafsiri ya Heramudho. Nataka kesho watu wasikize Heramudho ya Musa Juma. Tafadhali.
I will try.
Adams, alafu watu wanasema pale chini Bob